Having lived to the age of 19, only on the day she drowned in a sea of fire did this girl realize she had been deceived and exploited by her family. In the moments before her near-death experience, the girl wished that if she had a chance to live again, she swore she would take revenge. However, what she never thought of was that while she was given another chance at life, the person who saved her was the son of her enemy. Carrying her worries and precautions when she was brought to the enemy's mansion, their hospitality surprised her greatly. What is going on? Why are they all suddenly being so nice? What kind of hidden circumstances are waiting for this 3-year-old girl? Let us follow this story together. The story begins with a gloomy girl thinking, I guess today is the last day of my life. She exists as a fighting tool of her family, and now there is nothing left to regret. Her all-out training ultimately only achieved the goal of ending the life of the man before her. Haliaz with silver hair, this man is a powerful figure in the Viante continent. Even the king is just a puppet in his hands. Haliaz tilted his face. His voice could not have been colder as he asked her, I am asking you for the last time. What do you know about your parents? The girl's face changed from pain to mockery. She smiled at him. I have no information for you. If you want to kill me, then hurry up. Although she was strong-willed, the girl felt fear before his might. Indeed, the cruel monarch, Haliaz, I put all my effort into resisting, but he did not even blink. Beside him, there are also shields supporting and protecting him, with tactics and skillful techniques. One should mention the master swordsman, known as the demon Haliaz, and a genius who became a profound scholar of the royal court at an unbelievable young age, because their father is this great duke. The more she thought, the more indignant she became. According to her father, she must live to find a way to take revenge on Haliaz, the enemy of the Murdy family. But the reality is so cruel. She had failed and was captured and tortured. Her father must be very disappointed in her. Just at this moment, the creaking of the prison door opening could be heard. Immediately after that, a figure was thrown inside, surprising both Haliaz and the red-haired girl. The person was tied up, huddled on the floor. It was the girl's father. Father, are you okay? But he did not respond, as if he had fallen unconscious. Looking at her father's appearance, the girl became more worried. It seemed like he was not injured anywhere, but why did he end up like this? The reason she was so scared was because the red hair as bright as fire was a trait of the Murdy house, but now his hair, the more angry she became, my father, who fought Haliaz until he ran out of strength, to the point where his precious hair color disappeared. Unable to remain calm seeing her beloved father in this situation, you bastard, what did you do to my father? You will never completely destroy the Murdy family on this continent. After yelling, she laughed like a madwoman, haha. Indeed, the words of a loser, haha, the voice rang out causing the girl to freeze. Murdy still pretends to be noble. All hypocrites. The mocking words of the man also attracted the gaze of Haliaz. That is really interesting, very interesting, the girl's father said and then rolled on the ground laughing, very funny, haha. The string in his hand gradually fell. It seemed he was still conscious. The girl's eyes met the string. She knew it, that thing. It was the necklace containing the portrait of herself when she was little. Her father cherished it like a treasure for a long time. The picture of her when she was little was very adorable, with red hair tied into 2 bunches. Her eyes seemed to change. Tears were about to fall, as so many memories flooded back. Then suddenly, a flash of light flashed before her eyes, in which it seemed to contain so many memories. Suddenly, a magnificent castle appeared before her eyes, completely contrasting with the scenery of the prison. The light seemed like a movie from inside the necklace. In that stream of memories, she and her mother were happily together. Only her mother did not have red hair, so why did she call that person mother? But that scene quickly sank into a sea of fire, the entire city shining brightly in the dark night. So hot, my head is about to explode. The only memory she has left is that her father saved and took her out of the castle, but looking at his face, no, she was sure that someone set fire and kidnapped her. At this time, all her memories had suddenly come back. She choked out, so this is little Murdy. The mysterious man who kidnapped the girl declared loudly, this is my flesh and blood. The black-cloaked bodyguard beside him also laughed mysteriously in response. That is right, Lord Duhan. At this point, the girl's eyes seemed to awaken. Duhan, is it Duhan? The one ruling the southeast of the continent. Her thoughts were interrupted again. The person continued to speak. If this continues, the young lady will find out soon. This is not something Vahal can try alone. Her vision began to blur. The man in front of her was not clear. She could only hear him saying, the descendant of Murdy. Ah, damn it. It is at this moment. Right now her eyes are drowsy as if she is about to fall asleep. He is doing something to try to erase her memory. His voice rang out again. Open your eyes and illuminate the world. At this moment when she opened her eyes again, she was already in the arms of the person she called father in her previous life. But that obsession still remained in her mind. Every time I opened my eyes, I saw that fire. She panicked and screamed in unconsciousness. After that, she fell to her knees, crying miserably. The resentment in her surged when the lost memory came back to her. Everything was clear after that incident. The hair of Lord Duhin turned red. He always instilled in her mind why a great and noble family like theirs was driven to live on this deserted island. Then he blamed everything on him. Duhin said it was all due to the cunning plan of that Haliaz guy. He was the one who destroyed the entire castle, causing it to sink into the sea of fire. Everything at this moment was like shattered pieces. The person I had called father for so many years kept repeating the same words. And that is why I exist to this day, to take revenge for the family. He imprisoned me in the basement just because I wanted to ask the reason why the family was destroyed by Haliaz, because I betrayed his trust. And then Nanny Vahel, the only one who was good to me on this terrible island, every time she hugged and comforted me, she would take out my father's necklace for me to see. Fear and doubt would disappear. All that was left in me was the will to take revenge. My emotions were all taken away and sealed in that pendant. There was nothing left for me to love in this life. Looking at the shattered pendant on the ground, her mood also broke down. At this moment, everything was still cold. Haliaz, he was still standing there looking down at the prisoner like me. Haha. The girl's self-deprecating laughter broke the silent atmosphere. Damn it. Her memories came back to her. She raised her head and faced the truth. I ask you, Haliaz, please tell me, my real family Murdy, where are they? Her voice trembled and hesitated as if afraid of facing another truth. Seeing her like that, Haliaz fell silent. Then he sighed softly. They are all dead. The sound of clanging echoed from the lamp. It was just like her heart right now. Broken. Painful. That Lord Duhin, he sneered and shouted at her. Haha, he killed them, Haliaz. It was he who killed them all. The enemy of your Murdy house is Haliaz. I have always said that. One night, when I was 10 years old, her weak voice rang out. That was when I received my first mission. Then I boarded a ship and went to the mainland. This mission was nothing special compared to the training I had undergone. Because they only wanted to burn down a small castle in the countryside. Her figure appeared under the flames engulfing the castle. Hearing this, Haliaz's expression remained unchanged. He asked, was it Chadera Castle? After that mission, she collapsed and sought Vahel. I felt extremely terrible, but Nanny Vahel said that the castle was completely empty. There was an epidemic there. So it needed to be burned to avoid spreading it. That is right, it was a lie, she shouted angrily. She was now tearful. She regretted what she had done. Looking at Haliaz, she confessed, yes, I am a disgusting sinner. I thought I would dedicate my whole life to my family. I thought what I was doing was right, but all my dedication of my entire life was for a non-existent illusion. My whole life, my past, the truth, and all my emotions were imprisoned in that necklace. The girl's confused emotions had become the fuse for her anger. Finally, the girl looked up to the sky, angrily shouted, Prabhas, please come and burn away all my sins. Her face full of hatred, resentment, and her eyes praying to die for atonement. The only descendant of Murdy will become a pile of ashes. Right here, please burn and engulf everything. Suddenly a powerful light broke the ropes on her body. That power broke the iron chains that bound both her body and soul filled with regret. In her mind, she always wondered, where did everything go? Wrong. How could Duhin and Vahel set the Murdy castle on fire? Can they control fire? The fireball at this moment was like her mind, swallowing her entire body. She seemed to fall into an endless abyss. Did the Real God wake up my fire? Or was it really Haliaz? Or was it the royal palace? Who was it? Where did my life go wrong? The girl's hopeless face, disappointed, gave up on everything. Now she felt regret. I would rather find out the truth than die. Knowing anything is fine. The fire surrounding her seemed to be sentient. It circled and protected around her, as if it was comforting her, but also as if it was about to swallow her. I could have lived better. I could have not lived like a powerless puppet. She gritted her teeth, resentfully waiting for the death that was coming for her. I should have been able to live and protect my family and this world. You are full of grievances, are not you? That familiar voice woke the girl from this pain. She opened her eyes. Then that voice rang out again. Do you want to try again? Enveloped in the arms of the fire, she was startled. This voice. Prabhas, is that you? The weak girl asked falteringly. Thinking of the voice just now. Try again. Can I live again? A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Thinking about being able to try again, she got up with all her strength. She cried injustice to him. Yes, I feel very wronged, extremely wronged. The more she spoke, the more frustrated she became. Feeling sorry for herself, she clenched her fist, choked out, "At that time I was only 10 years old. This is my last hope." She tried her best to get up. "I will do it again. I will do it again, no matter how many times. I will not give up," she said and rushed towards the bright light. Her only hope. "I will not fall until the very last minute. I am the last fire mage left in the Chadera kingdom. I am the one who serves the fire god. Liana Lemurti." She shouted her name, offered herself to merge into that light, and disappeared. As if given approval, the fire god spoke. "Then, my last daughter, I will make your wish come true." After speaking, fiery waves surged, violently engulfing the girl. Her eyes were more determined, her determination to redo this life. "There was only one thing I wanted. I will absolutely not forget or forgive those who made me into a puppet." In a flash, the fiery red light in the cold prison was replaced by the sweet image of a beautiful 3-year-old red-haired child. That little princess, with big round red eyes, chubby, on the large bed, the warmth of happiness from an affluent family. Abiyu. She was terrified, covering her mouth in surprise. How can it be? Looking around, she saw the image of herself, that big round eyes in the mirror. She could not believe this miracle either. The little girl shouted, looking at her face. She could not be more afraid. It was true that she had lived again at the age of 3. This is unbelievable. Liana sat on the bed, her face pale with fear. She thought, should I try again? Am I not living again? That means I am now back to my baby form. She held the pendant hanging around her neck, and this pendant, I am still Liana Lemurti. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from outside the room. She turned her head quickly. There was shouting. Liana sniffed slightly, thinking about it. It seemed like there was a burnt smell. At that time when she met Pravashi, I thought it was a burnt smell, but no. She turned around to search, thinking to herself, it seems to be getting worse. Should I run away? Liana glanced under the bed, her face full of despair. I want to check the situation. It is really hard for this baby body to get off the bed alone. There was no other way. Liana could only cling tightly to the bedsheet, slowly climbing down. I used to climb the walls of the mansion so easily, but now. Her chubby face wrinkled, tears lingered on her eyelashes, her hand gripped the bed sheet tightly. Why is getting off the bed so difficult? Finally, her chubby, white feet touched the ground. It touched. She had just told herself, I am old enough to walk on my own, right? So now, before the thought was finished, Liana's body was picked up by someone. The stern man with a tall physique lifted her small body up high and called out, red hair. Liana turned around quickly to get a clear look. The other person called out again, red eyes. Her face changed instantly to a fearful look, screaming silently. Liana Lemurti. The man's name is Oedipa Sichel. In her previous life, he was her martial arts teacher. This person was also the one who kidnapped her on that day. Liana suddenly burst into tears. If she is caught by Sichel, everything will just keep repeating. Ignoring her screams, Oedipa coldly carried her on his shoulder and walked away. Liana struggled non-stop, her small feet constantly hitting him, along with loud ear-piercing screams that he could not stand. This damn kid. Oedipa lost his patience and threw her down on the bed. Immediately after that, he rolled the blanket on the bed around her. Finally, the result was that Liana's entire body was wrapped in a blanket into a round lump. The mansion was engulfed in flames. Oedipa rode his horse into the forest, leaving the mansion behind him. Liana, wrapped in the blanket like a silkworm, kept whimpering a few small sounds. My throat is hoarse and my body is gradually shaking, making me unable to make any sound anymore. I have been shouting all the way, but why is not anyone coming to save me? Oedipa clamped her and stepped towards the horse. So are we almost at the ferry? Could it be that, before that, they will move to another place with back hell? Liana's face wrinkled, reminding herself, Pravashi, I will live well. I will not burn anything like in my previous life. The scene of the night covered the entire forest. Fireflies glowed with yellow light scattered on the dark background. Liana suddenly widened her eyes. It seems someone is nearby. She quickly shouted loudly, help me. Is there anyone there? Please answer. Liana struggled non-stop in Oedipa's arms. Even if someone comes to help, it is hopeless. Oedipa was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He said in a low voice, Hey kid, do you want to die? Can't you be quiet? Unnoticed, Liana slipped out of his arm. She fell face down on the ground, still saying non-stop, help me. Her face was covered in mud. Liana immediately started crawling on the ground towards the front. Help me, please help me, causing Oedipa to chase from behind. He could not help but curse, damn it. Just when he grabbed her in his arms, a blue-haired teenager stood in front of them. The teenager said, "Red hair and eyes. You are the daughter of Murdy." Oedipus' hand tightly covered Liana's mouth. "My name is Theodro Haliaz. Who are you, and what family do you belong to?" Theodor pulled out the sword from his side. "The descendant of Pravashi and the treasure of the whole empire. Tell me where you are taking the child." Liana, in Oedipus' arms, was extremely panicked. "Oh my god, Pravashi, Haliaz." Even a master swordsman at that age, in this situation, could be very disadvantageous for Oedipa because he also has a child with him. "No, it does not matter who wins. Even if I am captured by Haliaz, I will still die. But if Oedipa wants to confront the other side, he must release her. I will not miss this chance." Before she could finish thinking, a subordinate standing behind Theodor raised a short sword. With a thud, the short knife pierced straight into Oedipus' shoulder. The arm holding her immediately loosened. He could not avoid it. Could it be because he was worried about protecting me? Quickly, she escaped from him, darting into the forest. That must be it. He can only use her long-term if he can get her back intact. Okay, I am leaving. Out of the frying pan into the fire, before she could celebrate, a man stopped her. The blonde man held her tightly. "Honey, are you okay? It must have been hard for you to come here, little one. Would you like to ride the carriage with me? I will absolutely not scare you." Liana trembled, raised her hand in refusal. No need. But immediately after that, her mind suddenly became hazy. Her eyes suddenly became drowsy. "This is not good. If I am caught by Theodro here, it is just mental fatigue. I can overcome it." Liana leaned over and fell asleep, a useless and incompetent body. Liana opened her eyes and looked up high. The sky was deep blue. The crescent moon hung high, emitting a silvery glow. The night sky. Is the land moving? I feel nauseous. She paused slightly, then shifted her gaze down. Wait, is it the sea? Am I on a ship? Liana's face turned pale. No way. Even though he is still young, Theodro lost. Tears could not be held back as they poured out. Am I going back to Lozan Island? Liana's cries caused the man carrying her to startle and turn his head. "Oh, miss." The man knelt down, apologizing non-stop. Sorry, I did not expect you to wake up. Let me put you down." Theodro approached, his handsome face glowing. "Murdy kid, you woke up." Liana was still slightly teary-eyed. She turned her head slightly. "What? This voice?" He bent down to make it easier to talk to her. "You must miss your mother, right? Hungry and thirsty too, right? Have some water." She looked up at him. "It is Theodro Haliaz. So, I am not going to Lozan." He gave her a bottle of water. Liana drank while thinking, "But why are we on the sea? If we go back a little from that place, we will reach the Murdy house. Never mind. I was just saved, so let us skip it." After she finished drinking, she asked Theodro hesitantly, "Where are we going?" "We are going to the main headquarters of the Haliaz family, because there is something important. Sorry for making you miss your home, but leaving you with that subordinate makes me uneasy." Theodro continued, "On this continent, not many swordsmen can use Sword Aura, who was the one who broke into the mansion and took you earlier." After saying that, he frowned thoughtfully. "That sword skill is really good, but did he break in on his own? What kind of job does the Murdy guard do?" Liana was a little surprised looking at him. "Well, now you are safe. I am the son of the Haliaz family in the north. Haliaz is friends with the Murdy clan, right?" He extended his little finger to hook in front of her. "As a member of the Haliaz family, I promise to take you home." Liana's small hand tightened the water bottle in her arms. "Friends my ass. Haliaz and Murdy always compete with each other for territory. The treacherous Theodro." The ship continued to sail on the sea, but even if he was lying, she had no way to escape from this ship. Liana extended her little finger. "I have to play along with him." Two little fingers hooked together. "Promise." The sky had turned bright, at a magnificent mansion with blue tones. The lady of Chatera City looked at her with a surprised face. "Oh my, it is really a child of the Murdy family." Yes, we have to take her to headquarters, but no one knows how to take care of a child." "Well, you must have suffered a lot. What is your name?" "Little Miss." Liana grabbed her dress and responded shyly, "Liana." She was really very awkward, too embarrassed. "I know I have to rest and take a bath, but why did they bring me to this place?" She smiled brightly, introducing herself. "It is nice to meet you, Little Miss Liana. I am the lady of the Chatera mansion." This beautiful Chatera mansion is also the mansion that she burned to the ground in her previous life, without a trace. The lady of Chatera City hurriedly ran back and forth to prepare. "We have to give you a bath and change into clean clothes while preparing food. I think I still have some dresses of my daughter when she was little." She picked Liana up. "Oh my, sorry for making you stand. Sit down, relax and wait for me to prepare." She put her down on the chair next to her. "Telling stories. I have seen the Duke at the festival season before. The Duke and his wife looked so beautiful and noble. When you go home, please send my greetings to them. Tell them that I always pray for the Duke. Liana grasped her hand, slightly bowed her head. What exactly did I put this person through in the past? A gorgeous and beautiful carriage was parked right in front of the mansion gate. Liana had taken a bath and changed into another outfit. Her cute appearance made the lady of Treacherous City exclaimed, "So adorable. Although it is a bit old because my daughter wore it a long time ago, but it has sleeves so it will keep you warm. How do you feel?" Liana politely bowed. "It fits perfectly. Thank you very much. And I am really sorry." In her previous life, she had burned down her mansion in a fit of blind rage. In the end, all of her prayers were burned to ashes. The lady of Treacherous City, along with her husband and the maid, all smiled brightly. "You do not have to apologize, little miss. I am really honored to hear those words." Now, she always promises herself that this small and warm mansion will never be burned again. At a mansion covered with snow, the scenery had a beautiful blue-white color. Theodro carried her, gently saying, "The weather is quite harsh. Even getting here is difficult. Miss, you have endured very well." Liana almost fainted because of the cold weather here. She was shivering from the cold, correct, ice cold, and I am still enduring here. Liana was indescribably worried. Oh, ancestors, she has the blood of the Murdy clan, but why does she still feel so cold? If she arrived at the mansion a little later, she would have frozen to death. When Theodro carried her up the stairs, a blue-haired boy suddenly peeked out from behind the curtain. "Shaun, are you not asleep yet?" Liana looked down. Shaun, is that Shaun Haliaz? Shaun Haliaz is the youngest child of the Haliaz family and also the most erudite scholar on the continent. It turns out that even if he is a genius, when he was little he was just a cute little boy. The little boy slipped out of the curtain, turning his head and calling out loudly, "Dad, third brother brought trash home again," causing both of them to be startled. Theodro sighed, saying a noble lady like that is rude. Even though she is still small, Shaun looked at him, hesitatingly asked back, "A lady?" "Yes, apologize immediately." Liana puffed out her cheeks, pouting angrily. "Humph, so he is a cute and rude little boy." Shaun just realized now, what, is it not a doll? After speaking, he ran away. "Dad, third brother brought something alive home." Theodro did not know what to do. Sorry, he was just surprised. He did not mean any harm. Liana was very generous. "It is okay. Looking back, this guy is really problematic. I do not know what he usually does." You are mature and you talk well." "Oh, Murdy kid, what is your name?" "Heavens, you brought someone home without even knowing their name." "Niana." Theodro smiled. "It is Niana." Niana corrected, flustered. "It is Liana Lamurdy. My lips are too cold, so I can't pronounce it properly." But the first time she saw him, she did not understand why people called him the ghost of Haliaz. The more she looked at him, the more she thought he was just a handsome and innocent young man. How did he become a ghost? So it is Liana Lamurdy. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Liana. I am Theodro Haliaz, the second son of Grand Duke Alciad Haliaz." The truth is that she was saved by this second son of the Haliaz family. Even if she did not like it, compared to meeting back hell again, going through the same memories and living exactly like her previous life, the Haliaz mansion offered a much higher chance of survival. She had once risked her life, overcome harsh training and difficult missions in her past life. Now, what could possibly stop her? She must survive. Theodro ruffled her hair. "I want to let you rest too, little one, but we have to meet my father first, so please bear with it until then." Like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, her face turned to stone. Theodro, completely unaware of how she felt, continued to gently stroke her head. "After meeting father, we can have some soup and warm up by the fireplace. Everyone will be happy to see you." In Liana's heart, anger blazed. He dared to stroke her head. What an insult. Okay, if she had to endure this humiliation of being patted on the head in order to survive here, then bring it on. "You can do it, Liana Lamurdy." Theodro opened the door to the room and stepped inside, politely saying, "I am here, father." Liana's face was full of seriousness. This is bad. Duke Alciad Haliaz stood right in front of her, arms crossed, and asked with an extremely serious expression, "You protected a child who claims to be from Murdy. I hope he won't throw me out the window." Alciad Haliaz called his son, Theodro Haliaz. He responded, "Yes, father. Bringing a child from the Murdy family is not like picking up an injured animal on the street. Take the child back." "Father, the sun has set, and it is snowing outside. There will be a blizzard tonight." He continued, "I promise I will ensure the safety of this child under the name of Haliaz." Alciad was so angry that he called his name loudly, Theodro. He crossed his arms, frowning in thought. Finally, Alkiad sighed deeply. He said to Liana, "Child, she was so scared she jumped, yes. Can you tell me what happened at the Murdy mansion?" Liana's small hands clenched tightly, her face full of anxiety. She heard Alkiad continue, "If you want to stay in this mansion, answer me. I heard you were rescued after being kidnapped by a stranger. Did that person break into the Murdy mansion?" How could a child like her understand words like break into should she pretend she does not understand? Theodro knelt down and gently said, "Did the kidnapper go all the way to your room?" Hearing this, Liana could not help but have butterflies in her heart. "Well done, Theodro. He slipped in through the window of my womb and took me away. There was a lot of smoke coming out of the castle." As soon as she finished speaking, the faces of the two men were full of question marks. Liana froze. Her strength is that she can speak, and speak very quickly. Her weakness, she lisps so people can't understand her. She screamed internally, "Damn this tongue." She tried to explain once again clearly, "Cashtel flames." Theodro now realized, could there be a fire at the Murdy castle? Alkiad loudly rejected it. "That is absurd." Liana was silent. "A child says a castle of fire descendants is burning down. I would rather believe that trees are growing in Halayaz." She felt a little uneasy. Their reaction was not out of her expectations. From the perspective of people like Alkiad, they thought she was too young to not know about Murdy's flames. However, she turned to look at the fire in the fireplace. The flames in the fireplace flickered. She could not clearly explain it with her stupid tongue. Liana slowly approached. Well then, she would just have to show them. "Liana, do not get so close to the fire." Ignoring those words, she reached out to the blazing fire in the fireplace. Theodro was alarmed, reaching out to stop her. "Wait, Liana." He pulled her into his arms. "I understand what you want to say, but if you touch it like that." Theodro's eyes widened. His face was full of surprise as he looked at the fire burning on Liana's hand. "You know about the Murdy fire. You were surely burned." Alkiad's face was very serious. He heard her continue, "Yes, and I saw my mom and dad were still there." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became strangely silent. Liana sighed, feeling glad that they listened to her, but still. Because the parts of her mouth were still not fully developed, every sentence she spoke was lisped. Liana was so tired that her face turned pale, yet she did not know what to say. She was sweating profusely, thinking, "The people here do not understand what I am saying, and the problem is I do not understand what I am saying either. I heard there was a fire in their castle. The child's mother is still in the next room." A voice rang out, attracting the attention of all three of them. Shaun pushed the door open and entered the room. Liana looked at him as if she had seen a savior. She was so moved that she started to cry. "My savior is here." Shaun climbed up to sit next to his father. Alkiad asked him, "What did the little one say?" "The little one wants to know if her mother was hurt." Alkiad crossed his arms and replied, "The flames of Murdy are very powerful and dangerous. Because only the mages of Murdy can move the embers, and the furnace is sealed." Liana pricked up her ears and listened. This was new information. If there really was a fire there, then there must be a problem with the seal. That will be a disaster for the Empire and for Halayaz. He placed his hand on his chin and continued, "From now on, let us wait for a reply from the royal family." "Theodro, did you meet the crown prince on the road?" He replied, "I passed him when he came to Nehru, but it was just a one-sided encounter. He is not going to the royal palace. He should not have stopped in Nehru. I heard he is on a secret mission." "What about the kidnapper? He escaped." "I am sorry." Alkiad turned his head to look outside. He thought for a while and finally made a decision. "The princess will leave here when the blizzard stops." Theodro was somewhat surprised. "Yes. There will be news soon, but it is not necessary to go that far." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hand on the table, making both of them jump. "When did you learn to talk back to the head of the family?" He had no other choice but to apologize. Liana thought, "Anyway, I am grateful to him for letting me go this far." It seems the head of the family is not easy to get along with. Alkiad stood up. "We can't arbitrarily take the princess to Halayaz. In case of an emergency, we will teleport to take the child back to Murdy." He chased the three of them out, slamming the door shut. "To be sure, keep your promise under the name of Halayaz." Liana sighed with relief. "Phew, I survived." She thought she was going to die, for sure this time. She twitched her lips. "I thought I could stay here until the blizzard stops." Shaun scratched his head. "Hey Theo, where should we take her?" "Calliope will return tomorrow. Don't you remember what he said? He said if we brought anyone else home, he would kill us." It was so difficult to get through each gate of Alkiad's, and now she just heard what else. Outside the Halayaz mansion, the snowstorm blew in gusts. A pair of black boots stepped on the snow. There is a child of Murti in the castle. The eldest son of Haliaz, Calliope Haliaz, said to his subordinate, "Tell father immediately that I want to see him. Does Strawberry have short hair? How about apple hair? I prefer 2 ponytails." 2 maids of Haliaz looked at Liana with shining eyes. Murti children can control fire at the age of 7. The young lady will be amazing when she grows up, won't she? Oh, by the way, we are the ones who will take care of you, Miss Liana. I am Susie, and this is Beth. Little, pitiful Liana responded, "Hello, I am Liana." Well, it is because there are only those 3 men on this island that they have to come here. Susie said to her friend, "I will take care of her hair after the bath." Beth refused. "No, I will do it. Let me do it." In the end, Liana could only call out, "Susie, Beth, sorry for interrupting, but I have something more urgent." She raised her small hand, looking tired. "I need to take a bath." The 2 maids tilted their heads, looking at her like a little rabbit raising its hand. Liana had no idea what was going on. She was so nervous that she broke into a sweat. Once again, Liana was facing a catastrophic situation. The table was set with a lavish meal. The warm yellow lights in the room created a cozy atmosphere. Liana was like a doll placed on a chair. Cleanly bathed, dressed in new clothes, and her hair was brushed and tidied up. Liana's appearance was extremely pretty and cute. "Have milk after the bath. You did a good job, Miss Liana. You must be very hungry. Eat as much as you like. Let us know anything you want to eat." She obediently replied, "Yes, thank you." However, in her heart she thought, "I am not sure if I can hold it back now." Just now, because she could not hold it back, she had to say that word herself in the end. She was indescribably distressed. It was necessary. If she marked her territory in this place, she would have to face a blizzard. But what about her self-esteem? A call made Liana look over. Shaun crossed his arms, speaking like an old man. "You made it through this time, but someone like you can't stay at the Haliaz mansion for a day," he said with a very delighted look, "but because I saw that finger just now, I will let you stay for 1 day. If you are afraid of sleeping alone, I can lend you a babysitter." Liana felt that this person liked to act. Apart from his father and brother, there was nothing in this mansion that was scary, understand. She held out her hand for him to see, here. Shaun stared at her hand. "Wow. You are not burned at all." He turned to show his brother. "Hey brother, do you see it? There is fire coming out." Theodro nodded and indulged him. "Yes, very amazing. But Shaun, pay attention to the rules. A young lady is not for staring at." The little boy pouted yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice that made Theodro's spine tingle rang out from behind them. "You knew it, yet you still brought her here before I returned." The elegant and noble Calliope pulled out a chair at the dining table and sat down. Theodro weakly raised his hand to greet him. "Brother, you are back." He glanced at him. "Yes, I received an urgent message from the royal family. 3 days ago, the Murti mansion was burned down." "Is it true? Is it so serious that the royal family sent an urgent message?" Liana thought to herself, "It is good that I met Calliope right after meeting the Duke." She heard him say, "Yes, our father is receiving detailed information. In this case, the only princess of Murti is at Haliaz." Being mentioned by Calliope, Liana could not help but feel scared. His eyes stared at her intently, but he asked his brother, "Theodro, what do you think?" "What I mean is, even if you were there, you would have acted like me too, a child crawling on the ground crying for help. If you're going to act like that, then do it properly." The youngest sword master on the continent, the youngest member of Haliaz, lost track of a kidnapper. "Is that what you're going to say in our mansion?" Theodro was as wronged as a puppy. The opponent used magic. He was a high-level sword master. But unfortunately, a wolf quickly blew away a small dog. Calliope retorted, "Unfortunately, no one saw that." "I did. I saw it." She slammed the table and stood up. "I know his name." The atmosphere once again fell silent. Because of course, no one understood what she was saying, and she did not expect anyone to understand either. At this moment, Shaun said, she knows his name, brother. It is not in vain that Liana put all her trust in her. "Name, the kidnapper's name." Liana quickly replied, "Edid Pabichel." Calliope asked again, "What was that?" Liana's small fists clenched tightly, unable to suppress the fire inside her. Why did that bastard's name have to cause her so much trouble? She spelled out each letter, D, Pa, C. Helpless, she concluded, "I can write it down." Shaun turned around to look at her. "You can write too." Calliope frowned. The air around him turned icy. "What is this thing, anyway?" Shaun, like a frightened little rabbit, whispered to her, "I only started learning to write at the age of 4. But you can already write, Liana felt that he was extremely afraid of Calliope. The beautiful white-pink flowers placed on the table emitted a strong fragrance. Liana held the pen and wrote very carefully. The maid behind her softly said, I brought it. Liana's hand holding the pen trembled. On the paper was a line of squiggles like worms, and even the ink spilled on the paper. She excitedly held up the paper for Theodro and Calliope to see. It is him. Calliope took the paper. So this is writing. At least you know the alphabet. You wrote C. Liana nodded repeatedly yes. Sichel, I have never heard of this family. I will have to search for people who use aura with that name. By the way, young lady, how did you know the name of the kidnapper? A question that made Liana freeze. She fiddled with her fingers. What should I do? There is no connection between Murdy and Sichel. It was because. Liana weakly mumbled. There was no other way but to reveal everything he wanted. Calliope asked, what? He shade, he would take me to Nozen. Shaun, sitting on the side, translated, he said he would take her to Lozen. Calliope tilted his head. So, while kidnapping the young lady, he said his name and location. That makes sense. He must have been careless, or he said it to reassure the child. He did not think that a sword master would lose track of a 3-year-old. Theodro continued to talk to his brother. Anyway, we have to tell father about this. At this moment, another man's footsteps entered the dining room. And there is a message for the young lady. The voice attracted the attention of all 4 people sitting at the table. The man with a mature and dignified appearance was silent for a few seconds. The silver-haired Haliaz walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and looked at Liana. He continued, it is a message from the mansion. Because the fire was too big. They say the fortune of the Murdy family was buried in the flames. At this moment, no one was eating in the dining room. She ran to her babysitter. She remembered crying so much that she could not shed any more tears. The 2 brothers were walking around anxiously, and they were both dragged out by the Duke. She could not believe it. She became an orphan again in this life. Once again, she had to live a life with no place to return to. Alkiad suddenly said, I forgot to tell you this. After the Duke's words, her whole body seemed to lose control. Her spirit became devastated. This was her saddest snowy night. In a room. She vaguely woke up at this moment. She sat up and looked at everything around her. She attentively looked at the sunlight shining through the window. She rubbed her eyes with her hand. She looked at the sunlight thoughtfully. Even if the whole sky collapsed for her, the sunlight was still beautiful. She felt a sense of failure. She thought again. Actually, she had a vague premonition. She remembered. Ever since she woke up in that smoke, from the moment she met Oedipa, who had broken into the castle, even if she was given a new opportunity, what was lost could not be returned. She said to herself, I know I can't keep crying, but she tried to climb out of bed. She immediately fell down, causing her pain. That fall caused her to start whimpering. But after that, she remained silent. She picked up her necklace and looked at it. She opened the necklace. Inside was her picture. She sat up and said to herself, I am a Murdy. I am still alive and the only one left in the family, she encouraged herself. She decided, I have to find Alraid. I have to hear the story that I missed while I was crying. She tried to push the door open. She wandered around the castle. She decided, I have to ask for directions to where the Murdy castle used to be. I need the protection of that place until I grow up. She looked at her hair and could not help but sigh. Thank you, Murdy's distinctive red hair. It is very convenient for me to introduce my bloodline. She looked around, her heart full of confusion. Anyway, she had to be really quiet. Suddenly a door opened, and there was a voice. To be honest, I have some doubts about the royal family. Even if no one is around, you have to speak quietly. She went closer to listen. She immediately recognized it. That was the voice of Calliope and Theodro, right? Someone inside asked, Father, who would benefit from the destruction of Murdy? While everyone is mourning, the royal family will get the fertile southern land of Murdy. Calliope spoke out his thoughts. It can only be the royal family. Her eyes hardened at this moment. She asked herself, what is that? She thought back. The magic stone that the royal family possessed could set Murdy on fire. If so, it would not be difficult for that person to sneak into the princess's room. In the previous life, the precious princess was hypnotized, but no one searched for her. If the royal family was behind it, everything could be explained. She was very angry at this moment. Her hand trembled, clutching the necklace tightly. Theodro advised him, Brother, do not talk nonsense. The kidnapper knows that I am from Haliaz, so are you saying that he knows Liana is here and sent the information about the little one? He looked at his brother with a serious expression. He responded, perhaps the royal family is testing us. If we take the princess's life, maybe they will give us half of Murdy's territory. He heard him say these words and was extremely alarmed. She stood outside, hearing his words, and could not help but feel frightened. She showed her unwillingness. Damn it, it is not fair, but also it is true. She wondered, what should I do? Should I run away? Theodro, at this moment, gritted his teeth, looking extremely angry. He quickly drew his sword. He held the sword straight at Calliope's neck. He warned, Calliope Haliaz, the princess is under the protection of Haliaz. If you dare say such things again, even if you are my brother, I won't go easy on you. The look in his eyes showed that he could do it. Suddenly, Alkiad slammed his hand hard on the table. He angrily asked, can you two stop? He reminded him, Calliope, are you craving the royal family's flattery so much that you would bury a child alive under the name of Haliaz? He tried to avoid his eyes. He said, I am sorry. At the same time, he also reminded him, Theodro, if your brother becomes the head of the family, you can even point your sword at him just because you are disappointed. He quickly retracted his sword, looking remorseful. I am sorry. I was reckless. He seriously said, there is no reason for us to suspect the royal family, and there is no reason to harm the princess, who is just a child. He said, just say you met the little one and brought her back to the royal castle. Because we are too busy taking care of Murdy, there is no reason to eliminate Haliaz. Then, after the child is old enough, the royal family will appoint a new ruler of Murdy. He stated his decision. He quickly ordered both of them, you two get out. Suddenly, he saw something and was very surprised. She, at this moment, pushed the door open from the outside and walked in. Theodro curiously called, Liana. She continued to walk straight ahead. She walked to in front of him. She said, please. Please do not abandon me. Her eyes showed determination. He looked at her with an extremely surprised expression. Under his gaze, her whole body could not help but tremble. She heard him say outside, just say you accidentally met the little one and brought her back to the castle. Then, until the princess is old enough, the royal family will send a new person to manage Murdy. Her face darkened. She stopped running. She did not accept it. No, it can't be. She thought to herself, if the royal family is behind this, I might be sent to Lozin or killed. I am just a child with no power. If I do not resist, I will lose this life again. She quickly stepped into the room. She stood in front of him and requested, please do not send me away. He looked at her worriedly, Liana. She thought to herself, he is the only person who showed me what a human life is like. I know I might be a threat to him, but please, just once, let me trust you. Calliope also silently looked at her at this moment. I have nothing, but I want to regain my power. She cried and said, if you nurture me, I will definitely repay your kindness. If I go there, I will die. I really want to live a new life. Her tears flowed like a river. In the end, she did not receive an answer from him. Outside, Theodro led her away. He said, you should go back to your room to rest, Liana. He asked, do you need me to lead you? She quickly turned her head away and replied, no. Thank you. She understood. I know they can't decide immediately, but if they make a mistake, Haliaz will suffer the consequences. I know, but no, knowing won't make anything more scary. She tilted her head and looked towards the window. She wondered, if the storm passes, can I think about the future? Her eyes showed sadness. Suddenly, Dorian approached and called, I am looking for you, Lord Theodro. Greetings, Princess. I am Dorian, Lord Shaun's nanny. Her face showed kindness. He approached and greeted her. Good morning, MS.
Dorian.
And why are you looking for Liana? She replied, I came here under the order of the young master. She was surprised when she said that Shaun Haliaz. She replied, last night, Lord Shaun told me to stay by your side. Now, she offered her arm for her to hold and said, the chef has finished making delicious cheese dishes. Would you like to come with me to eat them? She silently looked at her hand. She must know about Murdy, but I feel like her smile is healing me. Theodro on the side agreed, all right, if it is Dorian, then I have nothing to worry about. He said sadly, unfortunately, I have to go now. Rest well, and I will see you later. The chef's cheese pies here are very delicious. It will help you feel better. Even Theodro, he treats me well despite the family's opposition. She smiled and agreed with him, yes. I need to reciprocate as much as I can. He quickly took her hand. She wondered, But how can I conquer the heart of a frozen duke? After finishing lunch, she quickly carried her to bed. She wondered and asked, how could a little girl like you get out of bed by yourself? She looked at her face and could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, you are really like Cecilia." She was surprised to hear her call her mother's name, Cecilia. She recounted, "She is your mother, Cecilia Lamurti. She was the most powerful fire mage of her time, a person who was always burning like a torch." Her eyes became sorrowful. "I wonder what happened to her." She exclaimed, "Oh my," again. "I am talking to myself again." She listened to her talk about her mother and was very curious. "It is strange that a nanny in Haliaz knows my mother so well." She suddenly said, "Let me tell you an interesting story." She was surprised. Why all of a sudden? She turned her head and sighed. "What? I am not a 3-year-old. If it was not for the future, I would not be interested in an old story." She began to tell, a long time ago, there was a beautiful and vibrant princess. The princess had red hair that burned as bright as a flame. Hearing the story she was telling, she could not help but wonder about the person in the story. Is she making up this story for me? Or for my mother? She recounted, the princess had a supernatural power, a top-level magic. That is why everyone was always afraid of the princess. In front of her, they always bowed, polite and respectful. But behind her back, they would start gossiping. The princess gradually became isolated. She gradually restrained her actions, fearing the people who were supposed to fear her. While she was living quietly and secretly, a platinum-haired swordsman appeared. The swordsman, who had the best swordsmanship in the kingdom, was not afraid of the princess. He was not respectful or envious, but became friends with the princess. She started to feel sleepy at this time. Her eyes gradually closed. She wondered, is this a story of Haliaz? The princess was no longer alone and began to reintegrate into the world. A tear fell from her eyes. After finishing the story, she noticed her. She exclaimed, "Oh my, you are sleepy. Is my story boring?" As she was sleeping, 2 streams of tears flowed out of her eyes. She said to herself, "Oh no, Dorian, it seems a happy ending is still too far away. I hope mother was really happy, like the story." A little later, at 2 p.m., Shaun came to see her, but she was sleeping. She raised her hand and told him to be quiet. Later, 2 maids came in and looked at her, unable to hold back their tears. The child is still so young. Later, Theodro and Calliope also came in to look. As the twilight fell, the sunlight shone into the room. Alciad entered inside. He attentively looked at her. He raised his hand and brushed her hair. His eyes were filled with sadness. He said, "I am sorry, Cecilia." She said to her, "Princess, it is time for you to go. You have to attend the funeral and the memorial service." Her eyes became sorrowful. She said, "You have to carry the family name and the family's honor on your shoulders." 2 tears appeared in her eyes. "No, I can't do it. If I go there, a part of my mind and body will die." She saw her like that and worriedly asked, "Little one?" She sighed, "I am so tired." Immediately after, she turned and left. As she walked, she thought, of course, even if I go, I can't accept everything. But this place is full of enemies. I must try to survive in this hellish place alone. She said sadly, "I am going to kill this day on the calendar, or I am going to throw it away somewhere where no one knows." She heard her words and could not help but worry about her. She turned around, 2 tears in her eyes. She said, "I do not want to." She worriedly approached her. She said, "Oh, I am sorry." Seeing her like that, she also had tears in her eyes. She immediately hugged her. "If you were not a Murdy, I would." She wondered, "What do you mean, are you trying to comfort me?" Her eyes became sad. She treats me too well, so she will definitely be sad when she hears me say these things, but I can't hold back. She said to herself, "I need to get rid of these unnecessary emotions soon." She entered a room filled with light. She sat down sadly. Theodro looked at her worriedly. Alciad took a chair at his hand. He pulled the chair out and quickly sat down. She was very worried. Should I try to have a little fun even if this is the last time? If I ask them where I want to go, will they think that one day I will come back to burn down the Haliaz palace? Or should I promise them that if they protect me, I will give them the land of Murdy? Suddenly, he spoke. "Next, I will decide what I will do with the princess." Hearing his words made her tears flow. "Damn it, what should I do?" He said seriously, "From now on, Princess Murdy, who is in the Haliaz castle, will stay here." Hearing his words, her eyes filled with tears. She turned to look at him and wondered what. Theodora looked delighted, and Calliope curiously called, "Father." He asked, "It is dangerous. Aren't you thinking about the power of the royal family? What are you thinking when you say you will hide and raise this child?" She looked at him with extremely happy eyes. He calmly replied, "Let's consider the opposite case." His eyes sharpened. He asked him, "What will happen if the princess sides with the royal family? The royal family will not only seize the territory of Murdi, but will also take the power of fire to their side." He explained, "Drehan lost his only son last year, and did not even inform us." "Really, if you say so, then maybe the royal family is trying to destroy Murdi." He pondered and answered, "They will definitely try to seize as much as they can." Suddenly, she raised her hand and said, "There is a fire made at the north wall." She said confidently, "I will try to use my manhwa. If I am successful, I can help myself up." In her mind, she said to herself, "I can't miss this opportunity. This is my only chance to prove myself. I won't let that idiot Calliope steal it." Her whole body was engulfed in a flame of determination. Shaun explained her words. She said she will build a fire on the north wall. Now, she is only 3 years old, and she says she will do this when she is 5. He looked at her with contempt. "Really, the north? How do we know she can do it when she is 5? She found an excuse to explain. "Mom said that I am good at that." She thought, "I have to seize this second chance at life." Theodora reminded him, "Brother, the princess really touched the fire with her hand and created another flame last time. Although she is only 3 years old, judging by her magic potential, she will definitely be very powerful in the future." Shaun also said, "I can be friends with her, father. She will be useful if you do not hate her, that is great." He heard his children say that and could not help but smile. He closed his eyes and pondered. He said, "Princess Murdi, promise me one thing." She immediately turned her head towards him. He said seriously, "If you choose to become a fire mage, never, under any circumstances, reveal your magic to oppose Haliaz." She immediately agreed to his request. Understood. Anyway, she had no intention of repeating what she had done in her previous life. He ordered, "Then Calliope, tell Garcia to come see me tomorrow." He wondered, "What do you mean?" He immediately agreed, "All right." He explained, "Let Garcia meet the princess, so that both of them can write an agreement." When she heard the word agreement, she thought again. Agreement. The person named Garcia is Haliaz's mage, the protector of the north of the kingdom. That person is the mage who protects the solid north wall. She anxiously glanced at him. Well, it seems they also use tricks like backhell. Theodora looked worried. Understood. But she is still young. She thought, Theodora's expression makes me think that worrying is unnecessary. She thought again, an agreement can simply be written on paper and stamped. What does age matter? She started to feel sleepy and yawned. He saw her yawn and could not help but mock, "So you are still sleepy even after sleeping so much?" Hearing him say that, she woke up with a start. "What? It is none of your business. What, you want something?" He ordered, "Dorian, prepare the child for sleep. Tomorrow I will take this child out, so make sure the child gets enough rest." She immediately bowed her head in agreement. "Yes." She wondered at his words. Out. She picked her up and said, "Let us go back to your room." She thought again, where can he possibly go? Is there another place for both of us to go? Seeing her expression like that, she could not help but say, "Oh, you do not need to worry. Just leave it to me. Then Nanny will take care of you until tomorrow." She picked her up and lulled her to sleep. "Welcome, little master." In a forest, Gracia felt something and exclaimed, "Oh my, it seems like there is something." She exclaimed, "Tomorrow, I will have to meet a precious guest." The next morning, a carriage appeared in front of the Haliaz castle gate. Alraid Haliaz took her to the chapel. She exclaimed, "He does not need to carry me like this." She looked at the towers and could not help but sigh, "Damn it, why are the towers in Haliaz so frighteningly towering? It is a truly unnecessary fear. Anyway, it is a church. Is he going to say that he adopted a Murdi, but this depends on the person who is taking me?" He went to the church. A pastor bowed to him. The door was opened. Inside was an extremely beautiful scene. The scene in front of her made her exclaim, "It is so sparkly." He carried her forward. The scene in front of her could not help but make her sad. The memorial tablets of her parents were in front of her. He stopped at this moment. He put her down and calmly said, "Go ahead." She was surprised and looked at the scene in front of her. She looked at the memorial tablets of the two of them and could not help but say, "Mom, Dad." She slowly moved forward. She approached with a sorrowful expression. She trembled as she spoke and said sadly, "I did not even have a chance to mourn and say goodbye." Only now, after having lost them once again, I am trying to cling on. Her legs trembled, and she slowly spoke, Mom, Dad. Her whole body was lifted up at this moment. He went to her and lifted her up to look at the picture of her parents. Looking at the picture of the two of them made her remember. Their deaths were erased as if they had never existed in my previous life. She remembered her family, their smiles. Only now did she know, I know what I have lost. Her eyes were filled with tears. She closed her eyes tightly and said, Mom, Dad. Alraid and her stayed in this place for quite a long time before heading to the castle. Both of them sat in the carriage and went back. Inside, she was still extremely sad at this time. He suddenly called her, Princess Liana Lemurti. She was surprised and turned her head to look at him. He calmly said, Now you are going back to Halia's castle. After all, you will live under the name of Halia's. He asked her again, Do you understand? She looked at him without letting go. That is enough. Even though Alraid said it with an unpleasant face, she could see that he still looked sad. Both of them quickly returned to the Halia's castle. Gracia waited for both of them outside. As soon as both of them got out of the carriage, she came to greet them. It has been a long time, has not it, Lord? He was very surprised to see her waiting for him outside. He called her name, Garcia. He wondered, You should have waited in the main hall. She wondered, Garcia, the mage that he mentioned yesterday. She happily said, Just thinking about meeting such a precious person makes me so excited that even at this age, I still can't sit still. She looked at her with a very surprised expression. This little old woman is the protector of the North Wall. He asked, So, how do you feel about meeting this child? Does this child have the flame of Murti? She replied, Does this child have the flame? Lord, are you testing the level of an old person like me? At this moment, she immediately evaluated her. She replied, This child was born from the flame itself. He calmly nodded, I know. She said, I will make an agreement with this child and place a seal on her. Immediately after that, the three of them went inside. Shaun and Theodro were surprised when they saw that both of them had returned. His face became calm at this moment. He wrote the content of the agreement on a piece of paper and said, I have prepared it. He put her down at this moment. Theodro quickly ran to her and called, Liana. He seemed worried about her. I am not sure if you can understand everything that has happened in the past few days. Do you really understand this vow? She looked at him seriously. She replied, Even if Theodro tried to kill me, I won't try to fight him back. Hearing those words touched him. He sat down and explained to her, Maybe you do not know now, but you are still a child and you need to make sure that you are protected safely without having to make a vow. At this moment, he made a vow, I will never point my sword against you. This promise will be valid as long as we are both alive. One day, I will definitely take you back to Murti. Hearing his words made her thoughtful. Theodro's words are difficult for me to understand, but something in me has become lighter. The content of the agreement is, Liana Lemurti will never oppose Haliaz under any circumstances.
It would be simpler to say that.
She immediately reached for the paper to agree to sign the agreement. He finally said, Now you are my daughter, Liana Haliaz. She wondered if I can be more useful than being a tool. He ordered, Theodro, Shaun, take her back to the room. He immediately agreed, Yes, father. All four of them walked together. She wondered, We are going in the opposite direction from my old room. Where are they taking me? She was worried. Could it be, a hellish training is waiting for me? The two maids were delighted when they saw the four of them coming. Everyone's here. Young masters, young lady. She was surprised when she saw the two of them, Duty, Bet. Both of them were delighted when they heard her call their names. Yes, good morning, Princess Liana. They said, From now on, you have become the Princess of Haliaz. We have decorated your new room beautifully and are just waiting for you to come. She slowly stepped into the room. The appearance of the room made her shocked. The maid introduced, This is the room that the Duchess used when she was alive. Looking at the scene inside, she could not help but gasp. Shaun turned to ask her, I used to come here to play often. Because this is my mother's room. If you do not let me into the room, I will kill you, understand? She was very surprised. Your mother, is it really possible for me to use the Duchess's room? Shaun casually said, I do not even remember my mother anymore. He turned to look at her with a bright smile. It is better than leaving this room empty and cold. I think it will be better if this room is warmed up. You are already a part of our family. Everyone nodded in unison to acknowledge her. The maid brought out a cake and said, Come quickly to look around the room and have some snacks. We have baked a delicious cake to celebrate you. Hearing their words touched her deeply. 2 tears began to flow from her eyes. She was extremely happy and cried at this moment. Only now can I cry with all my heart. Everyone saw her crying and worriedly ran to comfort her. The two of them outside heard the sound inside. Shaun asked, "Hey, why are you crying? Is it because I said I would kill you?" Calliope worriedly said, "We can't hide the last descendant of Murdy in Haliaz forever. Liana will receive what belongs to her when she grows up." He acknowledged, if she grows up and wants to take back the land, no one can stop her. Everything about her confirms that she is a Murdy, even if our help is not useful. He was surprised, then why? He calmly said, "Until she grows up, I will settle all debts under the name of Haliaz, for the child who will become the light of this kingdom." Theodro then carried her to bed. He tried to comfort her. After a while, she finally stopped crying. He worriedly asked her, "Have you calmed down?" She slowly replied, Her eyes were still teary at this time. She hid in his chest, saying, "I am not crying." Seeing her like this made him very worried. "If you keep rubbing your eyes like that, it will hurt your eyes." She exclaimed, "This damn body. Once I start crying, I can't stop." He said, "Dorian is preparing a bath for you. It will take a while." He promised her, "I will definitely take you back to Murdy when you turn 20. She finally stopped crying. She said, "Promise me." He immediately agreed, yes. She remembered 20, the age that I did not reach in my previous life, and quickly came to call her, "Princess, the water is ready." She wondered, will I really make it to Murdy? Will I live until then? He then came in and asked, "Has the child calmed down?" He quickly replied, "Yes, she has stopped crying." She wondered, what did I just hear? He hesitated and said, "Princess, no. Now I have to call you Liana." "Liana Haliaz." She quickly replied, "Yes." He slowly said, "After the passing of the Duke and Duchess of Murdy, Haliaz will hold a party to welcome the princess. At that time, must I smile brightly so that no one notices that I am from Murdy?" Hearing him say that, she was very surprised. He asked her again, "Can you do that?" She thought, they are asking me another important question again. She quickly rubbed her eyes. He curiously called her name, Liana. She wondered, the answer has already been decided, right? She lay down on the bed. Immediately after, she sat up. She said to herself, there is no room to say no. She quickly went to him. She calmly sat looking at him. Everyone behind her was nervous at this time. She confidently replied, "Yes, father." She said to herself, "I will survive." He worriedly looked at her, Liana. The maid was also worried about her. She said to herself, "Mom, Dad, Pravisi, watch over me. I will definitely rebuild Murdy with my own flame." A few days later, she was behind a curtain. The maid came to wake her up. "Good morning, Princess Liana." She thought, I have adapted to life in Haliaz. She sighed, "I am so sleepy." The maid said, "The weather is beautiful today. The sunlight is also very warm." She yawned and woke up. "Good morning, city." She thought, I am gradually getting used to acting like a child. It is good, and my pronunciation skills have also improved a bit. She held a doll and said, "Good morning, Sexy." She had named it Cece, after her mother's name, Cecilia. Garcia made it for me, but I will introduce it next week, because there is a more serious and difficult problem at hand. She darkened her face at this time. A maid came in and said, "Good morning, Princess Liana. What do you want to wear today?" She recounted, "On the night when I promised to become the adopted daughter of Haliaz, Alraid Haliaz immediately called a tailor to take my measurements. Dorian, who was in charge of ordering the clothes, recounted, let us see, 10 simple dresses, 3 hats, riding gear, 2 hats for going out, pajamas, and even underwear. And also trousers and gloves." She became serious. I will skip explaining the details. In Lausanne, I just wore whatever I was given, so I never cared about this issue. Even though this is not anything special, every day is a series of these tasks. She pointed to a yellow dress. "I will wear this one today." The two maids explained, "This is a yellow dress with jewels on it." The maids happily greeted each other. She said to herself, another obstacle has been overcome. But she could not relax yet. She was quickly carried to the dining table. They placed her on a chair. Now, the official relationship begins. She hesitated and said, "Good morning." She spelled each word, "I am good," halfway there. She tried to pronounce each word Calliope. She whispered, "Please, please." He began to smile. He said, "Try again, child." She was angry, that bastard. She said, "And say again, A-A-N-H entree." She wondered, I've been doing this for a whole week now. Theodro went to greet her. "Good morning." She looked at him with hateful eyes. It is all because of this person. At that moment he said, Liana, try calling me brother or something. She wondered, brother, just because Theodro teased me in front of Calliope. He tried to avoid her gaze. What should we eat this morning? She was angry, say something. Don't look away. Shaun said, why is your brain so smart but your tongue so weird? She said to herself, anyway, I have to do it. She trembled and clenched her hands. I have learned this method. Secret technique. She suddenly shouted out loud. Fada, entree bullying me. Her voice echoed throughout the castle.
Elsewhere.
Bioden exclaimed, so, the flame of the Empire has finally turned to ashes. Isn't this revenge sweet? The person kneeled down and replied, nothing could be better, Lord. He then remembered her. Now that I remember, it seems there is still a princess. About the age of Franz, right? If the royal family had gotten the fire, they would have been strong, but they burned everything instead. The person remained silent without answering. He ordered, go, do not let anyone find out until I call. The person quickly replied, yes. He then turned around and left. He exclaimed, there is so much to do. In a garden. Franz inside lamented, I can't let myself be found. I have to survive. Dorian held Liana in her arms, lowering her head to comfort the little girl who was complaining, oh my, the young masters. The little girl frowned in annoyance. She walked while laughing, hugging the little girl and comforting her. It is their first time having a little sister, so they are too excited. Don't be too hard on each other. The little girl hid in her arms and revealed a mischievous smile different from her crying appearance earlier. She continued to comfort, from now on, I will have breakfast with you. The little girl's eyes widened as if plotting something, her face with a strange smile. Aure did not come after all, but it was an unexpected gain. Dorian, who rushed in as soon as she heard her crying, was able to overwhelm a swordsman. The gloomy-faced nanny looked at the two older sons of the Halias family with round eyes, making them a little scared. Who dared to bully my little one? From tomorrow onwards, I can eat in peace. Dorian is the best. The little girl clasped her hands, her eyes teary as she looked at her. She lamented, the young masters really. Suddenly Alkiad's voice rang out, you should come have breakfast too. She was holding the little girl when she looked in surprise. Oh my. The little girl was also curious and looked over. Master, what do you need? I have something I want to give to Liana. Alkiad held out the object. I had to rush to find it, so it is still a bit rough, but it should still show the face clearly. It is best for the little one to keep this. He then gave the thing in his hand to her. The little girl held the gift in her hand. She put the little girl down so she could stand and look at the gift herself. Liana. The little girl carefully hugged the gift in her arms, looking up at him. I sent scouts to Murdy to investigate your parents' deaths, but the progress is still slow because the crows have not returned yet. Therefore, I plan to go there myself this time. He said to the little girl, I am sorry, but your welcoming party will have to be postponed for a while. He instructed her, Dorian, I trust you to look after the children while I am gone. Remember to make sure they do not leave the castle. She bowed her head, yes, master. Thank you. He looked at the little girl after she said that. The little girl sincerely hugged the gift in her arms. Thank you very much. Please make sure to clarify the death of Papa and Mama. He was silent, not knowing how to respond. I was a classmate at the academy with your parents, he said while stroking the little girl's head. He stroked her head and instructed, stay here while I am gone. He stood up, preparing to leave. Calliope turned around to look at the castle when he was leaving with his father. Take good care of the castle. Immediately after, Alraid set off for Murdy with Calliope and other scouts. I carefully placed the portrait Alraid gave me in a drawer. It is treasured in a separate place, without anything else. Dorian bent down and asked the little girl, don't you want to see it? The little girl stood silently. It is okay. I want to keep it in a safe place. The little girl's eyes drooped sadly because every time I take it out, I really want to look at it. Actually, I miss them a lot. The little girl looked out the window, but because of that, I can't waste time being sad. The little girl turned to leave. I have a lot of things to do. When she and the little girl opened the door, they met Theodro and Shaun. Hey Tao, hey Siong. Theodro happily raised his hand to greet the little girl, Liana. Shaun sighed and turned his face away. He smiled so happily that his eyes closed. Do you want to go see the crows? The little girl was moved when she heard that, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, and her two pigtails were about to fly up from happiness. Crows. The crows of Halias are all very famous. They quickly report information to the Halias family. Many places raise crows, but no crows are as intelligent and enduring as those of Halias. The red-haired girl was chased and pecked by them. They were one of her enemies in her previous life, and she probably burned a few of them. Xiao crossed his arms and sighed in annoyance. Hey, do we really have to go see that noisy thing? Liana will definitely be scared. She put her hand to her mouth and mocked, teasingly, Are you scared, Xiao? He blushed and angrily yelled, No, I just do not like them because they are too noisy. Theodoro happily picked up his two younger siblings. All right, then let us go. The little girl smiled in agreement. Let us go. In contrast to them, Xiao complained unhappily. I can go by myself, understand. Dorian behind them smiled happily and waved, watching the three siblings. Have fun. You also have a crow, right brother? He replied, Of course. Let us talk while we walk. She looked after them gently. Thank heavens for the second young master. Last night, in the study, Alraid talked with his two sons and her. This is the report from the scouts. Dorian, I also called you here because from now on, I will tell Liana any information. She was surprised, yes, master. Theodora was surprised and worried, but she is still a child. Won't she get anxious? Isn't it better to tell her after she is older? Calliope was calmer than him. Theo, that child is very smart. She has the right to know about the family and her parents. He sadly lowered his head. She was happy and relieved. He must have stayed up all night worrying about the young lady. She stood in front of the door looking at it. Master, young masters have really grown up. And I hope you will always watch over the new young lady too. She prayed gently. In a land covered entirely in snow, including the trees and railways. All the crows in the castle were inside this mountain. The three of them looked up at the crow on the tree branch. The little girl held onto Theodora's clothes, while Xiao hid behind his legs. The little girl turned pale with fear, her eyes spinning as if she was about to faint. Oh my, is it because I am only 3 years old that they look so big? The crow flew down, making Liana scream and struggle in fear, trying to escape from Theodora's arms. He turned to instruct the crow. Oh my, be careful. Quiet, you are scaring my baby. He hugged the little girl in his arms. Liana continued to stare at the crow in fear, while it flapped its wings happily, cawing. Caw. The crow continued to caw. He angrily hugged Liana closer, so she could not see it. You little brat, are you challenging me? The crow continued to caw. It was grabbed by its tail and became still and quiet, not daring to move, only letting out a small caw. Gracia laughed. Oh my, be careful. It is not good like that. What if our young lady gets scared and runs away from the castle? The little girl blushed, her eyes teary as she turned back. Gracia. She laughed happily. Hello. It has been a few days, has not it? He turned and asked, What are you doing here, Gracia? Xiao, hiding behind him, jumped. Do not talk to me. Yes, as our wise young master predicted. She smiled. She leaned on her cane and sighed. I am here to find a friend for Ingram. The little girl looked up. Ingram. A snow-white crow perched on the tree branch, looking down at them. The white bird flew down and perched on her arm, looking at the siblings. Theodoro enthusiastically praised, Ingram is Gracia's crow. It is very intelligent. Xiao looked at the black crow and stood there, trembling slightly, criticizing, with this personality, what is the use of intelligence? A voice rang out, telling them to get lost. The little girl was shocked by what she heard, her mouth gaping open as she turned her head to reflexively ask, Huh? The white crow raised its neck and yelled, Get lost, you insects, be careful, get lost. Theodoro and Liana were startled with fear. He yelled at it, Oh my, Ingram, the little one can hear that, Gracia, do something. She gently stroked it. Ingram, the young lady can hear you. The little girl was shocked that she could understand it. The black crow flew into the forest, the white crow watching it. The little girl looked at it with a little fear. The white crow yelled, Ingram. Everyone was startled and looked at it. The little girl fearfully thought, Is it talking to me? The little girl introduced herself. I am Liana. It happily flew over to greet Liana. Ingram is very happy to meet you. The two siblings looked at it in surprise. Very happy to meet you. Very happy to meet you, Liana. It happily smiled. The little girl happily looked at it. Very happy to meet you too, Ingram. The three of them stood and waved goodbye to her on the road. She cried emotionally, I have lived long enough to see this day. Ingram, who only knew how to glare, peck, and bite randomly, was greeting them. It used to be like a small bear, looking at everyone with disdain and pecking their heads and tearing their clothes. She happily said that it was truly a miracle. The little girl was so shocked that she froze. What did she just introduce me to? She happily said, Oh, by the way, have you named your worry doll yet? The little girl politely replied, Ah yes. Her name is Cece. The little girl showed that she had put her under the blanket this morning. She smiled kindly. I am glad that the little one has a name. I was a bit worried because you were startled when you saw her before. I was not sure if you would like her. Liana glanced elsewhere and thought, I can understand. I almost died. A few days ago after visiting the prayer house. When Dorian was tucking her in, there was a knock on the door. She asked who could be outside at this hour. When she opened the door, she was surprised and exclaimed, Oh my. Gracia. What brings you here so late? She smiled. I have something I want to give to the young lady. May I come in for a bit? She replied, It is all right since the young lady is not sleepy yet. Young lady, Garcia is here, the little girl on the bed asked Garcia. She held a doll that looked like the little girl and said, I came here to bring a gift. I am not very good at it, but I made it myself. It is a worry doll. The little girl hugged it and asked a worry doll. She smiled. Yes, it will take away all your worries. In the little girl's eyes, she was not a kind old lady, but an old lady with a malicious smile who was plotting against her. Her face at this moment made the little girl feel like someone from the past who had created a trauma. Her voice rang out, It will keep all your worries and anger too. Please leave these painful memories to the doll. The little girl fearfully widened her eyes, her face pale. The little girl screamed and threw the doll. Liana covered her ears, sobbing. No, I do not want a worry doll. I do not want a worry doll. Dorian and Garcia looked at the little girl worriedly. There were many explanations from Garcia and Dorian before she felt comfortable enough to touch the doll. Garcia asked, Are you afraid that Garcia will cast a curse on it? Dorian on the side comforted. Don't worry, young lady. The young masters also have worry dolls like that. The little girl looked out the window and said, I am afraid of curses. The little girl clasped her hands together in her arms. I also feel sad. But I think I should remember Papa and Mama anyway. So, you plan to keep your sadness to continue remembering them? She smiled and asked, Cece. You took the name from Cecilia, the little girl affirmed with an sound. Her face was filled with happiness. So I can bear all my memories and sadness. I will become stronger. Shaun sighed, criticizing. And you say that after being startled by a crow? The little girl angrily glared at him. Hey, you are still hiding behind Theo. Shaun was startled and turned pale. That is. He could not say anything more. The little girl angrily hit his black spot. You are such a petty person. He was embarrassed and quickly explained, I am still growing, okay? Once I learn swordsmanship, crows will be nothing. The little girl pouted. Swordsmanship, you. Shaun, she thought to herself, no way. Swordsmanship is not your path. Shaun turned to ask Theo. Hey Theo, can you teach me? Theo was surprised. He asked, now father said he would hire a swordsman for you next year, and Calliope is here too.
Calliope.
The image of him appeared with a cold face like snow and ice. I have many things to do. Wait until the right time to learn. Just thinking about it made both of them scared. He said a bit hesitantly, he is busy. Okay, if it is just for a day off. He looked at him happily. That sounds great, brother. He jumped up excitedly. Father gave me a sword before. He said that when you guys were my age, you had already used it.
I will go get it now.
Everyone smiled as they watched him. He said, as you wish. Take the wooden sword to the training room. He was surprised and asked happily, really, the training room? I can go in there. Of course, you are a part of the Haliyaz family. Yes, 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 the little girl looked at them unhappily. Daira wanted to follow. Both of the siblings were stunned. She smiled and advised the little girl, young lady, it will be very scary with all the clashing swords. The little girl was determined not to compromise. I want to go too. Also, the training room will be very noisy, cold, and dirty. Daira was still determined to go. I can't miss observing the training process of a swordsman. She frowned, then be careful. Can you go with Dorian? Well, it is not like there is anything when watching a 6-year-old train. But I am curious about Haliyaz's training room. The little girl smiled triumphantly. I am Liana Haliyaz. He laughed happily. That is right. Liana is also Haliyaz, so you can go. He angrily waved. Oh no, not again, brother. Well, Garcia, we're going. The three of them said goodbye to her. She stood there alone, worried. I hope it is okay. But she had underestimated Theodro Haliyaz. He and he were fighting with swords. He trembled as he looked at his brother. Dorian hugged the little girl, and the two of them nervously watched the fight. He looked seriously at the sword.
1.
He immediately rushed to him. The little girl turned pale with fear and hugged her. Shaun trembled with fear and called out brother, standing still, unable to move. He became dangerous at this time, revealing his strength with a face full of killing intent. He actually used aura to train his 6-year-old brother. A voice rang out, 1, lower your stance. The image of him was like a commander training in the army. 2, do not close your eyes. Lower your shoulders, use your body's strength. He trembled and held his sword. He cried, his hands trembling as he held the sword. The little girl watched seriously from outside. Even other disciples can shine, and are full of energy. You can do it. She crossed her arms as she watched them. What does full of energy mean? He can't even bear the weight of a wooden sword. The little girl thought, it seems like Theodro is just playing around because he thinks his younger brother is very cute.
Look at that smile.
He smiled happily and shouted, 1, 2, again 1, 2. They look so beautiful when they are focused. Her train of thought was interrupted when she heard Dorian's laughter. She could not help but laugh. The little girl quickly turned and told Dorian to shush. He flusteredly threw the wooden sword away.
Ahaha, sorry.
Is our young lady trying to concentrate? She laughed until she held her stomach. The little girl sighed, no, not me. The wooden sword fell to the floor, making a sound. He froze, unable to move, looking at the sword far away. Dorian worriedly lamented, oh my. A picnic meal was prepared, looking extremely attractive. He sat with a red face, crossing his arms in silence and sadness. Dorian, to encourage Shaun's spirits, suggested making a sandwich and biscuits. He pouted and criticized with a sullen face. Diara calmly sat, chewing on a biscuit. She was embarrassed, young master, I really did not mean to. It is just that I thought you looked so happy. However, the young lady is also very lovely when she is concentrating like that. He laughed. Dorian really does not know anything.
Do you, Shaun?
He turned and pretended to reproach. Dorian, your manners are worse than 3-year-old Liana's. She clasped her hands apologetically. Sorry, young master. It is because Dorian was too careless. He crossed his arms, trying to look sulky. Don't bother us next time. Both of them happily agreed. If you do it again, I won't look at you anymore. Dorian said she would never laugh again. The little girl sat, eating a biscuit until she had crumbs on her mouth without realizing. Thank heavens. I wonder what Theodro went through in his previous life. He was smiling very happily at this moment. Regardless of his profound understanding in aura swordsmanship or when he is angry, not just this moment, she recalled his frightening appearance earlier. The image of him covered in blood with cold eyes made her understand that he could have been known as the ghost of Haliaz in his previous life just by that brief glimpse. She stared. He has a cold heart, a cold-blooded man. I used to think I would die when I was always lingering around him. He looked at her. Liana, why is your face so pale? Is something stuck in your throat? The little girl was startled and denied it. She thought deeply. Please do not think about such things anymore. My second brother is a teenager with a pure heart. She widened her bright eyes, thinking more importantly, I have something I want to say. The sword is too heavy for Shaun. Could we practice with a firewood stick? He was surprised, huh? He angrily told the little one, do you want me to hold a stick to learn swordsmanship instead of using a sword? He laughed happily, clapping his hands. Oh, why did not I think of that? Because Shaun is much smaller than I was at that age. A wooden sword is not suitable for him. He was shocked to hear this. Then I will go out and get some straight branches. How could Liana think of such a good idea? The little girl was speechless, thinking, probably because I experienced it in my previous life. Oedipa taught me with branches when I could not hold a holy sword. She swung a small piece of firewood forcefully at that time. That guy was a cruel person. Thinking about Oedipa, he would never give up easily. Anyway, being quiet makes me uncomfortable. The little girl thought while eating a biscuit. He hugged his knees, his eyes teary and sad. I liked it when my brother gave me a sword even though it was heavy. So what if I am small? Am I so small that I can only hold a branch? He was startled by his younger brother's sadness. The little girl jumped, oh no. She laughed and advised him, don't worry, young master. You will grow up fast. This winter, you'll be able to hold a wooden sword. He hugged his younger brother's shoulders. That is right, Shaun. When Liana turns 6, you will be able to hold a sword and teach her swordsmanship. The little girl sat there like a beautiful doll. He asked, right, Liana? He was still sitting, hugging his knees sadly. In the future that she knew, Shaun would never become a swordsman. Instead, he realized his talent in researching swordsmanship, including a popular swordsmanship that everyone remembered in history. In her opinion, it was completely a meaningless effort. But is there a problem? She smiled and stood up. I am not going to live like I did in my previous life. The little girl smiled brightly. Yes, I will learn too.
Please help me, Shaun.
He was surprised and looked at her, blushing. Of course. That cute promise was witnessed by sparrows perched on the window bars. From now on, I will let these warm-hearted brothers do what they want. The image of the beautiful castle in winter under the sunlight. The little girl put her hands on her hips, disliking the person who was yelling. He stepped over with a bright smile. Focus, focus. You have to observe your steps until the very end. He was afraid, tears welling up, and ran away from the bug that was flying there, calling for him. I can't, how can you be okay, and then yell again. He used the small wooden stick to chase the bug away, while the little girl looked on and sighed. Forget the previous life. Becoming a swordsman is beyond his capabilities. She silently looked at the bug that had flown to land in front of her. She looked at it, standing still. Her hair was blown out, looking very cute. The bug flew up, making him shrink back in fear, while she exclaimed, "Oh my," in shock. He trembled, about to cry, saying to himself, I can catch it. Liana, you. She looked at him, thinking, I am going to go crazy. She lamented, oh my young lady, your leg, a bug that looked like a cockroach in the distance had been trampled to death. He smiled happily. You finally killed that cockroach. What an unfortunate performance. The little girl angrily lowered her face. Today, I want to support Shaun's foundation, so I need to focus my strength. The little girl burst into tears, her face red. It is too scary. I hate bugs. Brother Shaun, kill it. He was startled and went closer. What is wrong? Why are you so scared? He looked at Shaun, trying to chase it away. Bug, get lost. He smiled happily. Liana, you are a grown-up older sister, are not you? The little girl continued to pretend to cry. A soldier ran in and called Lord Theodro. He asked, what is it? I have come to report this from the guards. Outside. He frowned when he heard the report. Okay, I will get ready to go immediately. Take care of the kids.
Yes.
The little girl rubbed her eyes, looking at them. What is it? He walked over and spoke to his younger siblings. He ruffled their heads. Sorry, I need to take care of some things really quickly. So you two can play a game that I made up like this. He sadly asked, wait, brother, play, what about training? Listen, Shaun. A cunning villain is coming to attack us on a carriage. This villain will only be in our castle for one day. The space became dark as the carriage approached. He worried, so in this one day, the luxurious carriage stopped immediately. A man on horseback called out, a message from His Majesty the Emperor. If you do not have any intention of treason, Halias, come out immediately. The little girl was terrified when she heard these words, a message from the royal family. The Murdy Castle. The ruins caused by the war. The sky turned golden in the late afternoon with the ruins of the castle. Calliope exclaimed, it is terrible, when he saw the scene before him. Alraid was silent. He quickly reacted when he sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, you are here, Duke Halias. I am sorry for the late welcome. We thought you were coming tomorrow. A man ran out in a hurry, speaking hesitantly. He simply replied, the wind helped when crossing the strait. The damage is really great even though it is modest. I have brought supplies and relief funds, so please use them to rebuild. The chubby man quickly wiped his sweat in fear. Thank you. I truly hope blessings will come to you and that Halias will be under the Emperor's goodwill. I am sorry that the northern operating headquarters have not been fully reorganized. We will take you to the most suitable place to stay overnight, the Lucretia Tower. This way. He turned and asked the man, did the funeral for the Duke and Duchess go well? Yes, most of the people, the residents here, are truly mourning them. The people here are really going through a great
loss,
he said with a sad face, clasping his hands together. It is truly a difficult time. Regarding the death of their only descendant, the princess, everyone here is crying for Murdy from the bottom of their hearts, believing that this disaster has crushed the land. He thought it was fortunate that the truth about Liana being alive had not spread. He asked the man, how is the investigation going? You do not know about the flame of Murdy. Most of the castles and everything that was left were turned to ashes. There is nothing to investigate. The whole area was burned to ruins. The man continued, we found many signs that are said to be bones in the Duke's room, but we can't do anything other than hold a funeral. He turned and asked, could it not be from a servant? The man turned pale, saying, but this happened late at night, and the servants had been moved to other rooms by that time. He turned back and asked, how many servants survived? Almost all of them survived, but because of various problems during the move, they were also slightly injured. I understand. Take me to the memorial area. We will go there. The man hurriedly said, yes, understood. He sat at his desk in his room, resting his chin on his hand, pondering as he looked at the scroll on the table. There is an extremely serious and urgent issue to be discussed regarding the accident at Murdy, so I desire to have a trial for this matter. That is what was written in the scroll. He frowned with worry. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have gone to Murdy and left Calliope behind. The messenger who was sent along with the soldiers has reported to me that the Emperor has summoned Duke Halias to discuss it with him, so before he returns, we must deal with the deeper issues. This will take time. I will send someone there. Young master, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but has not the Duke also faced political issues before? If you can't do it like him, then you will disappoint the Emperor. He sighed. He laughed awkwardly.
Father, the report has arrived.
Report, he said in a panic. Father, there is an invitation to the Crown Prince's birthday party. You could not even attend the Emperor's meeting last time. He replied, I am busy. That is just spending time on meaningless activities. He confusedly scratched his head and replied, to repay the royal family's trust in Halias. I also have to try. Looking at everything overall, it does not seem like it will be too long. Liana is still here. I can't let everything be delayed any longer. He leaned back and sighed. I do not know if father and my brother have arrived at Murdy yet. It will probably be a while before they return. Even though Liana is very smart, she is only 3 years old. If she cries, he was worried and sadly dazed. Why is the guest room so close to her room, with a court official? I can't kill them to shut them up. I can't even give her to a maid to watch over. Dealing with such a complicated issue is not my specialty. He was startled and asked, someone who would come here at this hour, could it be? He worriedly thought, is there an intruder? He ordered, come out before I have to repeat myself, understand. In the worst case, I might face him without preparation. He picked up his sword. A person appeared at the door. Don't be too worried, second young master. He was surprised, not knowing how to react.
Garcia, she smiled, good evening.
It has been a long time, has not it, young master? I know. When I was a child, I only met you on holidays. What brought you here? He happily ran over. She stood there and said, a royal guest has arrived. I thought my master might be in trouble, so I came to help. Garcia knows everything. Huh, you know exactly what I am thinking. He sighed with relief. She smiled. I only know what I know. He asked, what do you think we should do, Garcia? She glanced over. This is truly a difficult situation. The Grand Master can easily recognize the royal family's problems and easily convince them to leave. Garcia and I, the second young master, are protectors focused on strength, not order. The sword and the flowers on the table are shining in the night. We can only do what we are good at well. He drew his sword, kill and bury them. That is an idea. She was speechless. Oh, young master. If it were that easy, it would be fine. Leave this place and the princess to me and go to the royal palace with the court official. He was surprised and asked leave here, but Garcia. She calmly looked up at the night sky. It is okay. The princess will be here for a long time. No matter what happens, it will be fine. He lowered his eyes. If Garcia said so, then I feel more at ease. Father will definitely be very, very angry. He was scared and darkened his face, while she was still happy. Young master, everyone grows up with beatings. She laughed happily, without looking at him. He laughed while tears were about to fall, asking, don't you think you will be punished along with me? He stretched and laughed. I can't think of a better solution. There is no time left. I will be back soon, Garcia. She instructed, be careful on your way, young master. The morning light shone down on the castle hidden in the snowy land. The carriage rolled away from the castle. The little girl pulled back the curtains and looked outside. They are leaving. Dorian hugged her. Who knows who is leaving, so we have to be careful, young lady. She carried the little girl back to bed. Dorian and she had spent the night in silence and without sleep. The guest rooms are on the same floor, so we could not step outside. We were too worried about wandering around and making noise. It is fortunate that they did not come looking for us. She worriedly placed the little girl on the bed. I hope the royal messenger leaves quickly. The little girl cowered, trembling with fear. The two of them jumped when they heard a knock on the door. Nanny, princess, it is Susie. They both sighed with relief when they heard that. The maid entered the room quickly. Lord Theodro told me to give this letter to the princess. She wondered, a letter. Do you need me to read it for you? The little girl opened the letter and said she could read it herself. To Liana, because of an emergency summons from the royal family, I have no choice but to leave this place. During my absence, Garcia will be responsible for protecting the castle. Don't worry. Garcia is very strong. Do you remember the story about the North Tower in the library? If you need a place to rely on, you can find Garcia there. All three of them were terrified as they read the letter. I will be back soon. Your second brother, Theodro. The little girl thought. Theodro was suddenly summoned by the royal family. What is the reason? So the only true Halias left in this castle are little Shaun and me. If Oedipa tries to kidnap me again this time, I am done for. Her hands holding the letter trembled. Could it be? Has the royal family realized what is happening? Dorian was surprised. Oh, princess, don't worry too much. Everything will be okay. Because the Halias family is very important, the royal family often summons them. She tried to advise her when she saw her face darken and tremble continuously. Susie was terrified, turning pale, but still tried to comfort her. That is right. Garcia is still here. The door suddenly opened. All three of them were startled with fear. The two of them shielded Liana behind them. Susie yelled, "Who is it?" The space was eerily silent. I have come here to deliver new information from my brother. A voice came from a small blue head. The little girl looked at the person with teary eyes. Hey, Shaun. He peeked his head in. Can I come in? Dorian pulled back the curtain and looked outside. He sat on the bed with her. The royal family contacted the court official to summon father, but while father was still in Murdy, they decided to stay in the castle until father returns. Which is why Theodro had to go. He was embarrassed. At least you do not have to hide anymore. Thank God. In contrast to that, the little girl fearfully clutched her dress, her face pale. Theo made a hasty decision, just because of me. He is such an idiot. I do not know if there are spies here. Instead of an intruder, it would be more dangerous if my presence was discovered. That court official is very suspicious and has the support of the royal family, so it is even more difficult to deal with. The little girl darkened her face, but the target is this castle, Oedipa. That man is a puppet with the sole mission to kill. The demonic hand uses threads of blood to control him. The gloomy castle and his frightening face are very scary. Most of the Halias family has left. No one can stop him. Is Oedipa truly loyal, or is he hypnotized like me? She looked at the shadow on the floor and wondered. Garcia is not a hypnotist, so she probably does not know about this relationship. My heart is about to explode. Her face turned red like a boiling kettle that was about to explode. The atmosphere around her was really bad at this time. Dorian worriedly looked. Shaun was flustered, not knowing what to do. Are you okay? Your face is about to explode. He tried to ask, if we are just going to keep worrying like this, then why do not we listen to what Theo said and go find Garcia when our brother thought that our hearts were about to beat wildly? He would always go to the library. She also advised, Lord Shaun, Garcia is very busy because everyone is gone. Well, we will just look from afar. Seeing a healthy Garcia standing in front of the wall can help calm us down. She thought that is right. In my previous life, I broke into Halias using information from Drehan. Her memories returned to the battle at that time, just like Oedipa. Oedipa's information. This place will. She did not dare to think anymore when she saw the two of them discussing how to help her. If I can't protect them, then at least I have to give them some information. Okay, let us go find Garcia. Both of them were surprised. She gently called, young lady. She firmly said, Garcia told me to come if I had anything I wanted to tell her. She looked at her. If that is what the young lady said, then let us go. But if she is not there because she is too busy, then we will come back. Okay, she agreed, yes. He refused. What, Dorian, do you mean that I am not mature enough? Shaun, you're doing a very good job at being a young master. He shyly scratched his nose, of course. Susie, bring the food. Young lady, young master, Susie has brought breakfast. She opened the container, looking happily at the delicious food for the two of them. Here are special measures for those who could not sleep last night. This was made a bit special. The two siblings looked at the food together. The chef's special dish, milk pudding. Both of them stared greedily at the glittering food. Damn it. This is not the time for snacks to distract us. But with all the different procedures in the morning, my mouth is watering. Liana tried to resist her cravings. I have to go find Garcia. Dorian advised, anyway, it is still half a day until night. You need to eat to have strength. Susie hugged her cheeks and praised the food. That is right. Even the Grand Master, the smartest person, never turned down strawberry milk pudding. He looked at the pudding with his mouth drooling. You can't even see him when he is eating. Brother Calliope, the image of him coldly eating that food and saying, how dare you bother me while I am enjoying my pudding, was really bizarre. The little girl was terrified, her hair standing on end, unable to believe that that person who looked like he was about to chew on a black pepper could make such an expression. He was holding the pudding, craving it so much that he did not care about anything else but the pudding. Of course he eats with a bigger spoon than us too. Susie coaxed her. Come on, young lady, say, The little girl helplessly looked at the spoonful of food brought before her. If even Calliope can't resist, then there must be some special formula in this, so I will just eat it. Eating something sweet might make my mood and brain better. In her previous life, she was only moving around all day and trying to survive on mediocre food. The little girl was satisfied with the spoon of pudding she was fed. Things are different now. Even if I am so weak that I can't fight, I can still do many things. Come and get me, Oedipal. The little girl was bursting with energy. The two maids laughed happily when they saw that. The little girl asked for another bite. Yes, that is right.
Say,
Are you eating pudding or fighting with it? Young lady, you are so smart. Outside the castle, a cloaked figure stood on a tree, looking at the place. Haliaz's black crows lay on the ground in puddles of blood, motionless. He silently looked at the castle, wearing a mask. He jumped to the ground quickly, disappearing before he could see his figure. The two siblings read books in the Haliaz castle library. I usually spend time in the library checking a few things until the stars appear. The little girl intently read a book, ignoring everything around her. The first thing I have to check is the map. It clearly shows the countries and terrain positions. Most of them match my memories from my previous life, except for one place that was burned before. I learned about geography. Now it is time for history, especially about Drehan. He happily lay on his stomach reading a book, humming a song. When she asked that child, who had read a novel about history books, he wondered, history books, I am only 3 years old. I won't be able to understand it without a teacher to teach me. Shaun proudly boasted that he would be suitable for that position. And then he had her study a 3-hour history lesson. Shaun told everything with an excited and happy face, while the little girl turned pale and was about to faint with fear. Someone built roads here and an island in Klaya and built a city that could hold hundreds and thousands of people. The little girl's face was pale and her head was spinning. Honestly, my mind was asleep for 2 hours. I can definitely say that Drehan passed on historical knowledge that fit his tastes. A comparison table that Liana created about the two people. The little girl worriedly looked at the content. I can stop looking, but I know for sure that this lesson depends on the topic of the book. A 6-year-old can remember historical interactions like that. He is definitely a genius. A maid ran in and said, Everyone's here, looking happy. All 3 of them looked over. The maid announced, It is time for dinner. Today the dessert is milk pudding. Shaun excitedly prepared to run off. The little girl closed her book, enchanted when she heard there was her favorite food. Thinking about my previous life, when did I make a decision and face the consequences of that mistake, I have to be careful. But this situation is not really suitable, and I do not have confidence that I can resist if danger suddenly comes. The little girl stood up, preparing to leave. But if I still want to live, then I still have to go on. The maid called her back. Young lady, the little girl turned her head. If you allow, could I take you to the dining room, where we can have a meal after a long day? Besides the boring lessons and potential dangers, thinking about milk pudding and these bright smiles gives me a little hope. The little girl smiled and ran over. That sounds good. I feel like I can handle this. When they were walking, Shaun asked Dorian, what about me? She said that he was old enough to do what he liked. The hallway suddenly became quiet. They had disappeared. Outside the castle's passageway, Garcia was waiting for them. When Dorian was holding the little girl, a voice rang out. Finally, the special guests have arrived. The little girl looked at the starry night sky with sparkling eyes. Garcia smiled. I am waiting for you under the stars. At the castle that was destroyed to ruins, it was still collapsing and smoking. Calliope reported. The scouting crows have returned, father. It seems like something is trying to hinder or interfere. Should we continue to investigate? The soldiers took turns guarding and resting. The 2 of them looked at the carrier crow flying over. It held a glittering yellow stone in its mouth, landing on Alraid's hand. No, that is enough. Everyone, follow the crows and gather what remains. The investigation will end after that. He turned his head, his face cold with ice-cold eyes, saying that, tomorrow morning, we will return to Haliaz. Dorian carried Liana into the room. A welcoming voice rang out, making them both look straight ahead in surprise. Finally, the special guests have arrived. The little girl's big, sparkling eyes were stunned by the woman in front of her. Under the peaceful blue sky, Gracia, letting the gentle breeze blow through, narrowed her eyes and smiled kindly. The 2 of them sat down on a chair. After chatting for a while, Liana's emotions gradually stabilized. She blankly looked up at the sky, describing Oedipa to Gracia as if she had had a nightmare. A feeling of bewilderment suddenly came, and her small hands clenched. Even though it was just a child's nightmare, she still listened carefully. Looking at Gracia's friendly and gentle face, the little girl worried, not knowing if she believed it. After listening to everything, she rested her chin on her hand and slowly spoke. So, you are afraid of a man named Oedipa. You are afraid he will come and take you away again. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl nodded in affirmation. Gracia, with a kind face, said in a gentle voice, "Young lady, have I told you that I know astrology?" When that question was asked, Liana comfortably replied, "Yes, you have." Receiving that answer, she carefully stood up. "Then, let us look at the stars." She walked over to the little girl, pointing to the sky. "Do you see that big star, the highest star in the sky?" Liana followed her hand, raising her beautiful, round, jewel-like eyes and looking at the vast sky. The big and brightest star, at the top, is the Duke. The two stars next to it are Lord Calliope and Lord Theodro. The other star is Lord Shaun. Then she asked the little girl, "Whose is the red star below?" Liana hesitated for a while and then replied, "My star." She smiled happily until her eyes closed and praised, "You are so smart." That is right. In the infinite space, the stars still shine every day. She turned away, moving her gaze away from the little girl, looking far away. At first, they were only as small as a speck of dust with clouds. I thought they would leave soon, but these gusts continued to shine brighter and brighter. Then Gracia pointed to the sky, where there were two stars shining brightly in blue and red. When we realized it, it had become as bright as Lord Shaun's star. Liana watched the two bright stars in a daze. Now she was a member of the Haliaz family. Then Gracia pointed towards a small bright spot by the eagle's wings. That star made a vow that as long as one small star is shining, no one can harm the children of Haliaz. They will create a magic circle to protect the children. A long time ago, that was the day you protected my children. Hearing this, Liana looked up in confusion. Children of Gracia. She gently closed her eyes and replied comfortably, "Yes, they all had short lives and left before me." Thinking back to when she was young, she was frantically running through the white snow when a silver-haired man carried one person on his shoulders and hugged another in his arms. Her face turned pale. "This is your son." At that time, she was only a small mage, and they were only ordinary soldiers. The silver-haired man's eyes were sharp and cold, saying, "I won't accept it if my soldiers are harmed." Finding her two children, Gracia was overjoyed, and two streams of tears flowed down her face. The memories closed, and she calmly said, "Living long enough to repay that kindness is my dream." She picked Liana up and happily said, "As the vow says, as long as I am alive." Gracia looked up high, observing the peaceful scene around her, and swore again, "No one can take the children of Haliaz from me." In her arms, Liana hesitantly said, "That." Then she pointed to the star shining high in the sky. "There are other red stars." Gracia excitedly praised. Comforting the little girl in her arms, she explained, "That is not a star, it is just the shadow where Lord Cecilia's star used to be." Hearing that, Liana understood, "My mother's star's shadow." Finally, she treated Oedipa as a nightmare and tried to reassure her. Liana was somewhat comforted because she would not let her be captured. Now her eyes drooped, feeling the sleepiness gradually come over her. Gracia looked at the little girl, smiling brightly. "Young lady, it is past your bedtime, is not it?" She thoughtfully looked up. The big stars form a triangle and do not shift. This is when this place is safe. That day won't be far away, Princess Murdy. She blankly looked at the starry sky. Soon after, in the luxurious and magnificent room filled with precious items, the morning light shone into the room, waking Liana from her dream. She was still groggy as she sat up and stretched, opening her mouth wide to yawn. "It is morning." She turned and rotated the small doll next to her. "Good morning, Cece." At this time, the door opened, and seeing the little girl awake, Dorian was surprised. "Young lady, I was about to go in and wake you." Liana opened her mouth to greet. "Good morning, Dorian." She happily smiled and asked, "It is already lunchtime. Are you hungry?" The little girl was about to answer no, but her stomach rumbled in protest. Seeing Liana blush, she covered her mouth and chuckled. "Your stomach is truly honest." After she finished speaking, Dorian pushed the food cart over. "Talking with Gracia was very interesting, was not it? But you fell asleep. I brought some simple things to eat here." Looking at the little girl's lovely doll, She recounted. Gracia said that if possible, could she borrow Cece for a while. Hearing this, the little girl was a little surprised. Dorian said softly, if you agree, she wants to put a protective magic circle on Cece. What do you think? Liana was stunned and mumbled, a protective magic circle. In her mind, she said, she could do this while I was still sleeping. She still thinks I am afraid of magic. Thinking this, the little girl looked at Dorian, who was kindly offering her a spoonful of food. First, it is broccoli soup. She lowered her head and ate a large bite that she was being fed. Chewing the food on the spoon, Liana happily felt its temperature. It is so warm. She sighed and agreed it is okay. Dorian spoke in a small, coaxing tone, then eat quickly so that you can give Cece to her. But her eyes darkened, and the worries from yesterday felt like a dream. Seeing the white snowflakes gently floating outside the window, if these peaceful days continue, then maybe I can let go of my worries. But if that happens, then it would be wonderful. Liana's eyes were filled with sadness. But I know. This peaceful mountain scenery, the moment when I let my guard down. It is also the moment when someone's life begins to fade, and only the feathers are left. After traveling a long distance, Oedipa sighed wearily. We can enter at sunset. On the other side, the luxurious carriage stopped, and the people in the castle stood waiting. A person stood respectfully to receive him. You have arrived. Alade coldly replied, I will rest for a while and clear my mind early tomorrow. The person agreed you should. But Kai's been waiting for you all afternoon. Suddenly, a parrot with pure white feathers flew over their heads. He looked up in surprise. Kai, the person following behind, explained, it did not land, even when called, so it must have important news. It calmly landed on Alade's hand. He took the letter from its leg, pulling out the red string. The color of the string showed that this was bad news. After reading the letter, he silently clenched the paper in anger. Then Alade quickly turned and moved closer to the door. We will go back immediately. The young man was startled and called out in surprise. Behind him, Calliope asked confusedly, Father, what is it? Before he could finish speaking, Alade angrily gritted his teeth. He angrily said, Theodro has returned to Xantar with the royal ambassador. Now the Halia's family estate is engulfed in flames. The main house is abandoned. We must return immediately. Liana in her pajamas was blankly looking at Cece in her hands. She was absent-mindedly examining the open book on her bed, anxiously speaking, the protective magic circle, is it working? Her sparkling eyes gradually lost their light. She sadly and dejectedly said to herself, she said everything will be okay, as long as I have Cece with me. Gracia left, only leaving a letter. I am sorry for not being able to give it to you myself. But if you hold Cece tightly, she will protect you. After reading the letter, Liana hugged Cece tightly in her arms, comforting herself. It will be okay. Suddenly, a sound rang out. The little girl was startled and fearfully looked up and saw Shaun, who was deeply asleep, turning over. He was still deep in his dream, constantly making sounds with his mouth. The little girl was terrified, scary. Liana slowly approached and called him. Hey, Shaun, wake up. It is late. He slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning. It is late. The little girl unhappily replied, You said we would read together, but you fell asleep. You did not nap. You can't sleep anymore now. Suddenly, the whole castle shook violently. The two kids turned pale with fear. Despite his pale face, Shaun hugged the little girl to protect her. An earthquake. Suddenly, Dorian burst through the door, yelling, Young lady, young master. She ran over quickly. Shaun frantically asked, What is it, Dorian? She quickly picked up the little girl, anxiously replying, I do not know, but there is an emergency signal from the West Tower. Then she asked, Can you come with me? He was confused and scared, replying, Of course. Where should we go? Dorian held Liana in her arms and ran with Shaun, anxiously looking at him and explaining, With Gracia's protection, they can't enter the castle. When there is a signal, we will gather at one place. Saying this, she could feel that she was trembling. In her warm arms, Liana trembled in fear. I can't keep my composure. The atmosphere around the little girl became dark and gloomy. In her current situation, no one in the palace could face Oedipa. Remembering the image of a strange man carrying her on his shoulders and leaving the fire, with Oedipa motionlessly behind, Liana could not help but feel anxious. Will this place also catch fire? It is strange. In my previous life, I was never afraid of any dangerous mission. Her face darkened, tears threatening to fall. She gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling. But now, I can't stop shaking. Seeing Liana's unusual state, both of them stopped. Dorian called in fear, "Young lady." This gentle voice pulled the little girl away from her wandering thoughts. She pointed towards the window, gently saying, "Look, do you see the star outside the window?" The little girl looked at her in confusion. Yes. The stars high above continued to shine. Dorian helped her regain her composure. "Do you see Gracia's star? Our protector is trying to protect the Haliaz castle." She kindly advised, "You will be okay, young lady. No one can hurt you." Despite being afraid, Shaun also tried to reassure Liana, patting his chest lightly and affirming, "That is right. Even if father and brother are not here, I am still here. I will protect you because I am your brother." His courageous words made her pay attention. She happily said, "That is very brave." The little girl silently contemplated for a while. Then she turned and hugged Cece tightly, blushing, and said to herself, "It will be okay. Things will be different than before. It will definitely be different." When she opened her big eyes, Liana thought to herself, "In this life, I can't lose anything else. Not myself and not this new family." Then Dorian hurriedly ran off. The little girl excitedly said, "Now let us go to Gracia." She happily said, "All right." Dorian's running now. Shaun awkwardly followed behind. Dorian is too fast. On the other side, Gracia stood on the high wall of the castle. Observing the scene below, she spoke in a cold voice, while the protector of the northern city is alive with eyes wide open. Looking at the impact on the protective layer, Gracia exclaimed, "You foolish little ants. You are walking into your own deaths." She blankly witnessed everything. This place is not only Haliaz, but also the northern border of Xantar. You are not only facing me, but also the magic tower nearby, and this entire country. Below, soldiers were fighting with the invaders. After watching, Gracia spoke, assessing, "It seems like just a group of mercenaries attacking Haliaz. Not worth worrying about." She tightly grasped the scepter in her hand. "I do not know why they came." Then she blankly added, "But they will regret it." Suddenly, the protective wall of the castle abruptly cracked into many pieces, revealing a large hole. This sound made her stunned. Gracia was startled and looked up, shouting in a panic, "No way. How could the protective wall? If this continues, then those monsters will flood in here." Outside, the monsters were waiting to rush in. She angrily yelled, "Who is the reckless person who dared to do this?" Her face was contorted as she anxiously yelled, "Oh, magic tower. Listen here, the intruders are not only trying to cross the barrier, but are also breaking it. Let the mercenaries be dealt with by the city guards and focus on protecting the barrier. The darkness is gradually encroaching." Edipo was hidden in the darkness, his eyes showing calculation, just as planned. He angrily rushed off, not forgetting to instruct, "We will break into the castle. I will leave the responsibility to you." The person immediately obeyed, "Yes." At this time, beneath the spiral staircase, seeing the three of them come, George was surprised and asked, "You have arrived, Nanny." He continued, "Thank you for working so hard. Can I receive these two angels now?" Dorian smiled gently, "No. I can take care of these two angels myself." He happily introduced himself. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Shaun, Princess Liana. I am a knight of Haliaz. My name is George Joe." She knelt down on one knee, carefully placing the little girl on the ground, holding Shaun's hand with the other. "Thank you for coming. Let us go inside and have some snacks." The little girl agreed, "Yes. Thank you for carrying me, Dorian." Pushing the stone door open, George carefully instructed, "While you rest here, George and the knights will patrol to make sure nothing happens." The two kids stepped inside. Liana turned her head back in confusion and said, "Thank you, George." He happily smiled until his eyes closed, making a military salute. "It is my honor." The little girl hugged Cece tightly and smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Until now, she still does not know that even if she does not kill anyone, and even if she does not wish for their death, then repaying will also lead them to death. Above, Edipo took care of a group of people, calmly descending the spiral staircase. Looking over, he muttered, "You are good at hiding." On the forest road, a group of carriages sped quickly through the wind. Inside the carriage, Alade was calmly sitting, closing his eyes on one side. Opposite him, Calliope's face was dark as he was propping his chin, pondering, leaving the castle while hiding a child. Why did Gracia make that decision? He frowned, blaming himself. "I should have taken the child away." Calliope was suspicious. "It is very suspicious that they arrived right when father and I left the castle." Looking at Alade still being relaxed, he was frustrated. Theodoro inherited father's not acting aspect. The image of Theodoro, looking flustered, appeared in his head. He said, I also used aura, but they were on a different level. He had never heard of a swordsman family called Sichel. At that time, he rubbed his chin and pondered, Sichel, I have never heard of such a family, even when searching for the name among swordsmen who use aura. However, after investigating, there was no such name. Now he was anxiously stomping his foot continuously. Suddenly, Calliope came up with an idea. The kidnapper wanted to take the princess to Rosaine. That is Drehan's expanded territory. Drehan has been provoking Haliaz since last year. He looked up. Thinking of something, I left my sword at the blacksmith's to repair it. I hope I do not have to face a master. Then he called, Father, I have a bad feeling about this. This made Alade pay attention. Calliope carefully proposed, I feel like what is happening is bigger than what we are worried about. Let us borrow a horse and go back first with 2 soldiers. In the worst case, they will do the same thing as they did at Murti. Someone might want to start a war at Haliaz. On this side, at the Haliaz family's castle, Gracia was setting up magic circles. On the outer wall, the defeated mercenaries were being struck down continuously. Gracia raised her scepter high and released a powerful magic circle, saying confidently, this old woman has not used her full strength like this in a long time. In front of the large, solid door, 2 guards with spears stood watch. The ground was shaking, and debris was falling from above. Several managers and maids huddled in a corner, worrying about their fate. Dorian held Liana in one arm, while her other hand was being tightly held by Shaun, who was terrified. She began to comfort, everything will be okay. In her warm arms, the little girl realized, Dorian, her voice is shaking. Hearing the sounds above, Liana secretly guessed, based on the sounds, it seems the battle outside the castle has begun. But if we can still hear it even though we are in the basement, then this is a big battle. The sound of sobbing rang out. The little girl turned her head. Seeing Shaun sniffling, her eyes and nose running, the little girl was confused. Oh no, Shaun is crying so much. Dorian whispered, advising, don't worry, young master. We are hiding here, so we will be okay. We practiced the evacuation together, remember? He wiped away his tears and tried to look strong. I am not crying. It is just, tears are just flowing. Liana's heart was a mess. Sorry, Dorian and Shaun. If it were not for me, they would not have to go through this. I can't just let him keep crying like this. Then she spoke, hey Shaun, do not cry. Look, he wiped away his tears and looked over. Liana held up Cece. He recognized it, your doll. She sighed and placed the doll on her leg, recounting, Gracia created a protective charm on Cece. If something happens, Cece will protect you. He did not believe it and denied it. That is just a lie from Gracia to make you feel better. Dorian slowly explained, young master, I witnessed her chant the protective charm on the doll. Shaun's eyes were teary and confused as he asked further, really? Then will this doll grow big and fight for us? Hesitantly, Liana replied, I do not know about that. But anyway, if it is Gracia, then she will definitely protect us. Shaun, do you know about magic? He awkwardly replied, I only read a little about them in books. Realizing that her way of speaking was a problem, he angrily puffed up like a small cat, and you have to call me brother. Dorian happily covered her mouth and laughed. The little girl indifferently spoke, Liana does not have a crybaby brother. Shaun blushed in embarrassment and loudly retorted, crybaby, I have not cried that much. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, startling all 3 of them in fear. Despite being afraid, she hugged both of them to protect them. Shaun's eyes were teary, his voice trembling with fear. That sound. It is getting closer. Long cracks were appearing on the ceiling, showing signs that it was about to collapse. Liana clutched Cece tightly in her arms and thought in confusion, the battle is getting more intense. That is why the sound is so loud. The castle is protected by magic. She heard the sound of glass walls breaking into pieces. A thought suddenly flashed in her mind. If the sound is getting closer, then that means... Liana was startled and realized the protective wall has been shattered. Seeing her emotions become unstable, her whole body trembling non-stop, Dorian worriedly called, young lady. She raised her small, pale face in terror and said, Gracia. Outside the castle, the sound of horses neighing echoed. Alade tightly pulled the reins, making the horse stop. Seeing him stop, Calliope asked in surprise, Father, what is it? He was silent for a long time. Then he frowned, hesitating to reply, the magic wall protecting the castle has been broken. The 2 of them looked up and only saw the silent castle in the cold snow. The group quickly controlled their horses and sped off in the wind. Alade led the group in front, followed by Calliope and the knight. The iron gate of the castle was open. The bodies of the knights were scattered from the outside to the inside. Someone spoke loudly. The gate to the castle is open. Alade frantically turned around and assigned tasks to each person. I will deal with the intruders. Calliope, go to the hiding areas and find the children.
Knight,
Protect the young master. He immediately agreed. Yes, father. After finishing, Alade rushed forward with an angry expression. He opened his eyes wide, filled with extreme resentment, and roared, How dare you attack Haliaz? I will make you regret this. His words echoed in the distance. Calliope and a few knights rode to rescue the people. The children must be safe. He frowned and said to himself, If that skilled swordsman appears, I will definitely capture him.
Shaun, please be safe.
Calliope quickly approached the hiding area, seeing the knights fighting non-stop. He then yelled loudly, Calliope, Haliaz here. Open the door. A knight opened the door in surprise. Young master, why are you? Before he could finish speaking, he immediately asked, Has anyone broken inside? The knight hurriedly replied, A few knights have gone in, but they have not returned yet. He anxiously asked further. Only one person went in. He immediately affirmed.
Yes.
One person wearing a mask. Hearing the answer, Calliope was doubtful. If there is only one person, then. Suddenly, he had a guess. If it is the swordsman that Theodro failed to capture, then he must be very talented. He angrily gritted his teeth, however. The possibility of the children being safe is very difficult to be certain of. Thinking this, he turned around and ordered, Father is at the entrance. Go and report to him to come to the shelter. The knight followed and immediately said yes. Calliope took large steps inside. In the worst case, I can stall for a little time. Looking at the sturdy door that was locked tightly, Liana blankly hugged Cece, thinking, the strong protective wall has been broken. Could it be that Gracia has died? She unhappily closed her eyes tightly, shaking her head, denying those terrible thoughts. No way. The unique protective wall and Gracia's power are truly remarkable. Seeing her sad and gloomy, Dorian worriedly asked, Young lady, Liana reminded herself, if they are using the same trick that they used at Murdy here, then Gracia is probably fighting outside. Even though she was still afraid, she said to herself, I have to do something. She called out Dorian. Liana looked at the innocent face of the child and said, Shaun, deep down in my heart, I know that because of me, Theodro has left the castle. If Oedipa came here, because I am in this castle. Her face turned pale as she tried to explain the reason. The protective wall of the castle has been broken. They might come here to capture me. She decided, let them capture me. These words made Dorian frantically scold. Don't say such things, young lady. Not wanting Liana to take a risk, she tried to persuade her. No one will blame you for this. No one in Haliaz will abandon you. In a panic, Shaun blurted out, That is right. What are you saying? We said we would protect you. Don't you believe in Haliaz? She frankly replied, No, I. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, startling everyone into yelling. Who are you? Show yourself, damn it. Shaun hugged the little girl, trying to protect her. But the little girl's decisive voice interrupted Dorian's emotions, making her surprised. I did not tell you to adopt me. I am a Murdy. I carry the flame of Murdy. She looked at her small hands. Even if Oedipa is a master swordsman, we can still stop him. The flames of Murdy can burn everything. Liana clenched her fist and made a decision. I am Murdy and also a Haliaz. In this small body, there is a strong soul surrounded by a red flame. I won't be like I was in my previous life. At first, I only simply thought that I would not be tricked again and could take revenge. Now, in this small body, I will live comfortably. Everything has changed now. Liana's eyes blazed with a fierce flame. In this life, I won't lose anything again. She launched herself into Shaun's arms. It is not because I do not believe in Haliaz. I just want you to believe in me. I can't lose my family again. As soon as these words were uttered, Dorian's eyes became teary. Liana looked at him, saying confidently, Let me protect Haliaz, Shaun. At this moment, above, Calliope quickly took long strides. He angrily bit his teeth. He swung his sword violently, rushing towards the door. He angrily yelled loudly, Show yourself, intruder. You won't be able to go any further. Hearing this, Oedipa stopped and turned around to look. He grasped his sword tightly, constantly emitting killing intent, sighing, Another person has to spill blood. Liana used her bright eyes to try and gain his trust. Shaun, let me protect Haliaz. The atmosphere fell into silence. The little girl sat in Dorian's arms. Shaun dejectedly asked, but Liana, how do you plan to use your flame? He seriously pondered, suddenly having an idea. Just lighting a flame won't be able to fight a swordsman. Also, this is like implicitly announcing that you are here. Shaun asked relentlessly, giving a series of arguments that made her freeze. What can you do to protect everyone? I can't let you go. This is not a method that can be implemented. If we get hurt, Brother Theo will blame us. After listening, Liana was incredibly awkward. Why is this child suddenly so mature? Even a soul of an adult like her has not thought about this. She became gloomy. If I am in a dangerous situation, will it awaken some kind of power? There are many different methods that can be used. Without thinking, Liana left her arms and went down to the ground, still holding Cece in her hand. If there is oil, I can light a fire. Looking towards the silent door, she laid out a plan. Use kerosene to create a wall of fire behind the door. We can hold on until my brother or father comes to rescue us. Her face was firm without any wavering. This is not something that I tried in my previous life, but I hope it works. This is the only way. A familiar voice rang out. Young lady. She blankly turned back. Dorian tightly grasped her hands and said thoughtfully, sometimes, I really do not believe you are only 3 years old. She guessed correctly, causing the little girl to freeze, shocked and speechless. While the little girl was still confused, she continued to add, you are very calm, intelligent, and sometimes even more mature than me. Dorian's hands began to tremble as she said what was hidden in her heart. That is definitely something to be proud of, but Dorian is always worried. She held the little girl's small shoulders, urging her, young lady, please answer honestly. Liana was startled, her face pale. Her eyes fluttered, stammering Dorian know this. She sadly, with 2 tearful eyes, anxiously asked, are you afraid? Looking at the little girl's young face full of sadness, she asked, are you forcing yourself to endure in order to repay everyone's kindness? Are you enduring the sadness and fear to avoid causing trouble? Her hands touched the little girl's shoulders, trembling non-stop. You are not even angry. I am just worried that you are forcing yourself, because you think you should. Dorian bowed her head in fear. I am so scared. I can't imagine why you are not afraid. Liana raised her small hand and wiped away the tear on her face. She tiptoed and softly said, Dorian, I am also very scared. That is true. Being afraid of these things means I am still a child. Now, before the shelter door that is always filled with darkness, even if I am scared of what I have done, there is nothing to be disappointed about. Fear, worry, and even trembling, they are all natural reactions. If I express it to them, I would only be locked in a dark room and taught again. But hearing Dorian's words has changed my thinking a bit. Liana looked at her, calmly saying, I am really scared of dying. Scared of being captured. Her grown-up soul smiled brightly, but I am even more scared of Dorian or Shaun being hurt or dying. She faced her sincerely and explained, because I am so scared, I have to be even braver. After listening, she was silent, unable to hold back the tears. She raised her hands to wipe them all away. Before Liana's startled eyes, Dorian suddenly picked the little girl up, exclaiming, oh my, what a young lady we have. Hugging her tightly, she decisively made a decision. Just for a while, I will light the fire and then come back. Rihanna's expression shifted from surprise to unease. It feels a bit wrong. She tried to advise her, Dorian, I can go alone. It will be too hot. She refused. Don't say silly things. Shaun also hurried to follow. I will go too. Seeing him follow, the little girl asked in surprise, why are you going, Shaun? He firmly replied, do you think the guards will let us out? I am the only one who can give the order. While standing before the door, a lot of thoughts rushed into her head. Looking at the solid door, who is fighting? How far away are they? Could it be that Oedipa found a way here? Or is it another intruder? She touched the door and asked, are you really going to open it? Liana firmly said, can the people fighting outside be safe here? Dorian carefully pushed the door open, if not possible. Then, looking at the terrifying scene outside, the little girl shouted in shock, why are you? On the other side, Calliope raised his sword and angrily rushed over, shouting, show yourself, intruder. You won't be able to go any further. Hearing this, Oedipa silently turned around to look. The sword in his hand was covered in a layer of magic. Another person has to die unjustly. Looking at his mask, Calliope suddenly stopped, recognizing the master swordsman that Theodro mentioned. His eyes became sharp, and he became more cautious. But he took a step back and leaped up. In his mind, he thought, he is just a person who could not even make it onto the master list. I will face him and defeat him. Calliope continuously swung his sword, attacking him. Your Oedipa, he swiftly used his sword to block his attacks. In a moment of carelessness, he took a hit from his sword, crying out in pain. He immediately retaliated, making him step back. So this is the eldest son of Haliaz. I heard people say that he was worse than his younger brother, but a master is still a master. Calliope swung his sword back, angrily scolding, "Shut up, I will make you pay for breaking into Haliaz." Oedipa spoke mockingly, so confident. "What are you going to do?" He coldly sneered, "This cheap sword can't hold your aura." His eyes turned icy. He understood the meaning behind his words. Oedipa used his power and swung a sword forcefully, but he managed to dodge it in time. He angrily gritted his teeth, stepping back. "My sword is always maintained at the blacksmith's." Calliope's eyes were filled with resentment as he plotted. He and I are on different levels, so that means the difference in level is not big enough for me to defeat him with this broken sword. Remembering when he was fighting Theodro, he was blown away in one move. He thought to himself, if it were Theodro, it would be different. Thinking this, his hands trembled, and he reassured himself, I can defeat him alone. But the children and everyone else are still being protected on the other side. Oedipus stared at him, coldly saying, with a broken sword, I can easily take away one of your arms. Haliaz is not so loyal that they would give up an arm of their heir to help Amirti, right? He calmly stepped forward. After hearing this, Calliope was silent, falling into contemplation. Thinking for a moment, he thought, if I had paid more attention to Liana's words and prepared better, would things be different? If Theodro were here, would things be different? His footsteps moved backward. Should I risk losing an arm, or even my life, for that princess? Calliope was lost in thought. Now his mind was overflowing, urging him to choose for his family. But he still remembered the little girl and the Haliaz family, the reason for the Haliaz heir to waste his life for a Amirti princess. He slowly spoke, you are right. Calliope lowered his sword. I do not have the obligation to satisfy Amirti. After hearing that, Oedipa casually said, very well, young Master Haliaz. There is no reason for us to kill an heir, but an indescribable feeling of gratitude pierced his heart. He was engulfed in a flame of resentment, frowning. Then he swung his sword up powerfully. He charged forward and attacked him while yelling, no fool in Haliaz would listen to an intruder. Oedipa immediately retreated, dodging his attack. You are really foolish. His sword unleashed a powerful aura. I will kill you so fast you won't even have time to regret it. He directly blew away his sword, sending it flying. Then Oedipa swung his sword towards him. Calliope carelessly took a hit from his sword. Despite his leg bleeding, he still charged towards the sword, trying to catch it. He firmly thought, that child deserves to be protected. Thinking of Liana with her fire magic, he thought, so that spark can ignite and shine. Seeing the little girl run out, he was shocked and gritted his teeth. Calliope frantically ran towards everyone, calling out loudly, Liana. At this moment, the little girl's small hands condensed a ball of fire, and she spoke an incantation. Seeing the little girl, Oedipa opened his eyes wide and laughed maniacally, Princess, surrendering on your own. That saves me a lot of trouble. Before he could finish speaking, a fierce flame surrounded him. Feeling the powerful flame approaching, he cried out in a daze, no way. Looking at her small hands, he could not believe it. A 3-year-old child awakened the flame of Amirti. Seeing the two of them fight, the flame inside her, the beat from her heart, the fear she faced when she opened the door. The scene she had seen before, Liana's pale face, her big, sparkling eyes filled with fear, and the expression hidden behind his cold eyes. She knew that it was fear. Despite that, Calliope's firm feet did not give up, leaving this place. Immediately, Liana released her fire magic. After seeing everything, I can't help but reach out. I can do it. The little girl's flame engulfed Oedipa. She said to herself, I will protect them with my own power. For people were surprised to witness the scene of her fire magic attacking him. Liana continuously poured more aura and firmly said, give up, kidnapper. Using all her aura, she fell into a coma. Calliope doubtfully raised a shining piece of cloth in his hand. Then it disappeared before his dumbfounded eyes. A few days later, the castle returned to its peaceful days. The workers began to repair the damage left by the war. The maids were also busy cleaning and wiping away the dirt. A maid was wiping the glass and thinking, since that day, the days passed by in a flash. Looking up at the sky, she worriedly said, "Young lady." She drifted through the magnificent castle. "Are you still okay?" In the room, Liana was still deep in slumber. Dorian was flustered and said, "You should wake up and eat something. Why did you overexert yourself with that small body?" The little girl slowly opened her eyes. Liana saw everyone gathered around her bed, each with a happy expression. Seeing her looking uncomfortable, Shaun anxiously asked, "You are awake, Liana. Can you hear me? Are you thirsty?" Calliope held a cup of water for the little girl to drink. In her heart, Liana felt comfortable and refreshed. The little girl sat up, blankly looking at everyone, confused and asking herself, "What is going on? Where am I?" He gently supported her head and said kindly, "Liana, you saved everyone, and also yourself." Calliope smiled gently and said, "Thank you for your efforts and for coming back safe." "Thank you, my little sister." The little girl blankly looked at his handsome face. When she woke up, Liana jumped and frantically grabbed the blanket in her hands, screaming in her heart, "Is this hell?" Her body turned into a wooden figure, her joints stiff. Calliope smiled brightly, like a blooming flower, softly saying, "Your body is still too stiff. Do you need me to massage it?" She was terrified, thinking Helios is over. "I am not dead. What is this hell?" Liana was shocked, and her eyes rolled up. Now she had no more regrets, lying down and pulling the blanket over her head. "I will sleep a little longer." Seeing that he was still kind and asked, "She still wants to sleep more." Dorian jumped and scolded, "The young master is doing unusual actions. She is just startled." Peaceful time passed by, and everything in the room was clean and shiny. Dorian's face was full of tears, looking urgent. "You should not do dangerous things anymore. You never have to do that again. Do you understand?" While Gracia worriedly lamented, "Young lady, I have put a protective layer on you. Don't you believe in me at this point?" Dorian angrily turned red and retorted, "Don't show off yourself again. Don't boast in front of the young lady who just woke up after a week." Hearing the scolding, she was embarrassed and became silent, standing in a corner like a scolded puppy. Shaun awkwardly opened his mouth. "Gracia, if you use that amazing spell, the Valley of Light, then please tell me about it." Liana curiously asked, "The Valley of Light?" Calliope, standing by the bed, gently explained, "It is a powerful magic used in war. It shields and protects the owner with powerful light. Once activated, it makes it seem like they disappear, unable to be seen, touched, or smelled." He also added, "That happened when you fainted and suddenly disappeared." Dorian was annoyed and continuously shook him, scolding him. Shaun, on the side, was confused, with a face full of question marks, not understanding anything. Calliope's emotions were touched, and said in a depressed tone, "If Shaun did not remember the Valley of Light, then I would have been killed by Dorian." Liana curiously asked further, "Only I disappeared. How does it work?" Gracia smiled and explained, "It will activate when the person I am protecting is in danger. It evaluates the magic of the person and protects them." The little girl pondered thoughtfully, "If I stayed hidden, that would be the time that Oedipa opened the gates and charged in." She awkwardly expressed her thoughts, "I am sorry, young lady. Even though I said I would protect you, I was stuck on the northern wall." Liana's eyes widened in surprise, gradually understanding, "I rushed out because I had a feeling that the protective wall on the north was broken." Then she worriedly asked, "How's the northern wall? It seems like it was broken, right?" Gracia gently replied, "Did you feel it was far away? It has been fixed and repaired." The little girl looked at her, unable to help but wonder, so Gracia was protecting that place alone. Knowing that it was not just her, but also the magic tower, and that Gracia had to supervise the wall protection system, from a strange voice, Liana blankly looked over. This voice. It was Alade. As soon as he stepped in, the atmosphere turned heavy. Everyone was afraid, silent, and no one dared to speak. He continued, "Because everyone lives to trust and help each other. That does not mean taking someone's life." After saying that, he looked at the little girl with an icy look. Seeing Alade's terrifying expression, Liana was frightened and shrank back, sweating profusely. He stared at her, coldly ordering the people in the room, "Everyone leave. I need to talk to Liana."
She lamented, "Ah, no.
"Father. So, are you going to scold me now?" He looked at her with an angry look. His eyes were sharp. She said to herself, "If father still has a conscience, then do not do that. I protected your sons. I almost crossed the threshold of the other world again. Does the Grand Duke know the pain and fear of being kidnapped by Oedipa while vomiting all night?" He quickly picked her up. She was very surprised that he actually picked her up. She immediately froze. He said, if you sit down with your knees bent, your legs will quickly go numb. Sit with your legs straight.
It is not good for your spine.
She hesitantly said, ah, yes, sir. She was surprised when she saw his eyes. She wondered those eyes. He slowly approached her. He sighed and sat down, calling out, Liana. Even if things do not go as planned, I won't complain or regret bringing you into the castle. She looked at him. Seeing her still unconscious, she now realized that unfamiliar and strange gaze. He recounted, I was thinking, why are you creating so much pressure? A lot of thoughts in my mind were all mixed up. Promise me that you will never go out alone again. She looked at him with bright eyes, recalling what happened after that terrifying flame. Then my parents. He spoke to her with a tender gaze. That is a request as your father. He held out his pinky finger in front of her. She realized they all had one thing in common. They had eyes filled with worry and eyes filled with tenderness. She quickly reached her hand towards his finger, wondering, what are you talking about? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? She pouted. She quickly hooked her pinky with his. She said, I promise. He looked at her with a tender gaze. He reached out and caressed her cheek, saying, thank you. She wondered, did everyone eat something wrong? I do not know why everyone is like this. The next morning, she had recovered enough to be able to eat in the dining room. She hesitated and said, Dorian, I can walk by myself. She replied, yes, yes. Dorian can pick you up with just one finger. Someone quickly opened the door for them to enter. She said, good morning. She was surprised. Oh my. The young master is here already. Shaun turned around and surprised Dorian. He wondered, so, Liana will eat with us today. He was delighted. It has been a long time since we have all sat together like this. Are you tired from coming to the dining room? She replied. Dorian carried me. The chef slowly brought out the food. He said, oh my, what should I do? I did not know the young lady was coming, so I did not prepare it. He quickly placed the food on the table. He said, I will go prepare a new dish. If there is anything you want to eat, please tell me. She hesitated and said, something I want to eat. I like everything. He was surprised. Oh my, the young lady is so sincere. Then this head chef will prepare a special dish that can make the young lady healthier. Calliope suddenly spoke, wait. He wondered, head chef, are you planning to make those special meat dishes that you used to make when we were injured? He was surprised. What was that? He questioned him. Do you think Liana has the same extremely strong Halia's bloodline? Can a child who has been in bed all week eating porridge digest meat? He replied nervously. Yes, yes. She clicked her tongue, TSK. They do not know anything. They are in the same family. He thought of something. Shaun said this. Liana said she has a similar palate as me, and likes milk pudding. He turned to look at her, right, Liana? She wondered. Why is he asking me with an expression that wants to be praised? At times his face is black, and at times, I do not even know. She hesitated and replied, yes. It was somewhat comforting when Shaun looked at Calliope with similar thoughts as her. He was panicked at this time. Brother, you have become strange. She wondered, look, do you see anything, Grand Duke? Your eldest son is different now. The head chef quickly replied, I will adjust it and prepare a meal suitable for a patient. The dessert will be milk pudding, right? Yes. He quickly ran to prepare it. He felt very proud at this moment. She lamented, oh my. I do not know what change has happened anymore. Oh well, it is fine. The milk pudding is really delicious. The people inside exclaimed, head chef, what about our meal? Oh my. I am sorry, Lord Shaun. The Grand Master is being so good to the young lady. In Alcide's room, he picked up a piece of paper to read. His eyes were very displeased. In the letter, to Grand Duke Alcide Halias. We need help after the tragedy of Murdy. We hope you will visit. He clenched his hands. They have been rejected many times, and they are still not tired. They took my second son hostage and think that if they call, I will happily go. He angrily crumpled the letter. Outside, someone came in and called, Lord, it is me, Garcia. He said, come in. She then slowly opened the door and entered. She came here to report. Good afternoon. I have come to report on the repairs at the north wall and the other investigations that have been carried out. He wondered, how is everything? She replied, I have filled the gap. How to create a crack in the north wall, I still need to investigate more to find out. Sooner or later, I have to personally visit the magic tower in the southwest. He said, you are old, but you are still continuously overworking yourself. I apologize. Has your body completely recovered? She replied, I do not know how long this old woman can live. Even if I have to move my legs, and arms, I have to try. He retorted, don't say that. Hand it over to a suitable person and spend your last years peacefully. She replied, I still owe you. I will be more relieved when I see the young lady get married. She blamed herself. What happened this time might be the fault of the second young master. I am the one who pushed him. I do not want to rest at all after making such a big mistake. He was silent, pondering for a while. The invasion this time was indeed an action aimed at Liana. She admitted, yes. The purpose seems clear. The problem is who knows about her and is targeting her. He said if Calliope can get useful information from the prisoners, then that is good. Don't rush to conclusions. Continue to investigate until we identify who is behind it. She quickly accepted, yes, Lord. His eyes turned sharp, whoever is behind this. I will make them pay for daring to touch Alias. At the royal palace, Bioden stood inside and said, as expected, it was a failure. I have said many times not to act rashly. How is Franz, and what about Theodore? The person knelt down and replied, Lord Franz went to bed early after meeting Princess Yeziel. I have confirmed that Lord Theodore sent a letter to Haliaz. He turned around, good. Everything's not too far off from what was predicted. My cute younger brother, my strong friend. How to take advantage and discard them. Calliope at this time gave Theodore's letter to her to read, to my little one. Because of my hasty decisions, you were hurt. I do not know how to make up for it, and apologize about this matter. She exclaimed, you are blaming yourself, are not you? You deserve it too. If Theodore were here, this would have been much better, even if it was not to that extent. She sighed, we rarely talk, so misunderstandings are easy to happen, but I hope you do not worry too much about that. He worriedly asked her, is there anywhere that you find difficult to read? She felt uncomfortable. No, I can read it well. She wondered, why does this Calliope keep shouldering burdens like this? She sighed, all right, reading the letter up to here is fine. Just like Garcia said, I will wake up safely. Otherwise, I will chase that person to the ends of the continent and make them pay for what they did. She was completely panicked. This person, does he have a mental health check? He explained, Theodore seems to be quite emotional a little bit. She sighed, he does not seem to be doing well. He asked, you think so too? Then, do you need help writing a reply letter? She was surprised by his words. Just a letter is fine, so please wake up quickly and write a reply. She confidently said, I can do it myself. He replied, okay. Just ask if there are any words you do not know. She could see that Calliope was very busy. Not only was he responsible for inheriting, but he also had more work because of Theodore's absence. Despite that, he still did not neglect his studies. She thought, what a burden. He asked her, how much do you know about ancient languages? If you are curious, I can teach you even more. She sighed, why are you always like this? Every word he said weighed on her. If you need anything, just say it. Do you want to eat something, or do you want something? I will give you anything I can in this castle. She exclaimed, seriously so oppressive. He happily smiled and started to praise her. She wondered, do you have so much time? If you do, then use it wisely. She thought, what else are you hoping for? Could it be that he is being especially cautious because he knows that if it could make me uncomfortable, he has enough information to know that? But why does he touch me so much? Does he want to check on me a little bit? She felt very uncomfortable. She said, elder brother needs to treat his wounds first. If you leave it like that, it will become painful and uncomfortable. He revealed a delighted smile. You just called me elder brother. Only now did he realize that something was wrong. She jumped up in alarm. He asked one more time. The nanny yelled loudly, young master. No, it is because the second young master is not here that the grand master is acting like this. A little sister is not a toy, okay? How can a grown-up act like this? He continuously pinched her cheeks. She sighed. Calliope did not stop in front of Dorian's reprimands, unlike Theodore. The little girl's tears also warmed. Maybe it is because she came from Murdy. She yelled, people's tears are always warm when they are there. He said, I have seen Theodore since he was a child. How did you find such a cute little thing? She yelled, the young lady is not an object. Okay, and you're the one who brought her here. Hurry and leave. She sighed. In the end, they won't leave until I am completely satisfied. She sighed, I feel like I suddenly aged. I will go back to my room and rest then. She said, the troubles that come to the princess never seem to end. She casually replied, yes, but the toughest opponent has not come yet. Xian wondered, Dorian, why are we not allowed to marry our younger sisters? She was also panicked. This is a nightmare. She wondered, oh my young master, why do you suddenly have such thoughts? She hesitated and said, elder brother. That is called a smile. Liana, did you call me? She frantically screamed. She tried to calm herself. No, no way. I have to stay awake and stop this immediately. She yelled, illegal, against the laws of the country, wake up. He immediately retorted, but Liana, the history teacher, said that laws can change. Not giving up, there are some laws that never change, like, thou shalt not kill is still painful, right? She revealed a victorious smile. Now, curtain call. You can't marry me. This sentence hit him hard. He was angry and shy. You. What did you say? Who wants to marry a kid like you? He quickly ran outside. How dare you say such things to your brother? I am leaving, she sighed, watching him leave. What is this mess? She also sighed. They are both so cute. She looked at her with a very confused look. He immediately slammed the door shut. She revealed a bright smile. If the Duchess also saw the scene, she would be so happy. Hearing that, she also felt helpless. She lamented, I can't trust anyone in this building. At the royal palace, Theodore was sitting here. He sighed deeply. He stared attentively at the letter on the table. He thought, maybe this is a good thing. It had been a week since he had stayed at the royal palace. To be honest, it would be a lie if he said he was happy. Every day, he and Crown Prince Bioden were stuck together, playing games that were not my taste, and exercising every day for a day or two. He narrowed his eyes. However, compared to the problem I am facing, this is nothing now. He picked up each letter, thinking again, no. Calm down, Theodore. Maybe in father and my brother's letters there will be a solution. He picked up the letter on the table and looked at it silently. He pondered, whose letter should I look at first? Will I get scolded or not? In the letter, Theodore, you know honor and trustworthiness, just as father taught. Please do all the duties of a servant in the palace. Even if you are close, do not have any rude behaviors toward His Highness the Crown Prince. Please try to visit and greet him often. I am also waiting for the day we can meet again. Glory to beautiful Xanter. And your rabbit has recovered. P.S. I hope we will meet on Mother's Memorial Day. He wondered, are you crazy? He remembered, even though he was very polite when he met Crown Prince Bioden at the academy. When it was just him and me, he cursed Bioden. Arrogant bastard, sly fox. Besides your own interests, you do not know anything. He thought, what rabbit? Last time when we picked it up, we were planning to make soup, right? Could I be cursed and go crazy after being stabbed in the leg? He now realized that something was wrong. Wait. Mother's Memorial Day. He thought again, Mother's Memorial Day was last month. It is not like they are telling me to stay at the royal palace until next year, right? He wondered, is that a code or a letter code? He picked up his pen and wrote on the letter, find the list palace, please find the names on the palace list. The content of the letter was quickly written. He wondered, if that is the list of the palace, then is it the list of nobles that Quartermaster Clemens is holding? He slumped and laid down on the table. Then, the only way is to attend the ball. Now, it is father's letter. Inside, it mentioned a birthday gift for the crown prince. He was surprised and turned to look at the box. That thing. He lamented, Father, when are you coming to the capital? Every day, you are saying something. He sighed helplessly, okay. I have to read Liana's letter too. He was surprised. Something in the letter made him laugh. He felt incredibly helpless. What should I do with you? I see. Yes, that is just like her. I do not know how I would live if I did not have a younger sister. He thought again, my younger sister. If I did not have one, what if that person took Liana away? Or if Liana never woke up? I can't forgive myself. He said to himself, I can't let the family be hurt anymore because of my mistakes. Try Theodore. Think. The issue that was bothering me before reading my family's letters was when I met Prince Franz the day before. After spending a boring time playing with Bioden, he was strolling near the garden. At this time, he noticed something. There was a figure lurking in the plants, looking at him. Franz was attentively looking at him, then quickly ran away.
He was surprised, a child.
He went closer and said, It is still a long time until the ball. Who is that? Are you lost? At this time, he realized who it was. His Highness Prince Franz. He sincerely introduced himself. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Your Highness. I am Theodore Haliaz. I am staying at the royal palace these days. Prince Franz. Although he is not a prominent prince, of course I have heard of his existence. From Crown Prince Bionden's mouth, he seems to be a concern. That is all I know. He recounted anyway. Why did that child say, I know both swordsmanship and history at that age? That child does not even know how to walk correctly. I am really worried. He exclaimed, children in this age are like angels. He asked, What are you doing here, Your Highness? He thought again, thinking about it. His Highness is the same age as Liana. He hesitantly replied, just admiring the garden, a lot of flowers and fruit. So, you were admiring the flowers in the garden, he asked. Do you like flowers, Theodore? He admitted, yes, I really like them. Our territory is cold, so I can't see as many flowers as in the royal palace. If possible, could your Highness introduce the garden to me? I want to let my sister know about the royal palace's garden. Hearing this, he was surprised. Sister? He replied, yes, your Highness. She did not come to the royal palace with me, but I have a very beautiful younger sister. Her name is Liana. A few days later, at the Haliaz castle, she frantically held the letter up. Who is coming to Haliaz? She frantically held the letter up. She wondered, who will come to Haliaz? Who is coming to Haliaz? Prince Franz really wants to meet you, so he has decided to come to Haliaz. She wondered, Prince Franz wants to meet me, but why me? I do not even know who that person is. Could it be the emperor, who ordered him? Could it be that their plan was to send an innocent child to make me lower my guard, and then investigate? It is suspicious that a little kid wants to meet me even though we have never met. He is trying every way to come to Haliaz. Should I ask Alraid if there is another place I can go to during the prince's
Stay.
That is right. That should work. I will stay in Garcia's magic tower. Or maybe because I experienced that incident, so I can say that I am not feeling well.
Calm down, but when?
She began to think again. Prince Franz really wants to meet you, so he has decided to come to Haliaz. But he said he would not come right away. She sighed. So, that kid won't come here right away. I told him that you are very shy and very likely to avoid people if he suddenly visited. So, he wrote a letter instead. And I also sent his letter with my letter. That is why I wondered why there was another letter earlier. She felt uncomfortable. To be honest, I really want to burn the letter from that idiot royal kid. But I can't avoid the royal family for too long since I live in Haliaz. Moreover, to know the truth, someday I will have to truly face the royal family. A letter from a young prince. If I think with a cold head, it could actually be an opportunity. The young prince, who does not get much recognition, is a perfect person to take advantage of. However, she felt disgusted. I feel like I am going to burn it if I read it right now. I will just read Theodore's letter carefully. The prince's handwriting is too blurry, so I can't read it properly. She immediately threw the prince's letter away. She was surprised and noticed something outside. She ran to the window. Is Theodore back? She climbed up to look. Below, she saw Calliope talking with the guard. She sighed. Also, the scout team is back. There is no way for Theodore to return so early since there was a blizzard a few days ago. It would take quite a while to send a letter back and forth. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait. The place where the scout team was sent. She immediately climbed on the table. Wait a minute. Theodore's letter. She decided, I will go eavesdrop and then come back to read it later. At the Xanter Palace. Theodore entered the palace, capturing everyone's attention. Is he the youngest swordsman, Lord Theodore? It is hard to meet him since he does not like parties at all, but finally, I have been able to meet him. That uniform looks great on him, but he looks more charming after removing those clothes. He lamented, I am so tired. To have an excuse to enter the Prime Minister's office. I have to study math from his daughter, Rosalind Clemens. In the meantime, I also have to find the list. I spent a difficult time making a formal outfit with the tailor that Rosalind hired. Biotin approached and asked, Why do you look so worried, Theodore? Is it because you were dragged to a party that you do not like with the excuse of my birthday? He replied, No, Your Highness. I just do not feel well. He wondered, You do not feel well, you're the person who always remained until the end of training at the academy. He took out a box. This is a gift for Your Highness from Haliaz. Seeing this, he replied, Thank heavens. He opened the box. It was a diamond brooch from Theobes. He said, Let me say thank you to the Grand Duke. Next time, please invite him to visit once in a while. He said, That is for sure, Your Highness. Anyway, Father won't come, even if he has time. A person stepped forward and said, The Grand Duke seems very busy with having to secure the north. I understand, because the cost to maintain the borders of the territory is very large, so they are exempt from territory and noble taxes. He must be very busy dealing with all of that, right? He exclaimed, He is really giving me a headache. It is a pleasure to meet you, Prime Minister Clemens. He glanced over to one side. Rosalind was also there.
Good.
The Prime Minister's office is probably empty. Rosalind came closer and said, Theodore, you are here too. He replied, Hello, Rosalind. You look very beautiful in that dress. She was delighted, really, thank heavens. It took a lot of effort to make it. He said, I hope today will go as well as you look.
Please excuse me.
I have other things to do. She was shy and confused. Where are you going? He replied, I have some work afterwards. Your Highness, Prime Minister, it is a pleasure to meet you. She hesitated and said goodbye. The Prime Minister was angry, his face turning dark. TSK. That guy made such a move with my daughter. Suddenly, Bioden called him Prime Minister. I think it is your fault. He wondered what. He explained, you kept talking about the Halia's territory and noble taxes. I guess he felt the pressure and left. Suddenly, his heart constricted and he began to sweat profusely. He glanced behind him and saw that his daughter was looking at him with a terrifying gaze. She said, I will return to my room to rest a bit. He panicked. Wait, Rosalind, wait a minute. I will. She angrily said, who are you? Maintain your image at your own party, Prime Minister, dear. Hearing these words, his mouth dropped open. He said sadly, what do you mean, Prime Minister, Prime Minister? Why are you calling me that?
He was now thinking about something.
He thought, did Theodore suddenly ask about Rosalind Clemens? He asked where the Prime Minister's office was because he needed academic support. He wondered, what was so urgent? At this time, he snuck into the Prime Minister's office. He anxiously looked outside. He exclaimed, this job is truly not suitable for my personality. He cautiously went inside, quickly, just check it out. The room in the middle. The library is on the right. He realized at this moment, now that I think about it, I accidentally passed Rosalind. He decided after I finish looking, I will come back and invite her to dance. She angrily walked quickly forward. I can't stand my father. This time, I hope I can receive an invitation to dance with Theodore. I need to go back to my room and enjoy a cup of tea. He was now flipping through each book. He exclaimed, there is no Oedipus family either. All that time spent learning that horrible aesthetics course, now it is all wasted. He remembered that time and could not stand it. Think, Theodore. Think of something that you can verify. Someone broke into Halia's and staged a kidnapping. It is not easy to find them, he thought hard. He remembered, I understand now. Thinking back, he remembered what she said before. He said he would go to Rodin. At that time, Shaun explained he also mentioned taking them to Rosen. That was when Liana said she would go to Rosen. He flipped through each page, looking for Rosen is part of Duhan's territory. Let us see. Duhan. At this time he was very surprised. Kegel Sija Duhan. He is the current Margrave of Duhan. Bernardo Donatian Duhan, the eldest son of Kegel Sija Duhan, has died. Fadir Duhan, the second son of Kegel Sija Duhan, is a master swordsman. He wondered, is it that person? He was extremely surprised. I knew that the eldest son had died when he was young, but the second son is new news for me. And he is also a swordsman. I have never heard of him before. He must be a boastful liar. Okay, that is enough. It is time for the ballroom. He quickly put the book back in its place. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Young lady, how is the party? Are you waiting for the carriage? Hearing that someone was coming, he was startled. She angrily said, everything was ruined because of my father. It is so annoying. I need to calm my anger with a cup of tea. The maid was confused. What, Lord Prime Minister? She angrily admitted yes. He caused a commotion and made Theodore embarrassed. That damn land tax and noble tax. Should not all nobles pay taxes on time? He felt panicked at this time. That is bad. If I was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, then I would not get into trouble like this. He decided, clutching his hands, if I want to escape safely, then I have no other choice but to do it. A maid stopped her. No, young lady, you should not sit here and drink tea. She was surprised. What are you saying? The maid explained, if you just sneak away like this, you will be at a disadvantage. You need to directly tell your father that you do not agree with his old-fashioned way of living. She wondered, isn't that too political? The maid came closer to her with a terrifying face. Young lady, the ballroom and romance are actually about war and politics. Lord Haliaz is a sword master, but he is very gentle and kind. At this time, if a young girl were to invite him to dance, he might agree. Young lady, if you show that contempt and treat Haliaz like the Prime Minister, you can use it to your advantage. That is an opportunity. Let everyone see that you are different from your father and those young girls. With Princess Yeziel on vacation, you have no rivals in this palace. Now then, let us go, young lady, and seize this opportunity. At this moment her eyes lit up. Got it, I understand now. If Theodore does not ask me to dance, then I will never listen to those who are there, some maids grinning or just be at ease. After a while, they went outside. He sighed. It feels like I have been here for days already. He decided I must dance with Rosalind to thank that maid. He lamented, "Oh, today is too long," then quickly left. Will they dance together? At the Halia's castle, Shaun rushed into her room. He said, "Let us go, Liana." She agreed, "Okay." Both quickly ran off. She said, "Recently I have become closer to Shaun. Our activities are exactly the same. We had a great time. We also had fun together." And Shaun instructed the guards, "We will play hide and seek together, so close the door and do not disturb us." A servant replied, "Yes, young master, we will wait for you outside, so please call us whenever you need." He quickly slammed the door shut. He said, "Let us start, Liana." The eyes of both lit up. Both went to the side of the stove. Shaun asked her, "Are we going to practice today, right?" She replied, "You create a magic ball and hit it." His eyes lit up at this moment. She reached her hand near the fire. "That is right. I cooperated with Shaun to practice casting spells." She read a series of spells. Her hand was lit up with flames. She recounted, "A few nights ago, I eavesdropped on the report of the scout captain." Alraid asked, "So what is the situation in Rosen?" He replied, "I have sent scouts to Rosen. Please trust me." Suddenly that person said, "Report, sir, after scouting Rosen, it was found that pirates can freely enter and exit." He wondered, pirates can freely enter and exit. Duhan probably lost his legitimate heir due to a dispute with pirates. Is Rosen occupied by pirates? He replied, "Dahan's flag is still flying, but the knights still cannot prevent the pirates from infiltrating. Therefore, we request permission to enter." Hearing these words, she was extremely panicked at this moment. Bayam is in Raisin. If they enter without knowing this, it would be like planting spies from Rosen and Halias. It was decided, I must stop them. She pounded hard on the door, "And I need to talk to Garcia. I hope Garcia agrees with me. Otherwise, we must stop the scouts from being mesmerized by Bahal. That is why I secretly started practicing magic, even though it is still quite early." Suddenly Shaun yelled, "Liana, it is Garcia." Hearing his voice made her extremely panicked. He said, "We should go to father now, Liana." She wondered, what is going on? What is going on? Outside the window frame, snow fell all over the white sky, settling on the branches like beautiful flowers. In Haliaz's office, Calliope and the blindfolded commander were intently looking at the two children. Calliope leaned over and said to Liana, "It is just a message saying that Garcia has arrived at the magic tower safely." The little girl's face fell. Understanding now, these words meant that Liana was unnecessarily scared. Remembering that a while ago, the little girl not only used her small body to do all sorts of actions, everyone was confused by Liana's gestures and actions. Resolutely saying that Garcia said everyone should not go to Rosen. That is a bad omen, the little girl thought. Garcia must have sent a letter. Please agree with Liana. Suddenly Liana's lovely small feet left the ground. It was Calliope who picked her up, looking straight into her eyes, steadfastly saying, "From now on, no matter what happens, he will ensure her safety." Because of that, Liana did not need to worry about anything. He would take care of everything. This gave her a feeling of absolute safety. Liana's big round eyes looked at Calliope innocently. With these words coming from K-Life, it was a little creepy, but Liana could understand Calliope's change. Perhaps he felt grateful to Liana, having been someone who ignored her a lot, but in the end, he was saved by Liana, and Calliope suddenly thought that if Theodora were here. Of course, it was not Calliope's fault. Looking down at the sapphire-studded shoes, exuding the smell of wealth and status, he did not find the little girl trustworthy and was always wary of Liana. The little girl had to face a swordsman with just a cheap sword. However, Calliope nearly lost a lot. He must have panicked a lot. Just like in her past life's memories, it was a fear completely different from the fear of being punished and criticized that Liana had constantly felt in her past life. The fear of death, it was truly different. It was the feeling of not wanting to lose anything. The little girl raised her big round eyes, politely answering, "I believe you." Perhaps she also learned that feeling from everyone. Calliope, after hearing Liana say that, hugged her, saying thank you for trusting him. Pondering for a bit, there was a lot of information only Liana knew, so telling her to live like a real child without worry was completely impossible. By the way, since everyone was gathered here, the little girl also had something to say. Thinking of that, Liana boldly turned her head and called out, "Brother." Haliaz, seeing this, asked her if there was a problem. At this moment Liana hesitated. Should she ask this, while Shaun was also keeping silent? "But I am just a lovely little kid." She looked with big round eyes, sparkling with tears. "Brother Theo, where are you?" Liana probably did not know how charming that little flower, which was her, was right now. The little girl noticed that Calliope had an abnormal expression. The blindfolded commander covered his mouth and turned away, confusing Liana. His face was even blushing. Had she gone too far? Why were everyone's expressions so strange? Was Liana too arrogant? Was she too disdainful of Haliaz? Was she about to be thrown out of the window? Her little head was constantly panicking. The blindfolded commander, now calm, turned his head and spoke. This voice made the little girl tremble even more. It was truly too scary. Could Kalite be about to tell him to chase Liana out, contrary to her imagination? The commander's face was as if he had encountered spring, wanting to hold the princess for a bit. Calliope, of course, immediately refused, hugging the little girl in his arms and patting her head. The commander begged, not even a little bit. He would give up his day off this week if he could do that once. Although he knew this was inappropriate, Liana was truly too cute. Calliope knew this, so he refused even more, turning away to avoid the commander's eyes which were stuck on Liana. Gazing at the little girl like a doll in his arms, comforting her. Do not worry, Liana. His unshaven chin was covered in sweat. He won't be able to get close to you. The two men could not resist Liana's charm. The commander looked at the cute and crazy little girl, but also very strong. Calliope knew this, but it seemed not good for his heart either. He was having a heart attack, whatever, as long as the little girl was not chased out. Haliaz cleared his throat, making everyone silent, focusing their attention on him. He interrupted their story, indicating that he was still thinking about Theodro. He needed to discuss a bit with Calliope, so the children needed to return to their rooms. According to Haliaz's words, Calliope gently let the little girl down on the ground. Liana did not know how long he was going to keep his son in that cesspool. He was truly a cold person. Liana and Shaun were thus forced to leave. The little girl wanted to use one last try to attack with her eyes, looking at Haliaz with big, teary eyes. But in response to the little girl was still the same coldness as before. He would let Liana know if her brother returned. For now, please go and rest. Liana was a bit disappointed and frustrated. She knew it. This trick would not work on him. After Liana left, the two men became serious. Haliaz stated that a report had been returned from Theodro. It turned out that the base named Oedipa was not on the registered list of noble families, however. It was said that there was a son named Fatimir Dran who had become a master swordsman in the Dahan region. Calliope had never even heard of Dahan having a second son. He always thought that he had lost his only son last year and was still grieving over it, always in a state of weakness, wishing that his son was still alive. Haliaz, while investigating the person Rihanna mentioned, obtained the latest list of registered swordsmen, but no such person was listed, so it might be necessary to meet the king there. He took out a letter and ink from the drawer. Right there, he quickly wrote a letter. Time passed by. He was highly focused on what he was doing. In the letter he wrote to King Dedit, apologizing for the delay due to the situation in his territory. Haliaz had recently experienced an invasion, making it difficult to leave the estate, and requested King Dedit return his son so that it would be easier for him to visit. Signed Alcide Haliaz. Calliope bowed his head, looking at the content of the letter and smiling. Basically, if his father did not return Theodro immediately, he would not have any more royal visits. Holding the letter in his hand, Haliaz replied to him, "It is not like he is threatening to steal my son, because his son has been treated quite politely." Calliope, by the way, wanted to give Haliaz a letter. He remembered Liana and smiled happily. Clearly his father had fallen into the trap. The little girl's eye attack must have made her father's heart stop. These words made Haliaz speechless. He had to change the subject. Perhaps the punishment for Theodosia should end here. The royal palace of Zader, a magnificent castle with two main colors, red and white. Franz carefully wrote each stroke on the paper. A voice asked what he was doing, echoed next to him. "What are you writing so intently?" A male figure appeared in Franz's eyes. He hesitated. "Your Highness, I am writing a letter to my friend." The young man smiled brightly like the sun, saying that he understood. Franz had been meeting Theodro often recently. He must have introduced him to his younger sibling. Hearing that, the child was very intelligent, unlike Franz, named Shaun. Right, a look of disdain flashed across Bioden's face. Not forgetting to remind Franz to let Bioden see it when he was done writing. He had no other way but to obey. On the outside it seemed like concern, but this brotherhood made Franz nervous and afraid. Turning away, Bioden pondered about the friendship between Zader and Haliaz. A malicious smile suddenly bloomed on his lips. He did not know what he was thinking. He started laughing even louder. The boy became sad. The paper also became crumpled. The content, "Hello, my friend," was no longer clear. Shaun's nanny smiled happily, praising Liana. The little girl, holding the letter, also smiled and looked at her, her childish voice rising. "Dorian, have you finished writing the letter?" The little girl raised her small head, opened her round eyes. Nanny Dorian reminded, "Your Highness must be careful about what I just said, right?" The obedient little girl replied. Okay, I won't write anything about the Halia's castle, the knight's father, or my brothers. Liana's plan right now is just to write a reply to Prince Franz. Dorian sighed in relief. She smiled. Her eyes narrowed. Young Master Shaun is also very smart, but he must be very careful when he is around your highness. So now can I take a look at it? Liana was speechless. Okay, she thought, you can rest assured, at 6 years old, I am as sharp as a 20-year-old. Shaun suddenly jumped up. He was excited. Have you finished writing the letter? So now we can go out and play, right? Shaun's face was so full of excitement that it could make flowers bloom. He asked repeatedly, do you want to go outside to play and make a snowman together? Under the enthusiasm from Shaun, Dorian had to turn her face away and refuse. Oh my God, Master, I am a little unwell. Shaun was dejected. Dorian does not need to come along. We will play right here in this place. Dorian's face was still smiling. She raised her finger and shook it back and forth. You two are going out alone. Surely not, right? Those words made Shaun confused. What, why not? Nanny Dorian slowly explained. It is summer, but that does not mean you won't catch a cold. Young Master Shaun, you always catch a cold during the season of the year. Do not you? Even so, Shaun was still determined to use the puppy's spoiled tactics. I promise I won't take off my hat or gloves. He was angry during that time. I could not go outside because it was too cold and dangerous and Liana was sick, so I could not play anything. Shaun pleaded with Dorian and then decided to drag Liana to make a giant snowman. Little Liana was also attentively looking at him at this moment. Seeing that scene, Liana could do nothing but sigh. She thought, although he is smart, he is still a child. Thinking that, Liana looked at Dorian, his snowman. Dorian was surprised. She was in a difficult position. Your Highness also wants to go outside. Feeling something, Liana thought. It seemed like Dorian was really feeling unwell. In the midst of their conversation, someone appeared. That person approached behind Shaun, grabbing the edge of his chair, saying, I can make a better snowman than young master. It turned out to be the commander. Dorian wondered, why was the commander here? The commander then grinned, giving a thumbs up. I am on my way back after reporting to the Grand Duke, so I wanted to see the princess a bit. The commander suggested, I think I can go for a drink with my subordinates, but should I take you two to make a snowman? Dorian, hearing that, replied, yes, I think that is better than drinking alcohol. Shaun, seeing the commander, doubled his excitement. He happily jumped up. Oh, if commander is so tall, then you will surely be able to make a very big snowman. The commander also responded to his expectation. Young master, I can make a snowman as tall as me. Dorian behind had to remind him, young master, do not climb on the sofa like that. If someone passed by, they might think it is a monster. Okay, we will prepare now. You can go first. Dorian waved her hand. Meanwhile, Liana on the side was pondering. Liana was silent, slightly bowing her head, lowering her sparkly eyes. A snowman as tall as commander. The three of them went to the door. Dorian reminded, be careful not to fall. Make sure you are back before dinner. Shaun was too excited to play. He immediately replied, okay, I know. Liana took her small feet on the white snow. Her face was flushed with cold. No matter what, this seemed a bit too much. The fanatical soldiers were crowding each other to watch Liana. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen the princess so close. Everyone was mesmerized by Liana's cuteness. Those rumors are not fair to her. Who among us will have the honor to hold her? Liana froze in place at that scene, a big question in her head. Why are there so many people gathered here? Liana pointed up. Of course, it is me. Suddenly, two people appeared behind and said in unison, of course, it is me. It was Calliope and the commander. The commander was so surprised he fell backwards. Young master, why are you here? Calliope answered with a very natural and calm look. I heard you talking so loudly throughout my room. Saying that, he turned 360 degrees, looking at Shaun and Liana with a bright smile. A snowman, I am very good at that, making both of them equally surprised. If you do not believe me, just ask Theodoro. Calliope's words made both children freeze. Unbelievable, but he has been at the palace for a month. Liana sighed and looked at Calliope. Brother, has your leg gotten better? Although on the surface she was asking, in her heart, hey, let the knight commander have a chance to show his talent. Calliope smiled, lifting Liana up. Of course, it has completely healed. Calliope hugged Liana, rubbing his cheek on her face. He looked very gentle and warm. Finally, someone was worried about him. That action made Liana shocked. Under Liana's resistance, the commander standing beside was tearing up, biting his handkerchief, while Calliope said to himself, she is shy. Do not look into her eyes so casually. Seeing their commander like that, the soldiers behind were also stunned. They did not say anything, but one look was enough to understand each other. They were definitely all doubting their life because of the scene before them. The two children with two opposite states left with Calliope. Dusk fell. The setting sun shone throughout the palace. Nanny Dorian appeared. She put her hands on her hips. Oh Lord, young Master Calliope went out too. Seeing the returned state of all three, Dorian could not help but yell. Why did you come back in that state? Calliope avoided eye contact. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The children said it was fun. That avoidance did not help him either. Dorian was still angry. I did not ask you that. Well, everyone was arguing. Liana sighed wearily, blaming themselves when he also had the most fun moments. Going back to the past, at first everyone was still happily making snowmen. The commander appeared ominously behind the pile of snow. Young master. The commander lifted the giant snowball up. Behind was a group of soldiers with extremely cunning looks. If you still refuse to put the princess down, we won't sit still either. Calliope hugged Liana tighter, looking at them challengingly. Huh. You dare challenge me. That made Liana panic. Brother, let me down, hurry, and let me down. Calliope hugged Liana in his chest, running away from the snowball throws. He laughed triumphantly. Do not worry. You think I will let you get hit by a snowflake? Liana at this moment forgot the fear she had at first, satisfied with this joy. Returning to reality, Dorian did not accept that reason, so she was still frowning. Anyway, princess, you are still at an age where you should not get your gloves wet. Liana pulled on Dorian's dress and called her. She gently shook her. Outside. Look outside the window. Liana and Shaun took Dorian, running out the door, under her confusion. Liana replied, I have something I want you to see. Something that made Dorian very happy. It turned out to be the snowmen from before that the three of them made. They were brought by the knights. They happily said to Liana, as you requested, we have brought them all here, princess. Liana turned her head and smiled charmingly at Dorian. I ordered the knights to make snowmen for you, Dorian. Shaun on the side was also not to be outdone. I also brought other snowmen so you would not be lonely. Dorian was moved by the lovely actions of the two children. She knelt down and hugged both of them. Oh my God, you two are so kind. I am very grateful that you thought of this, Nanny. Liana was lying in her arms, thinking, losing someone was a scary thing. A dark memory was recalled by the little girl. Dorian had to endure that day, taking responsibility for us even though she did not have any strength. A dark scene appeared. The three of their faces looked very serious, as if something very scary was about to appear. Both children were held in Dorian's arms. Even the picture, it looked like my own suffering. She risked her life. They were standing in front of a big door, and she had to watch over Shaun and I who were fainting, without being able to rest. Returning to reality, Dorian clenched her hands, tears streaming down her face. You won't do anything dangerous again, right? She smiled happily. How can you two be so kind? Liana was immersed in the past. She sighed. She did not show it, but it must have been very difficult. After that happy moment, Dorian immediately cheered up. She lifted the two of them on both sides. Now is not the time for this, both of you. Let us take a warm bath together, okay? Dorian called two maids, Susie, Suz, prepare warm water for the princess and young Master Shaun. Liana hugged Dorian's arm. Maybe I went a bit too far. It seems like they're very happy. That is good. She happily hugged the two children who were dirty because they had been playing all day. Shaun said, Dorian, I can walk myself. Dorian, hearing that, gently replied, I have enough strength, so please let me carry you. Their warmth spread outside the palace, harmonizing with the sunlight. In another place, a beautiful mansion. A call made Theodro turn his head. It was Prince Franz, his face sad, running after him. Are you leaving so soon? Theodro knelt on one knee, replying to the boy, Yes, Franz, I will return to Haliaz today. Franz was stunned for a moment, then sadly bowed his head. Yes, I understand. You won't come here anymore. Hearing Franz's question, Theodro smiled lightly and replied, Of course not. After all, this is the royal palace. We will meet at another time. He asked him next, Have you received a reply from Liana yet? Franz replied, Not yet. Theodro happily reassured Franz, You will receive a reply soon. Liana's next letter will also have your story in it. Theodro promised, When we meet again, I will write a letter to you. The boy, hearing that, repeated, Oh, next time. Franz reached out his hand and asked Theodro, Will Liana come here? He seemed hesitant at this question. Theodro reached out his hand, awkwardly saying, Liana is not feeling well, so it is a bit difficult for her to travel this far. Unfortunately, but even through letters we can still be friends. Hearing Theodro say that Franz could not do anything else, he nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. Theodro put his hand on his knee, slowly standing up. Well, I should go now. Franz waved his hand to say goodbye. Okay, be careful, Theodro. After turning his back and walking a few steps, Theodro thought again. For some reason, I feel too restless. Theodore thought back to the image of His Majesty and the Queen happily entrusting Franz to play with him. I should not worry about nothing, even if it rains. The prince is just a bit rebellious. His Majesty and the Queen still love the prince. Franz watched Theodore's departing back, while he was thinking about finding a gift for Liana. After Theodore disappeared from sight, the hand-waving goodbye also fell, leaving only Franz with his solitary shadow. The image of his sister hugging Franz's shoulder, saying to the boy, "Do you understand, Franz? You should have listened to your sister if something happened to Franz. Then your sister would be very sad, therefore, if you want to survive, remember what your sister told you. Franz is very smart, so you will be able to do it, right?" Her expression was very strange. A drop of sweat ran lightly on her cheek. Ending the memory, Franz turned and left. The boy ran very fast out of the corridor. At Halia's palace, night fell. Snow began to fall white all over. Our cute little Liana stretched her shoulders up high, yawning widely. Nanny Dorian hugged the little girl's dirty clothes. "Good night, sweet dreams, see you in the morning." Liana also wished her back. Liana was lying in her warm blanket, satisfied. A warm bath, a full meal, and then going to bed. There is nothing better. Liana remembered when she was being bathed by Dorian. "Your Highness, please close your eyes tightly, otherwise the soap will get in your eyes," she thought. "At first I felt very uncomfortable when someone was bathing me, but now it is better than I thought. Ah, by the way, what did Dorian say?" The little girl remembered what Dorian had said when she was being bathed. The Grand Master is busy studying the stars, and while he was busy making a snowman. It seemed that snowman was really cute when he was outside. The little girl peeked half her face out from under the blanket, thinking, "I have never heard of any of Calliope's research achievements in my past life." The maid, while drying Liana's hair, also said, "I heard it from some of my friends. If the Grand Master was not the Halia's heir, then he would become a great scholar." Liana sighed, thinking back on what Suji had just said. It was not entirely wrong. Liana closed her eyes and turned over. Lying on her side, this Halia's master could not be in a position where he could comfortably conduct research. Maybe he would give up after a while. Calliope Halia's also sacrificed in his own way. The little girl gradually fell asleep. "I am too curious about how he feels." A sudden call echoed. A tall figure stood by Liana's bed. The little girl widened her eyes, waking up. It turned out to be Brother Calliope. He leaned down, putting his finger to his lips, signaling to be quiet. Calliope smiled and said, "You are probably very sleepy, but can you spare me a little time?" Liana's small face was full of question marks. She gave a soft yes. Outside, the snow was falling heavily. Calliope wrapped Liana in a thick fur coat and walked on the snow. The little girl thought sadly, "What happened so suddenly? Why do I have to go outside?" Liana looked at Calliope's cheerful face. If I asked him now where we were going, he would probably just say, "You will find out soon enough." Calliope's footsteps were still slowly stepping on the icy snow. Liana panicked. "He won't change his mind and abandon me, will he?" Calliope stopped. "Here, we are here. I made this to give to you, but it is also something I have to be careful about when showing others." Little Liana turned her head to look. Appearing in Liana's pupils was a snowman. It was. 3 snowmen were built. It was the symbol of Murti. Calliope hugged Liana, approaching it. "I wanted to show you this gift like this." He slightly lowered his face, dropping his eyelashes. "Before, I was indifferent to you. Even when I said it was for the family, it was not easy to say in front of a child. I also thought that my words might have hurt you and made you act recklessly." Liana was stunned when she heard those words from Calliope. Calliope reached out and grabbed the flag. It was not easy to get the symbol. He took the flag and handed it to Liana. "One day you will have to shoulder our whole family on your shoulders just like me, or even more so." Calliope lowered his face to little Liana. He closed his eyes. "Just keep it like this." Calliope smiled happily. "When you grow up like me, come back and hang it up again." Liana's small hand held the flag. In her small head she thought, "I can't let anyone know that Haliaz is related to Murti. He must have gone through a lot of trouble to get this." Liana's hand holding the flag turned red from the cold. Who would apologize in such a difficult way? The little girl hugged the flag, bringing it up to her face. A tear appeared at the corner of her eye. The 2 siblings hugged each other in the snowy night. The Murti flag was embraced between them. A thank you from Liana was heard. "Thank you, brother." The next day at the palace, Shaun seemed uncomfortable. His 2 hands were placed on the glass pane. Nanny Dorian, seeing that, smiled and reminded, "Young master, you should lower the window frame like this." Shaun was still looking out the window. "The sun is setting. We will be there before the window closes." Liana behind asked, "Brother, do you really like Brother Theo that much?" Shaun immediately turned his head, grabbing her hand very firmly. "Of course. Brother Theo teaches me swordsmanship. always treats me well, and he is the youngest swordsman on the continent. Hearing Xiao praise Theodro, Liana could only sigh. If this keeps up, when he grows up, will he write a dissertation about Theo? After a month apart, a group of horses galloped on the road. Theodro had returned to Haliaz today. He smiled brightly even though he was tired from riding and announced, "I am back." Alade sat solemnly at the family dining table and seriously said, "In a week, we will organize a party to welcome Liana." At the dining table with all the children of the family, he continued, "Announce there that Liana has been adopted by a distant relative." The eldest brother softly asked him, "When is the royal palace visit schedule, sir?" He simply said, "Plan to leave right after the party ends." Hearing that, Theodro hesitantly replied, "When father returned to Haliaz, the king did not seem too happy, sir." Hearing that, he immediately became angry. With a gloomy face he said, "I also do not have good feelings towards the royal family," causing the children around to have goosebumps. Liana also agreed with this point of view. She sighed, thinking, "Yes, it seems like we do not really get along in the previous life. There has not been a big enough incident for everyone to notice, so everything will be fine. Now it is best to eat the cake, before things get more complicated." After she finished her thought, she immediately turned towards the cake on the table. "Give me one of those." "Cake," all three siblings said in unison. All three of them simultaneously stood up from their chairs to quickly grab a piece of cake for Liana. But right at this moment, the eldest brother gently took out a piece of cake, before his younger brother Theodro's puzzled expression. The eldest brother gently smiled, bringing it in front of Liana. "Huh? What?" Looking at Theodro's confused face, it was clear what was going on. Liana at this moment had a smug face, smiling, thinking to herself, "Look at him being so clueless. It is really funny." The eldest brother did not care much about Theodro's expression, only sweetly telling Liana, "Do you need anything else, like milk or pudding?" The little girl gently rubbed her small hand on his silver hair, then smiled, lovely, saying, "No, thank you." The eldest brother also smiled very happily, receiving this gentleness from his little sister. Seeing this series of close and natural actions, Theodro shuddered. It seemed that he and Liana were quite close when I was not home, then timidly asking the eldest brother, "Eldest brother, does your head hurt?" The mastermind Liana covered her mouth, smirking. The eldest brother smiled brightly, beautiful enough to move the heart. He explained to his foolish younger brother, "I have changed a lot from my arrogant thoughts. But it is okay, I have met you again." Among the children Theodro brought back, our youngest child is the best. Yet the eldest brother's true heart made Theodro's spine chill. "Yes, that is right. Can you say that you saved us all?" Hearing that, the eldest brother sighed. "However, I still do not know what the difference is." Xiao quickly asked Theodro, "Brother Theo, last time, eldest brother was playing snowball fights with us, and even helped me build a snowman." Xiao's very excited face showed that they had a lot of fun playing together. Theodro was even more tense. However, he quickly turned to Liana, praising her. "I can imagine how great that Murdy witch is." Sir Alade called Liana, pulling her away from her brothers. "Hey Liana." "Yes, father." This sudden call from him caused the little girl to stumble over her words. He continued, "Because there are so many people coming to the welcome party, I think you should hide your hair color. It would be better if you dyed it a different color in the future. Do you think it is okay?" Liana listened seriously and said yes to her father. Seeing the little girl so understanding, he said reassuringly, "Thank you for understanding me. Garcia will help you dye your hair." Theodro seemed to be really looking forward to the little girl's new hair color. He smiled like a flower. "Oh, dyeing hair. What color does Liana like?" Hearing that, the little girl was very surprised. "Huh, I get to decide." Xiao on the side also echoed, "That is your hair, Liana. Just choose the color you like." Then she asked Alade, "We are distant relatives, so we do not have to look alike, do we, father?" Alade calmly said, "Just do as you want." Hearing encouragement from her family, Liana pondered, "What color do I like? I have never really thought about that, in this life or the previous one. In the previous life, I just wore whatever Bahal gave me without thinking about whether I liked them or not. In this life, I will be heard if I say something, but I only live with what is given." The more I thought about it, the more complicated it became. If I had to choose, it would definitely be the red of Murdy, but I need a different color to cover this red hair. What does liking something mean? How important does it have to be for something to be called a favorite? The more she thought, the harder it was to choose. Liana's head was still smoking, not yet thinking of the color she liked. Seeing that, the venerable old father immediately turned around. "You do not need to decide now, so think about it slowly." Then he changed his attitude, sternly announcing to everyone, "Up until now, those who know the truth must remain silent. I will tell the knights and servants who have seen Liana beforehand to avoid unnecessary suspicion." The name of Murdy must not be revealed. Everyone understands, right? Everyone replied in unison, yes. Liana sighed, thinking, in that week, I guess people from the palace won't come again. Maybe only the nobles and local residents nearby will show up. Thinking that, the little girl had to comfort herself, hair color, I will eat some cake, and then think about it. Time passed so quickly. Another week had already passed. The lavish royal party was taking place as scheduled. Liana appeared with a new appearance. She had chosen a lovely pink hair color for herself. This color made her look even cuter and more adorable. The little girl was lying in Alaid's arms. He loudly announced, "We have gathered here to share some good news. So please welcome the new princess of Haliaz." After that announcement, everyone applauded for Liana's new beginning. Below the stands, everyone was captivated by the little girl's cuteness. May the gods bless the great princess. You are so beautiful, princess. Looking at this scene, Liana was both embarrassed and frozen like she was about to turn to stone. The little girl did not know what to say in this situation. It is not that I do not like it, but it is so weird and how should I say it? Suddenly, her attention fell on that familiar figure. Wait, I recognize that face. It is the army leader. He is still very energetic every time he appears. He really is a model of a noble. After saying that, she looked at the man who was holding her. He carried a noble and majestic aura that no one could compare to. Sensing the gaze of the little girl in his arms, Alaid lowered his head to look at Liana. He patted her head to comfort her. There is nothing to be afraid of. The gates of the castle have been guarded, and there are knights disguised and hiding among them. He let the little girl down and continued, "Everyone is here for you, so you can walk around and meet them." Alaid encouraged and motivated the little girl in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, she remembered herself. Why did I choose this hair color? The reason I chose pink is because it is very similar to the warmth of my mother in my hazy memories. And moreover, the little girl also felt the warmth from this father in front of her. Beside him, there were also her very loving brothers, making her feel the warmth from the family she had lost. Although there was always snow here, I still felt very warm. I chose the whitest tone among the colors that were similar to warmth. It also looks quite cute. Ah, father. Alaid quickly answered the little girl. What is it? Does this color suit me? The little girl timidly, worriedly asked for his opinion. He was also very surprised that the little girl would ask that question at this moment. A small voice echoed in his ears. He quickly regained his composure and said, "Your hair. It is very lovely." Just one compliment made the little girl much happier and more confident, no longer having the worries she had at the start of the party. That day, I smiled more than ever since I came to Haliaz, because there were these brothers to welcome and spoil me so much. The party continued. Liana lay snugly in Theodro's arms. Around me everyone was praying and singing hymns for me. The young children made crowns and small bouquets. They gave them to her. It could be seen that everyone here welcomed her very much. My name is Liana. The wreath was placed on her hair. Now with the confidence of a little girl supported by her family, this look, ordinary people would find it very hard to achieve. I really do not know what it means, but I understand that what everyone is showing me is liking. And I think everyone here is amazing, no matter who they are all very happy and welcome my appearance. The blue sky, with the fresh, cool sunlight, a beautiful beginning. A few days later in the mansion, Liana was frowning, confused by the teacher's praise next to her. How can you be so smart? Before her gloominess, the teacher still had both eyes shining, without sparing any words of praise. I have heard about young Master Shaun's intelligence, and now I have met the princess. It is truly beyond all my expectations. Shaun next to her excitedly chimed in. That is right, Liana is really amazing. He excitedly asked the little girl, "How did you know what reasonable means when you just heard it?" The little girl frowned, thinking because I am 16 years old. Shaun still looked at Liana with a worshipful expression. My sister is really smart. She remembered the beginning of everything. It was the day that Brother Theodro came back. Shaun excitedly showed him her finger snap. Liana suddenly thought, if I talked well enough, I would not have to practice secretly anymore. So the little girl widened her eyes, trying to say to Theodro, "If I practice, I will show you." Theo, seeing that he had not heard her, he looked back in surprise. Liana tried to move her mouth clearly. Practice. The little girl's cuteness successfully charmed him. He could not resist those eyes. "Okay, I will help you practice regularly." Theodro's acceptance made both Shaun and Liana happy. But before the two younger siblings' excitement, Theodro also carefully added, "But not too much, because Liana still can't control it herself." Both children agreed. "Yes, we understand." He suddenly thought, and maybe I should talk to father about hiring a tutor. There is nothing more dangerous than a wizard who uses magic without knowledge. His words immediately made Liana dejected. She could not help but remember herself in the past life. She really knew very well about what he just said. She had practiced magic without even knowing how to control it or what she was actually doing. Xiao happily encouraged her again. We will learn to draw together because you can read and write anyway. Those words made her panic, screaming in her head, why am I being dragged into a class with a genius like him? Theodoro also completely agreed with Xiao. He happily accepted. That is a good idea. Liana can definitely keep up. Xiao, receiving his approval, excitedly urged, really, please beg father. While Liana was shaking her head like a rattle, making her red hair fly up like a burning flame, but it was useless. Theodoro and Xiao finally got Alcide's permission. Back to the present, the little girl was still frowning, contemplating. I planned to pretend to be innocent and gloomy, but I did not know that pretending to be smart as a 4-year-old would be so difficult. She was doing quite well when she was pretending to be foolish, for example. When the teacher asked her what this multiplication was equal to, she only tilted her head and asked back, what is multiplication? But the problem was that she learned everything too quickly. She did not even know how to pretend. Like the teacher just explained multiplication is blah, blah, then gave an example. There are 24 hours in a day, so how many hours are there in a week? The little girl blurted out. 168 hours, something like that. Liana felt extremely depressed. How could I know that until I met a 4-year-old? I do not even remember what I was like when I was 4. How can I act like a child? Xiao next to her was full of fighting spirit. I can't let my sister surpass me. I also have to move forward. The little girl panicked, yelling, no, no, I do not know. The female teacher was also extremely moved, without sparing any words of praise. So humble at such a young age. Truly beautiful, wonderful. But that also ignited the competitiveness in the teacher's heart. She was full of fighting spirit, shouting, I am worried that the two of you will catch up to me. So I also have to study hard. I won't lose. Liana felt hopeless before the burning flames before her eyes. The little girl cried in her heart as a fiery flame burst out from the study room. I do not know anything. Outside, Alade and Calliope were standing in front of a carriage, watching a servant bring the goods. I've packed everything you requested. Do you need anything else? Alade nodded at him. That is enough. I will resolve the issue quickly and come back. Calliope, standing next to him, asked him. It probably won't take more than a week. Alade was not sure, only simply replying, I will inform Liana and come back immediately. If not, I won't waste even a day. Calliope thought, just like me, father also hates the royal palace. On the surface he was concerned and asked him, Xiao and Liana's lessons will end soon. Are you not planning to meet the children? Alade decisively turned to get on his horse. There is no time for that. He frowned and instructed, the news about the welcome party will soon be sent to the palace. Strengthen security around the castle, but do not reveal anything to the outside. Calliope seriously agreed, yes, sir. Alade got on the carriage and Calliope's goodbye. Father, please be careful. He nodded, okay. He watched the carriage slowly move away. Calliope secretly thought, if the palace has found out about this, we may need to prepare for something bigger than expected. That was also Alade's thought. The carriage carrying him slowly moved away from the mansion. When Calliope was talking with some guards, the butler Fabian came to see him. Sir, may I have some of your time? What is the matter, Fabian? He was a little hesitant. The thing is, he then reported to him, one of the village managers in the south is accusing an estate of embezzling funds. To verify this, we need to check the ledger in the Duke's office. The Duke left a few days ago, but they refused to wait for his return. Calliope also hesitated. I will look into this issue. What documents did the manager bring? He quickly replied, I have left it in your room. Calliope immediately turned back and said to his guards, we will end the night training for today. They replied together, yes, sir. A door in the mansion was still slightly open. Calliope looked at the pile of books on the table. They claim that the taxes they have not paid have been paid, and they are criticizing the small mistakes in the manager's accounting books. He flipped through the list in his hand while talking with Fabian. Whether it was a mistake or embezzlement, we still do not know, but there are a lot of omissions in the estate manager's records. Compensate for the lost wages and incurred costs. He apologetically admitted his mistake to him. I understand. I am sorry that I could not handle this issue at my level. Calliope did not blame him. He simply continued. There are always people who insist on meeting him directly. I will organize the documents, so go and take care of your work. Yes, so what about dinner? He was still focused on the list in his hand, not paying attention, and said, I will go down a bit late. Let everyone eat first. He stacked the books in his hand, opened the drawer to put them in, and at the same time, thought about giving these books to Alade when he returned. But suddenly an object caught his attention. This scroll is. He took out 2 scrolls. Opening them and evaluating them, there is no dust on them, so someone must have held them recently. He hesitated a bit when opening the scroll he just found. I am not sure if I should do this or not, but maybe this is a portrait of Mom, so it will be okay. But when he looked at it, he opened his eyes in surprise. This is. Inside the scroll was a painting of an extremely beautiful red-haired girl, Cecilia Lamurti. In the gloomy royal palace, a man with a majestic aura sat on the throne. Using a deep voice, he asked, "Well, it seems like you are also getting old. What breeze made you decide to adopt even a daughter?" Grand Duke Haliaz. The blonde man, resting his chin on his hand, looked serious. "What breeze made you decide to adopt even a daughter?" Grand Duke Alade. Alade smiled. "You will be surprised when you see my daughter, Your Majesty." The blonde man frowned. Then he suddenly waved his hand and laughed. "No matter how many sons you have, daughters are still the most beautiful, right? You are also getting old. Even so, it should not be like this. I said that we should avoid adopting children in noble families. You know it is not without reason that I imposed a high tax on adopting children, right?" Alade did not directly explain, but only informed him. "The sea is full of pirates, and in the north, the defensive wall has been broken." The blonde man was not happy when he heard this information. Alade continued, "Because of that, we have sent scouts, and in the near future, we also plan to increase the number of soldiers for the defensive wall in the north. Haliaz still belongs to the kingdom, so it must bring corresponding benefits." The blonde man was discouraged. "You also know that rebuilding Murti will cost a lot of the national treasury. I hope that Haliaz can protect itself if possible. In return, do you want to be exempt from the adoption tax? It seems like this offer is not very reasonable." Alade made his proposals. "We will provide half of the manpower for the restoration of Murti. The Thebes mine is about to enter a period of inactivity, so I will send manpower from there." The blonde man was surprised. That is an attractive offer, but if that is the case, then would not the benefits for the Grand Duke be at a disadvantage? Alade calmly stated his wishes. "Please overlook the adoption issue that I mentioned. Also, I have a small request I want to ask you. I want to see the latest list of master swordsmen." The blonde man quickly agreed. "Okay, call the minister here." Alade doubted his attitude. Even though I said that I would send people to support the restoration of Murti, but there was still no reaction, and there was no need to hesitate about showing the list. He really does not know. If not, then digging deeper, I will know his intention. The scene switched to Liana's room. The little girl was worried. "It was rumored that I am the third genius of Haliaz, but if I have not learned in the past life, then I won't be able to keep up with Xiao's progress. Like foreign languages, etiquette, art." Liana sighed. "It seems like that child already knows everything. If I do not know anything for too long, it will be troublesome. Why is there a rule about what dishes should be eaten before the meal?" While she was busy thinking, a voice was heard. "Liana, it is me." Liana asked, "Is it Brother Calliope?" But in response to the little girl was silence. That person slowly opened the door and entered, approaching Liana. Seeing that person's expression, Liana was afraid. This atmosphere.
Could it be that Calliope
has finally regained his senses? Or maybe he realized that I was very suspicious. Am I being discovered when starting classes? Seeing that the situation was not good, Liana widened her round eyes to look at him. The little girl acted spoiled. "Brother, do you want to play with Liana?" Seeing that, Calliope sighed. He smiled. "Okay, let us play together." Calliope lifted Liana high, throwing her into the air, then caught her. When Liana fell, he hugged her and sat on the bed. Calliope thoughtfully asked, "Do you remember the first day you met Father?" Liana honestly replied that she was very scared when she met him. Calliope continued, "Before coming to Haliaz, you never met Father in Murti." Thinking that even though I met Father, I could not remember. "I do not even remember my mother's face clearly." Liana was flustered. "Sorry, brother, I do not know." Calliope smiled and soothed his younger sister. "Okay, it is understandable. I do not understand why I am talking about these things with you. It is just that I was thinking, what if you really were my younger sister? Even so, it is definitely not your fault. You understand, right, Liana?" Liana did not understand what Calliope meant. The little girl asked curiously, "Brother, do you not want to be Liana's brother?" Calliope gently replied, "No matter what happens, I will always be your brother." Liana was relieved. That is a relief. But she still did not know what the problem was. At this time, in a large castle, Franz was intently reading the letter that was sent. He read the words on it, "Snowman." Suddenly, a voice made the boy jump. He smiled mischievously. "The letter from the youngest child of Haliaz has arrived, right? Can you let me see it?" The boy could only obey and hand it to his brother. Reading the letter in his hand, he said, "That person named Calliope made a snowman. I guess they made this up to show their brotherhood, right, my brother? How funny. You should also make up some memories with this older brother and send them too." Seeing that Franz was still sitting still, he glared. "Your brother has arrived, and you are planning to sit on the bed for how much longer?" Franz jumped in fright, scrambling down from the bed. He mocked, "Even at your age, you still throw yourself around like a newborn. I was reading philosophy at that age." Okay, being stupid is fine too. Both pitiful and cute, right? However, remember this. I cannot tolerate those who do not know manners. Franz sadly bowed his head. Yes, I know my mistake. The scene switched to Liana's room. The little girl stood up and said loudly, "Ms. Doria, I think I have done something wrong. I have to apologize to Brother Calliope." The little girl was determined. "Please make me look as beautiful as possible." "Ms. Doria worriedly asked, "Oh my, what did you do wrong that you are like this?" Liana was sad. "It seems like my brother hates me." Doria laughed. "It seems like you had a nightmare. Anyway, for the person I want, I will dress you up with all my sincerity. Of course, even if I do not do that for the Grand Master, young lady, you are still the most beautiful person in this world." Although she heard Ms. Doria say that, Liana's mood did not improve much. For the past few days, Brother Calliope has constantly shown his displeasure towards me. He looked at me with a displeased expression and did not say a single word during meals. He always puts on that kind of face with me. Thinking about the moment I woke up after fainting and seeing him smile, that was so terrifying, but now I miss it so much. Why is the human heart so easily changeable? He said he liked me. What did I do wrong? I called him brother so many times. Ms. Doria carried Liana into the dressing room. "What color do you want to wear? Pink has already been worn at the welcome party, so what about blue or white?" Doria enthusiastically chose the most beautiful dress for Liana. After a while, seeing Liana come out with a new dress, everyone praised her. "You are so cute, young lady." A maid there wondered, "But why is the Grand Master angry with the young lady?" Liana pouted, "I do not know either. He just puts on a scary expression and does not say a word to me." Her head was full of confusion. "I do not know. Now he is probably wondering whether to kick me out, right?" Seeing Liana's expression, the three maids cheered her up. "No matter what the reason is, it does not matter. As soon as he sees you, young lady, he will melt." Although she had prepared carefully, it seemed that Liana had failed to get Calliope's attention. Liana had received a rather forced compliment from Shaun. Breakfast ended, but the little girl could not look into Calliope's eyes even once. Liana trembled while holding the spoon in her hand. "I can't be hated now. I do not know when I will be sent back to Murdy." The little girl was determined to show Calliope her power. That afternoon, Liana went to Calliope's room. She knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. The little girl became even more worried. "I heard he was in his room all day, but where did he go now? Could it be that he does not even want to see my face anymore?" While immersed in worry, Calliope came from behind. "What are you doing here?" Liana tried to show her cheerfulness. "I want to play with you. Are you very busy?" Calliope was confused. "I am not that busy. Why are you talking like that? Who told you to use honorifics with me? Anyway, come in. I am not sure if there is anything here for you to play with." Entering Calliope's room, Liana was surprised to see that it was full of books. Looking around, she noticed the window. "Brother, can you help me open the window?" Then Liana ran to the back. Opening the window, Calliope said, "The weather is so nice. If you want to go outside, I will take you." Not seeing Liana reply, he turned back to look. Seeing the image before his eyes, Calliope panicked. Liana was showing her power on her hand, while saying, "Look, I have fire. Now I can use it from a distance. I will show you." Calliope immediately ran over. He grabbed Liana's hands, angrily yelling, "Stop it immediately, Liana." The situation immediately became tense. Liana was like a small animal who could only bow her head and sweat profusely. Calliope angrily folded his arms, standing in front of her. Then he could not help but sigh. Calliope said in a low voice, "Magic is not something you can use whenever you want. Even if there is no danger around, you must be careful for your own safety." "Who taught you that it is okay to use magic for entertainment? Have you been playing like this with Shaun?" Liana hesitated to explain. "No. I thought brother would like it," Calliope said. "The reason is really unexpected, but why all of a sudden?" Liana did not know whether she should tell him or not. After thinking for a while, she whispered, "Brother, you have been angry at me and avoiding me these past few days. I know you like useful things, Brother Calliope. I wanted to show you that I am also useful." Calliope was extremely surprised, asking back, You thought that about me. Why did you think that?" At this moment, he was angry at himself, realizing, wait, hold on. Thinking back, since Liana came, I only thought about kicking her out. After deciding to adopt her, I did not pay much attention and only met her during meals. Actually, I only started to care and pay attention to her on the day she used the fire and collapsed. It is no wonder that Liana misunderstood my intentions. Thinking carefully, it was she who said that I was too short-sighted. Seeing him silent and then changing his expression, Liana was extremely worried, calling softly, "Brother." Calliope jumped in surprise. Sorry, I was just a bit distracted. First of all, I should probably apologize. I must have confused you with my sudden change in attitude. It is true that my thoughts changed because of the way you protected Haliaz with fire that day, but that is only part of it. I do not want you to do those things again. It is okay if you can't do it again. No, I really hope you won't do such dangerous things. You do not need to try to impress me, Liana. It is not because you are extraordinary or amazing that I care about you. It is simply because you are my younger sister that I care, understand. Until she went to bed, Liana still remembered what her brother had said. The little girl seriously thought Calliope said he was not angry at me, he just had something serious to think about. Sorry for scaring you, I was just thinking I won't do that again. Liana, Murdy's magic consumes a lot of energy. If you continue to push yourself like before, you might die at an even younger age than me. Hearing that, Liana was dumbfounded. So even if I survived in my previous life, I still would not live much longer. Calliope asked again. It was scary, right? You have to be careful when using it. Calliope was scared. So what extent can I use it? Does that mean I can't even play with my brothers? Calliope told her, as long as you are very healthy and really want to. Using it to a certain extent is still fine. But promise me that you won't do anything dangerous. After saying that, Calliope also held out his little finger in front of her. The two siblings hooked their pinkies and promised each other. Calliope gave his younger sister a gentle smile. Liana recounted his words. I care about you just because you are you. He answered like that, but I do not really understand. Just because I am me, what does that mean? After using my ability, what is left of me? Does that mean I am still accepted even without anything? But I want to become stronger for my family, for my late parents, and for Haliaz who loves me, but I also do not want to cause worry. Being loved is not easy either. At this moment, the scene shifted to a forest surrounded by white snow. A caravan of carriages was slowly moving. Alcide was sitting in the carriage. His face could not hide his worries. He thought to himself, when I checked the swordsman's register, there was a suspicious person. The illegitimate child of Drehan, who ranked after Theodore on the list. What is prominent in the illegitimate child of Drehan is that he is famous for his obsession with blood. Although he was not even on the noble registry, there was no doubt because he resembled Drehan's appearance. Because his existence was only revealed recently, it is natural that the investigation did not reveal much. If this was intentional, then it must have been meticulously planned for a long time. And the Soul Stone. On the way back, I stopped by the Spenta temple to check the Soul Stone, receiving the priest's reply, I am very sorry, sir. The Soul Stone has been kept in the royal palace for a while now. Alcide nodded. I understand. What is the reason it was moved? The priest replied. It could be to protect the health of the high priest. He collapsed after the fire at the Murdy castle, and has not recovered yet. Alcide thought, if the Soul Stone was used in the fire at Murdy, then it will affect the high priest. Drehan's restlessness and the royal family's involvement are all related to the fire at Murdy. No, they must be related. In Alcide's hand at this moment was a piece of paper. It was the adoption license. Alcide murmured, until that child can protect herself, please allow it. The Duke is returning. Alcide has returned. Very soon after that, Alcide was present in the dining room of the mansion. He spoke up, I have officially received Liana's adoption license. Liana, hearing that, was very excited, exclaiming a long wow. The brothers all happily congratulated. I am really happy, Liana. I am relieved that the approval went safely. Liana smiled happily and innocently. Yes, thank you everyone. But deep inside her heart, she sighed. Actually, I do not just feel happy. Although it has been approved, it came from the royal palace. Receiving approval from the enemy of my family, a bitter aftertaste rose in my mouth. But now, I can say that we are all a family. I can't deny that it makes me happy. Well, it is also good for me. In a way, my safety is now guaranteed. Revenge is revenge, and good things are good things. Let us be happy about the good things. Then I can leave with a peaceful heart. Thinking that, Liana turned to call Theodore. Brother, where are you planning to go? Theodore replied, during this time of the year, I go on patrol to the north. I am at the age where I can soon go on my own. Liana wondered, patrol to the north, do you have to fight, capture monsters? Theodore nodded, usually yes, since it is also a scouting mission. Liana asked again, so you can get married, aren't you laying the foundation for it? She thought, I heard that the monsters in the north are very big and ferocious, so the harsh cold is not a joke. Even a swordsman will find it difficult. Is it okay to send a 17-year-old boy? They're alone. Calliope, sitting on the side, unexpectedly laughed. You are probably the only one in Haliaz worried about sending Theodore, Liana. Your second brother was a wild boar hunter at the age of 10. Theodore smiled wryly, but I did not do that alone, right? Calliope nodded. Yeah, you almost did it on your own. At this point, Liana was more at ease. I guess sending him is fine. Theodore smiled and said to her, Do not worry, Liana. Calliope also went at the same age as me and returned safely. Looking at the two brothers in front of her, Liana just said, oh, thinking to herself. Why, even when Calliope went at the same age as Theodore, I am not worried about him. It seems like that is not the problem. By the way, Liana looked at the person who was chewing on a delicious piece of meat next to her, calling softly, Brother Shaun. You are going too. Seeing his younger sister's expression, Shaun froze. Shaun instinctively trembled, moving back, hesitating. I can go. Right, sir. Alcide nodded. Since Shaun is also a descendant of Halias, it is natural that you go. Shaun was excited. That is right, so I can definitely go too, right? Alcide nodded in confirmation. Yeah, maybe in 20 years. Shaun was stunned again. Not 10 years. Liana thought, Shaun will be fine. He knows better than anyone where his talent lies. He would not be called a genius for no reason. Speaking of talent, what talent do I have? I was forced to learn how to do the things I had to do in my previous life. In this life, I am only learning everything at a safe level. Besides the knowledge I have from my previous life. Foreign languages, I really do not have any talent, do I? Thinking that, Liana could not help but reveal a gloomy expression. At this moment, Calliope called her name, and Liana. The royal palace needs documents about you. Do you know your date of birth? Liana's face went blank as she mumbled, My date of birth. I do not remember, Alcide asked her again. Then, is there a particular day that stands out to you, or something you want to celebrate? Liana sighed in her heart. The first day that appears in my mind is the day of the Halias raid. I really know this one. Thinking that, she shook her head. I do not have any. Alcide suggested, then, would it be okay if we used the day you came here? It has been almost a year since you came, so let us celebrate that. Liana, hearing that, thought, so it has been almost a year since the symbol of revenge faded. I will try my best, Mom, Dad. Each time I celebrate, I will practice harder to take revenge. Thinking that, Liana smiled brightly and agreed, yes, that sounds good. A few days later, Theodore set off to the north, preparing for his journey. Before leaving, Theodore waved his hand, saying, I will contact you when I arrive at the magic tower. I will also bring your birthday present too, so please look forward to it, Calliope said. I hope it is not some useless thing you picked up. At this time, Shaun wondered, so did Brother Theo pick Liana up? Calliope explained to his younger sister, Liana was not picked up. She was rescued. Liana, being carried by him, looked forward. Brother Theodore mentioned a birthday present. No matter how worried I am really looking forward to it. What will he bring back from the snowy mountains? Liana had been looking forward to it like that, until a while later. She did not even know what trouble she was getting into. Remembering what Theodore said, I will contact you, Liana was worried. He said he would contact me when he got there, but I still have not received any news. I am sure something has happened. Is it really okay to hold the party right now? The little girl imagined her brother in danger. At this moment, someone called Liana. Happy birthday. Calliope unexpectedly brought a gift to Liana. This is my birthday present for you. Liana happily accepted it. Thank you, this box is so big. Shaun also came over calling, Liana, this is also from me. Happy birthday, Liana. The servant behind them threw flowers. Happy birthday, young lady. Liana felt their love, hesitatingly. Thank you, everyone. I am very grateful. This is too much. At this moment, a pair of skinny hands reached out a bell. Alcide spoke up, Happy birthday, Liana. You seem overwhelmed, so I have temporarily put the gifts aside. You can open them later. Is that okay with you? Liana nodded. Yes, father. Thank you, everyone, so much. Suddenly, Alraid had become much more sentimental. If the Alraid of a year ago met the person I knew now, this could be the result. At this moment, Shaun asked curiously, Father, what is special about the spell? Alcide shook his head. No, there is nothing special. Liana was startled, remembering now. I just thought about it now. The brooch he unexpectedly gave me last year. I was thinking of wearing it until I found out the truth behind it. The maid just saw it and exclaimed, Oh, it is beautiful. It is a very high-quality diamond brooch, expensive and rare. In the end, Liana could not wear the brooch because she was worried it might get scratched. So what about the spell? Calliope appeared with a smile. Father, if you say that, she won't understand what it is for. Liana was even more confused. What is it? Hearing Calliope speak, Alcide nodded, explaining to Liana. It is a bell for your pony. It is best to practice riding a pony before actually riding a horse. Liana was surprised. A horse? My horse. The more she thought about it, the more she could not hide her excitement. She jumped into Alcide's arms and said, "Thank you so much, Father. I love it so much. Oh my God, I always dreamed of having a horse, even in my previous life. I am so happy, Father." Alcide smiled, patting her head. "If you wanted a horse, you should have told me sooner," Liana replied. "I thought I had to be taller before I could ride. I was planning to ask Theodore to teach me when I am older." Seeing her expression, Alcide subtly said, "You do not need to worry about Theodore. Even if he gets lost, he won't become prey for monsters." Liana thought, "I know that. That is not what I am worried about, my brother. If Oedipa disguises himself and pretends to be trapped, he will rescue him immediately." Everyone knew what was being implied, but no one spoke about it. Calliope spoke up, "I know exactly what you are worried about. That is exactly the problem. It is all part of him, so there is nothing to worry about. He will be fine." That is the privilege of having strong power. The scene shifted to another place. Theodore was covered in blood on his face. He thought about his family. They must be in the middle of Liana's birthday party right now. At this time, the guard behind him called, "Young master, the sorting of the harvest has been completed. Let us go." Theodore, hearing that, was happy. "Good job. I will be there right now. I do not think I have anything suitable for Liana. Should I carve something out of mammoth ivory?" The next day, Alcide folded his arms, asking his son, "You're planning to go on your own?" Calliope nodded. "Yes, Liana is worried, so I need to say something to reassure her. There won't be any problem, but with a long schedule, food might not be enough. I told Liana and Shaun that I was heading to the Stone Age to cover everything up." Alcide, hearing that, sighed. "Is that so?" Yesterday, she seemed quite worried. However, Shaun caused a small commotion, saying that he wanted to go with you to the Stone Age to meet his uncle. The Stone Age is full of pirates, so it would be quite difficult to go there this summer. If I had known earlier, I would not have sent Theodore, Calliope replied. It will be resolved quickly, considering that it is his uncle. Then I will go now, sir. Alcide nodded. Okay, have a safe trip. Calliope said to the guard behind him, "If you are ready, let us go." And, at the same time, it was terrible. They never imagined things would go this far. It turned out that on the day before the departure, Shaun wondered, "Brother, where are you planning to go?" Calliope said to his siblings, "I am planning to go on a scouting mission to the Stone Age. The last time I went there was around this time last year." Shaun looked at his older brother with admiring eyes when he heard that it was the Stone Age. He quickly said, "Please let me go with you, brother. I want to see Uncle Byleth. It has been so long since I saw Uncle. You two always pass by the Stone Age, but I do not. I am always stuck here in Haliaz." Calliope thought, the boy is a smart kid, so he won't whine if he knows that the Stone Age has become dangerous because of pirates. Should I really say it? I do not want the children to know such things. Liana, hearing Shaun say that, pouted, "But you always talk about how great it is to be with Liana." "You liar." Shaun's face turned pale, wanting to explain, "No, it is not like that." Liana puffed up her cheeks. "I hate you, brother. You only think about going far away. I want to go too." Seeing Liana sulking, wanting to leave, Shaun flusteredly chased after her. "Wait, listen to me." Calliope on the side was secretly happy. "I escaped a disaster thanks to the youngest." Inside the room, Shaun was still flusteredly explaining to Liana, "I did not mean it that way." Liana sighed. "It seems like my intention to throw a tantrum has flown away. Should I give up now? Anyway, that guy Calliope should thank me." Thinking that, the little girl spoke up. "Shaun, Liana forgives you." Shaun happily cheered. "Thank you, Liana." The maid laughed happily, picking up Shaun. "Oh, now we can finally put the young master to bed." Shaun pouted. "I can climb on myself. I am only holding back because she was angry." The maid laughed along. Yes, I will go out for a bit to do chores." After she left, Liana asked Shaun in a low voice, "Brother, are you close with Uncle?" Shaun excitedly nodded. "Yes, it has been a long time, but he really cares about me. I was hoping that I could meet him this time." Liana asked, "So next time can we send them an invitation?" Shaun was delighted. "That is right, Liana. You are a genius, you know." Hee. What should I write? Write about me. Okay, Liana suggested ask father or brother Calliope. However, when the next day came, both of them were too busy, letting the two children roam freely. And that is how the story happened. While Liana was secretly trying to put a letter in the carriage, it departed. Liana tried to hit the door and call, "Hey, stop, I am Liana. We accidentally got on the carriage." While yelling, she turned back to look at Shaun and asked, "You are smiling, are not you?" Shaun chuckled, replying, "Liana, look what is in the storage room." Liana's face darkened. "Is it really time to look?" Shaun smugly took out a bag of food. "Here, dried meat and dried food. This means we can survive for a few days in this carriage. After all, the road to the Stone Age is warm in the summer." Shaun excitedly said, "This trip is unavoidable for me. It is fate." Liana worried. If we suddenly disappear, father will be very worried. Xiao nodded. That is right, but the Halia's carriage drivers all wear earplugs because of the wind. They won't hear us even if we yell. Liana was already imagining the scene. Brother Calliope will scold me so much. Xiao tried to comfort her, but anyway, uncle will probably side with me, right? He said I am his favorite nephew. Liana sighed. It is all your fault, brother. If we get scolded when we are discovered later, I won't side with you. Xiao did not care and replied, okay, I will think about that later. Let's eat some cookies and dried meat. Liana scolded in her heart. This Xiao guy can be calm, but he is really stubborn. Well, compared to when I had to wander all over Halias without food or sleep, this is heaven. I wonder if I can survive with this small body. Oh well, it seems warm on the way, so somehow it will be okay. The group then stopped at the edge of a forest. Calliope, at this time, was completely out of control, asking, you too. Someone, go and get something to cover them. Liana and Xiao are about to freeze. Liana, because she was too scared, could not stop the physiological tears from flowing. Xiao sobbed while hugging her, explaining to Calliope, I am sorry, older brother, I did not mean to. I was just trying to secretly put the letter. You were not going to the Stone Age, were you? I kept knocking, but no one heard us because you were all wearing earplugs. Calliope sighed, then tried to call the two of them in a low voice. Come here for now. Do not stay here anymore. At this time, a subordinate brought blankets to cover the two children. Another person suddenly said, there is red smoke coming from the direction of the main area. Calliope replied, I will choose 10 of our fastest soldiers to take the two children back. Tell them to stay with me. We will be back early in the morning. The guard took the blanket to them and said, I am sorry, young master, young lady. We were not paying attention because we were wearing earplugs. Xiao folded his arms apologetically. It is okay. I am sorry for scaring you. A moment later, the two children were wrapped up, not unlike a sushi roll. After eating a hearty meal, in front of them was a fire to warm them. Calliope asked, did you spend the whole day without eating anything in the carriage? Liana repeated Xiao's words, here, eat some dried meat and cookies. They are very delicious. Calliope, seeing that, laughed. Okay, you're eating now is all that matters. Then he turned to speak with Xiao. I am sorry I said that I was going to the Stone Age because I thought you would be worried if I said I was going to the North Wall. Xiao sobbed. I really messed everything up. I am sorry, brother. Calliope patted the boy's head, smiling and saying, the young men of Halias do not cry over things like this. Xiao, with his sparkling eyes, looked up and asked, were you planning to visit Brother Theo? Calliope nodded. Yeah, even if we are safe, we will need food if the journey is longer. Xiao bowed his head in regret. So, I ruined everything. Calliope gently comforted him. It is okay. When it is dawn, I will take you home and then leave again. If we receive news from Theo during that time, I may not have to go. Don't cry anymore and rest. The three of them rested by the fire, not noticing the hungry wolves lurking behind them. They were looking at them with fierce eyes. On this side, the two children were taken into a tent, leaving only Calliope and the guard sitting by the fire. The two of them were silent, not speaking. Liana and Xiao were fast asleep from exhaustion. Two soldiers were patrolling nearby. Feeling lucky, today is unusually quiet. No animals have appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the brown-haired man sensed something. Damn it, that is. The two of them immediately ran like crazy towards the camp. The wolves were chasing closely behind them. At that moment, Liana drowsily opened her eyes. She noticed the intermittent sounds outside. That sound, is it from a fierce wolf? The soldiers' terrified voices rang out. Sir, there are too many with this many. It is impossible. We need to abandon the camp and the food to be able to move. No, we can't protect the children while moving. Liana was surprised. Did Calliope really take action himself? That is strange. Although it is winter, they are all gathered here, and they did not even run away after seeing the aura. The wolves were aggressively attacking the humans. Because there were so many, it seemed like the other person was exhausted. Liana bit her lip worriedly. If it was a night squad, maybe, but facing this type of scout team is impossible. The real fighting force is probably just Calliope alone. If I was a few years older, I could keep the torch burning and use the shield. At this time, the guard yelled at Calliope, I will take the young master and move. Sir, you take the young lady. Please make a decision before more people are hurt. Liana knew that even if they tried, Calliope would not allow it. It will only create more chaos. She turned inside, calling Xiao, who was fast asleep. Brother, wake up. Liana said seriously, I think we are being attacked. We need to run. Wolves, it seems like there are so many. Outside, the scout captain said that we need to evacuate, but they can't move because of us. I think brother is guarding near the entrance. Shaun, you go to Calliope, I will go to the scout captain. Shaun was worried. What? That is dangerous. We do not even know what is outside. Liana replied firmly, I am a Murdy. I can protect myself with the torch. If we stay here, Calliope won't be able to come and pick us up. We need to go to him. Shaun had to listen to his younger sister's instructions, running outside. Older brother, Captain, run. Hearing the commotion, the two on this side looked over in surprise. Calliope gritted his teeth, shouting quickly, make a decision. Retreat, leave everything behind and return immediately. Hugging Liana in his arms, the captain scolded, you two are so reckless, but good job. At this time, Calliope hugged Shaun, ordering, I will cover the rear, do not look back, just run. The captain nodded, yes, hold on tight, young lady. Liana quickly saw someone holding a torch not far away. She suggested, that torch, give it to me. The captain shook his head, no, young lady, I know your power, but if you hold the fire now, not only will the noise scare everyone, but I will also get burned. Liana asked confusedly, are fierce wolves usually like this? The captain replied, no, young lady, fierce wolves usually live near the north wall. I do not know what brought them all the way here. It seems like it is trying to gather all of Haliaza's fierce wolves. Liana asked worriedly, brother Calliope was seriously injured, but there are still more coming. The captain nodded, yes, that Hal is calling their companions. The little girl said worriedly, do not go too far, older brother. The captain replied, young master's order is to run away as far as possible, young lady. A wolf bit the horse's leg, making Calliope unable to react. The horse lost control and reared up. Liana worriedly looked towards her brother. A wolf took the opportunity to pounce towards the two of them. Fortunately, Calliope attacked it in time. Where do you think you are going? Liana sighed, not good. He is too busy to speak, and there are wolves sticking close to him. The captain reminded, young lady, you must not look back. We need to speed up. You will fall if you keep going like this. Liana opened her eyes wide. No, that is not it. I can see them with my own eyes. They are dying where my eyes touch. They are swaying like they are about to get lost any moment. They are trying to take it away from me again. That damned beast is opening its mouth. It is targeting my family. A large flame suddenly burst out. Theodore in the distance also seemed to sense something unusual. He wondered what was that. Alcide was standing alone by the window at this time. His expression was not clear. At that moment, a fierce flame suddenly burst out. Calliope was surprised and realized this is. He hurriedly shouted, Liana. Liana was holding out her hand, creating a flame. Calliope's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him. The next day, he had returned to the mansion. Alcide asked again with a serious face, are you saying that such a thing happened? Calliope nodded in confirmation. Yes. Luckily Liana did not faint or encounter anything like before. I guess Liana did that. Calliope sighed. It happened when she was only 4 years old. Did you say anything else on the way here? If there was anything unusual, tell me in detail. Calliope started to recount. It was at dawn. The sun had not risen yet. Liana's eyes flashed like the eyes of an animal. The fierce flames burned the wolves. After the initial big explosion, sparks flew out of the fierce wolves. She did not even care whether they ran away, burning each one as if we were playing a game. She smiled contentedly. I thought it was better to smile than to be scared or cry. It felt like the flames were burning Liana. When there were no more fierce wolves around, Liana extinguished the fire. She fell asleep with a few tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Father, is the fire of Murdy really that dangerous and unstable? Alcide shook his head with a serious face. Not at all. Cecilia used to reluctantly burn a life with her own fire. She used it appropriately when needed, but she was usually extremely distressed when the damage was unavoidable due to the fire. I wonder if it is because she is too young. Calliope bowed his head, saying, if she was not in danger, she would not have manifested it so early. It is my fault for being careless. Alcide said to his son, no, there is a problem with the north wall, and it is my fault for not anticipating the change. It is likely that the strange behavior of the monster is related to Theodore.
Kai has arrived.
Here's Theodore's letter, Calliope wondered. I do not know if I should say this is a good time or a bad time. Alcide read the letter and said, Theodore is safe. The monsters are acting strangely, but that is all. However, I am glad you arrived at the right time. Both you and I will have to leave our capital soon. Make sure you are ready to set off for the north wall. Let the knights come along. Calliope, hearing the order, nodded, yes, sir. Alcide added in a deep voice, and before we leave the castle, I have something important to say to Liana. I also have something to talk about with Shaun, so please tell them. Murdy's magic is. At this time, The scene switched to Liana's room. Liana worriedly looked at the person in front of her. Seeing Calliope's serious expression, she secretly guessed, What? What is it? Will I be in trouble because I used my power? Calliope approached, taking her hand. He said softly, I have something important to say about your ability. Do you understand that what you did this time was a manifestation of your ability? Yes, it is remarkable that you manifested yourself at such a young age. You seem to feel refreshed yesterday. However, Liana's and Murdy's magic consume a lot of energy. Because you woke up too quickly, if you continue to use Murdy's magic like that, your body might not develop or you might not live long. You might never become an adult. Even if you grow up, you may have to leave Nana, Father, Theodore, and Shaun earlier. Father is worried about whether or not to let you train as a witch. Liana was extremely surprised. Wait, I felt relieved because I woke up early. Thinking about it carefully, the earlier I wake up, the greater the burden, right? I tried to learn magic to live longer, but it has turned out like this. Maybe it is for the best. On this side, Alcide called his son's name in a deep voice, Shaun Halias. Do you understand what I am talking about?